Spread. I do. Heat explodes in my face as I feel his eyes brazenly dragging over me in this incredibly intimate and exposed position. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not knotted in anxiousness, wanting it to be over. I'm eager for it to begin. I moan when his thumb brushes my clit. His mouth lowers, and suddenly, as his tongue drags lightly over my most private place, I see fucking stars. Oh my God. The sensation is insane. It's like discovering nerve endings and pleasure points I never knew I had. His tongue swirls over my hole, teasing and prodding and licking, sending my head reeling as the filthy pleasure explodes through my core. It's the combination of the act itself and the sensation being both sinfully dirty and outrageously intimate at the same time. It's his thumb rolling my clit and two of his fingers curling deep into my pussy. His deep, savage, hungry growls as he tongue fucks my ass and intermittently spanks me at the same time. It's taking everything I have to keep from screaming in pleasure so loud that someone on the other side of the door calls the police. His wet, sinful tongue pushes deeper. His thumb adds more pressure on my throbbing clit. And my world is just beginning to crack and shatter at the edges, when suddenly, Hades pushes a third finger into my dripping wet pussy. And it's game over. I bite down on my lips so hard, the taste of copper floods my tongue. I cry out through clenched teeth and bleeding lips, spasming and shaking and writhing, pushing shamefully back against his tongue and his fingers as my body explodes. Chapter 19. Elsa. The orgasm curls my toes and arches my back, tearing through me like a hurricane until I'm not sure I can even stay standing. Which is exactly when he pulls away, spins me around, and pins me hard against the door. I moan, still shuddering from the explosive release he just wrenched out of me as his mouth descends to my neck to leave fresh battle scars. He grabs me, easily lifting me up against his body, his hands gripping my ass and my legs wrapped tight around his hips. Turning, he marches me across the office, and with one sweep of his arm, he clears my desk of just about everything except the computer monitors. I shudder, whimpering as he plants me on the edge of it, spreads my legs wide, and unzips his pants. Moaning, I'm ripping at his shirt and dragging my tongue down the throbbing vein in his neck as I feel him pull out his cock. I glance down, my breath catching, and my eyes flaring at the sheer, gorgeous size of him. Hades' jaw clenches as he wraps a hand around his cock and pushes the fat head against my clit, making me whimper eagerly. Exactly how many times have you thought about my cock stretching you wide open and filling you to the fucking brim since the other night? I moan, locking eyes with him. Several times. Be fucking specific, counselor. He snarls, rubbing the swollen head over my throbbing clit and sending fresh fireworks exploding through my system. There's no way I could keep track. He groans. And how many times have you played with this pretty little pussy, thinking of me fucking it until you come all over my balls? I whimper, my face flooding with heat. Tell me. 4 times, I blurt, heat flooding my face and chest. Good girl. I gasp, clawing at him as he sinks the thick head of his cock into me. My eyes roll back as he pushes another hard inch inside, only to draw back. I like that I'm the only man who's ever felt this sweet little cunt snug around his cock, kitten. He growls. God, is that outrageously sexy? I like that this pussy belongs to me, and me only. That's a bold statement, I breathe. Who says... I almost scream, my eyes rolling back as he buries every inch of his cock inside me with one swift, powerful thrust of his hips.
Me,
Hades snarls savagely.
I say so. I'm the one who taught this little pussy how to fuck, how to come with my cock buried deep inside it, how to get wet and achy and needy when I'm not inside it. So yes, kitten,
he rasps.
It's fucking mine.
He punctuates his words by rolling his hips back and then driving hard into me again.
All fucking mine.
I moan as he suddenly shoves me back across the desk, grabs my thighs, and shoves my legs up high and wide. His hips pound against me, his cock ramming deep and hard as I start to drown in pleasure. Which is exactly when he stops and slowly pulls out of me. What? The wet, slippery, swollen head of his cock slides down, and I tremble as I feel it tease against the tight ring of my ass. I don't tell him to stop, even though I know he's crazy enough to do it, because I'm crazy enough to want him to do it.
I was the first to claim that pouty, smart mouth of yours,
he growls.
And the first to take this pretty little pink cunt.
I shiver as his thumb rolls over my clit and his cock throbs against my asshole.
I believe there's one other hole I need to claim.
Holy fuck. I can't tell which is more insane. The idea that Hades is about to fuck me in the ass for the first time, at my job, on my desk, with an office full of people 12 feet away. Or the fact that I'm seconds away from begging him to. He groans as he strokes his slippery cock against my tight hole, dragging his piercing eyes up to lock with mine.
Open up for me, kitten.
There's a firm knock on my door. I jolt, almost falling off the edge of my desk before I manage to catch myself. Hades snarls, whirling to glare daggers at the door. Hang on, I blurt. I'm with a client. Ms. Gwen? Fuck me. It's Erin, Taylor's personal assistant. Yes? I choke. Ms. Crown wanted to know if you could come to her office to go over the notes on the client briefing. God damn it. When? Right now? Shit. Hades turns, smirking as he teases the head of his still very hard cock over my ass. I bite down hard on my lip, shivering as my eyes start from their sockets. Stop, I whisper.
Why?
Because I have to go see my boss, I hiss.
Tell her you're busy taking every inch of my fat cock up your virgin ass.
My eyes bulge at the outrageous vulgarity. That should not be as hot as it is. Ms. Gwen? Yes, Erin, I blurt. I'm coming.
Wow, already?
I shoot Hades a look before I begrudgingly push him away. I have to go.
The fuck you do?
Hades. I chew on my lip, eyeing him. Please. His brows furrow.
This isn't over, kitten.
Heat floods my face. I'll be there in 2 minutes, Erin. I'm still shaking as I slide off my desk, ignoring the disaster zone of papers and files he's just swept to the floor. I fix my blouse and my skirt as best I can, then go to the mirror over the sink in the bathroom. Good God. I look like I've just been fucked sideways, in a tornado. I pull my hair out of the bun. It's already mostly out anyway, shaking it loose in the mirror.
You should wear it down more often.
I start, blushing as I look past my reflection to where Hades is buttoning his shirt up behind me. I've always worn it up for work. He arches a brow, and I blush. And, basically, all the time.
Wear it down. It's sexy like that.
My core tingles. Yes, because that's exactly what I want to convey walking into a deposition or a courtroom, Hades. Sexy. Very professional.
Sexy doesn't have to mean unprofessional. I don't mean you should walk into your next case in sheer lingerie and thigh-highs.
He stops, his lips curling wickedly.
Although, I can think of other occasions where that exact outfit would work.
I flush deeply.
Seriously, sexy can convey power, too. You don't have to be buttoned up like a nun, with your hair scraped back so tight it affects your vision, to come off as professional or powerful. Your reputation will do that all on its own.
I frown. My reputation?
That you're a beast of a lawyer.
Heat tingles through my cheeks as I bite back a grin. Oh. He inclines his head, taking me in.
Just my opinion. You should wear your hair down more often. It doesn't make you look any less professional or ass-kicking.
I chew on my lip. Well, maybe I will.
Good.
I'm still throbbing all over as we walk to the door together. Then I stop him. You go first. I'll leave in a few minutes. He smirks.
How clandestine.
I roll my eyes. I jolt as he suddenly surges into me, grabs a handful of my hair in his fist, and kisses me. Brutally.
I will be finishing what we started, kitten.
He growls into my ear. Then he turns, strides for the door, and swings it open.
Oh, and Elsa?
I'm still burning up as I meet his eyes.
If you were looking for these...
Dear Lord. He's dangling my thong from his finger, right there in the fucking doorway to the rest of the firm, with only the fact that his shoulders are so broad, stopping everyone from seeing it. Give me...
You know where to find me.
He slips them into his pants pocket as I stare at him. Then he's gone. What the fuck am I tangling myself up in? It takes me another 3 minutes to calm myself, catch my breath, and put some concealer on the fresh bite and suck marks on my neck. Then I walk upstairs to Taylor's office, doing everything I can to ignore the aching need still throbbing between my thighs. That, and the fact that I'm not wearing underwear. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Taylor looks up as I step in. She smiles. No problem at all. Have a seat and we'll... She stops suddenly, looking at me curiously. I go cold. Did I miss a spot? What? Oh, nothing. She beams. I was just going to say, love the hair down look on you. You should rock that more often. 2 hours later, I'm back in my office, sitting in my chair, surrounded by the chaos Hades left in his wake. Files and documents are strewn across the floor, together with 2 legal pads, a desktop clock, and a handful of pens. I haven't made the first move to clean them up since I got back from my meeting with Taylor 10 minutes ago. Because all I'm doing is staring at the edge of my desk and remembering the feel of him, the taste of his mouth, the power of him, twisting and tying me into knots. And that's exactly when the door suddenly bangs open. I look up quickly, paling as Leo comes storming inside with a dark cloud looming in his eyes. He slams the door shut behind him, his eyes narrowing at me lethally. Yes? I hiss. His eye twitches as his lips curl.
Where the fuck is Pasha?
With Hades, I'm utterly incapable of hiding the truth, or any of my emotions. Mercifully, when it comes to pretty much anyone but him, my experience in a courtroom serves me well. I gaze blankly at Leo. I have no idea.
Well, then maybe we involve Gavin in this then.
Yes, maybe we do, I mutter quietly. And I can tell him how your creep of a lackey tried to touch me, or how you threatened a 15-year-old girl. Think that would help?
Leo's lips curve down. So, my little girl has claws after all.
Get out of my office, Leo. He snarls at me.
This isn't going away. My man is missing.
Have you tried the zoo? Maybe they finally locked him up where he belongs. Leo bristles.
If I don't find him, I'm coming back. And when I do, I'll be much less agreeable about it.
Get out. He shakes his head, smiling darkly at me.
Careful, little girl,
he mutters as he turns and opens the door.
You're walking a dangerous tightrope here. I'm not sure you understand just how close you are to falling.
Then he's gone. He's wrong about that last part. I'm not unaware of how close I am to falling. I know full well that I already have. The god of the underworld has just made me his real-life Persephone. It's just that I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be this excited to be dragged down into sin and temptation. I'm also pretty sure I only want more.
Chapter 20. Hades. When I pull up outside the Jamaican grocery store where I'm having my meeting with Jaden, I actually have to stay in the car measuring my breaths for another 10 minutes. You can't exactly waltz into the closing of a lucrative business deal sporting a raging heart on. Also, blue balls are a real thing, and between my swollen balls and my rock-hard cock, the discomfort in my slacks still has me gritting my teeth a full hour after leaving Elsa's office. At the same time, though, fuck, that was good. Too good. Way too good. She's too good, too much, and the way my body craves hers, like a drug I can't find anywhere else, is almost scary. It's a very new concept for me. It's been a month since that night at Club Venom. I haven't been with a single other woman since. But that creates a which came first, chicken-egg situation. Am I disturbingly obsessed with and utterly hooked on Elsa because I haven't let myself drown in my usual ocean of hedonistic, meaningless sex that typically leaves me feeling empty inside? Or have I chosen to forego my usual self-medication with strangers I don't give a shit about and who don't give a shit about me as anything more than a fun story to tell later? Because I'm obsessed with Elsa. I scowl, glaring through the windshield into the middle distance as I replay what just went down in her office. It's not even anything I planned either. I walked in there today at Ares' request to actually talk to her in her capacity of our family's attorney. To have her give one last look at the contract sitting on the passenger seat next to me. I told myself it was fine. That despite what's been going on between us, we're adults, and we're capable of discussing normal, grown-up things without it devolving into carnal chaos fueled by pure, unbridled lust. Or not. Because the second I laid eyes on her when I walked into the Crown and Black offices, that shit went right out the window. One fucking look at that tight blonde bun and her even tighter ass in that gray skirt, and I knew I had to devour her whole. I don't do repeats. Ever. And yet somehow, unbelievably, I've been with her 7 times. 4 times at Club Venom, twice in my car, and once in her office an hour ago. Groaning, I glance at my watch, and then down to the bulging erection tenting my slacks. Fuck. I have to stop thinking about any of this shit, or I'm going to miss my meeting with Jaden, and I won't close this deal. I inhale, switching my mind to that, and away from the vivid thoughts of watching Elsa's pink, pretty pussy swallow my cock whole. Jaden Robinson is the uncle of Lamar, the one I tore into at boxing the other night, and the head of a relatively low-key Jamaican crime syndicate in Queens. And the deal with him is one we've been hammering out for 2 months. It's also kind of a precursor, a trial run, if you like, for the Albanian acquisition. Even though we're technically buying part of a criminal operation from Jaden, like us, he's got things hidden behind legit fronts. And it's those legit fronts that we'll be purchasing through Thermopylae acquisitions, to the tune of $3 million. It's not Albanian acquisition money, nor is it redeveloping the parking garage at 952 Lincoln Place money. But hey, $3 mil is still $3 mil. And it's a solid deal for both parties. Jaden gets to walk away from a property he doesn't really have the manpower to run, or even the interest in keeping anymore. And we get another waterfront storage facility to run things out of. I glance down again. Finally. My dick has decided to sit down and be quiet. Thank you. Seizing my opportunity, I grab the contract, jump out of the car, and walk around to the back entrance of the store. The smell of oxtail, rundun, and curried goat makes my stomach rumble as I knock on the back door. A huge dude with dreads and a face like a mountain opens it a crack with an icy look. But when he sees who I am, he nods, flashing a warm, welcoming grin. "Hades, how you doing?" "Can't complain, Danny." He smirks, opening the door wide to let me in. "Heard you tuned up Lamar pretty good the other night." I wince. "How's he doing?" "Talking in tongues, brother." I frown. Danny cracks another grin. "I'm just fucking with you, man. He's fine. Probably looking for a rematch. But hey, come on in. You're here for Mr. Robinson, yeah?" "Yeah." I wave the contract in my hand. He's expecting me. Jaden's big bodyguard chuckles. "It's all business all day long in here today, I guess." "Oh?" Danny shrugs, leading me through the back of the market, past huge open barrels of spices and curry leaves, and then up the stairs to Jaden's office. "Yeah, brother. The big guy has got his boss man hat on today, I'm telling you. Didn't even come out for lunch. We had the Italians in here this morning. A couple of mean-looking Russians an hour ago. Now you." "Did you say Russians?" Jaden's family and mine go pretty far back. Our grandfathers did business together here in New York back in the day. But even so, there were precautions in place when we first sat down to make this deal. Namely, precautions to keep it quiet. This was a good deal for both of us, and neither party wanted or needed anyone else coming in and trying to fuck things up with a bidding war. Or doing anything else that would put too much scrutiny on the deal, the warehouse, or either of our shell companies involved in the process. On Jaden's side, he was nervous about the Haitians seeing the deal as a sign of weakness, or of him getting ready to step down as head of the organization. On our end? Well, Russians. Namely the Reznikov Bratva. We didn't want them to even hear a whisper about this deal, because Gavin is a smart motherfucker. And he'd see this for exactly what it is. A test run for something bigger. Like Serge Mirzoyan's empire. So yeah, damned straight I tense the fuck up when Danny mentions Russians. He shrugs. "I don't know, man. I'm just security. But yeah, they were Russian. He frowns. I think. Maybe Ukrainian. Or Polish. I relax a little. As much as I like Danny, it's like he says. He isn't exactly part of the inner circle. Who knows who the hell Jaden was talking to earlier? It could have been Lithuanian grain importers, for all I know. At the door to the office, Danny knocks a staccato rhythm that I'm sure is code. A little window slides open all the same, with dark eyes glaring out before the face nods. The window shuts, the door unlocks, and then it swings open. Good luck in there, brother. Danny pats me on the back. Oh, hey, you didn't bring any of that baklava again, did you? Shit, slipped my mind. Next time for sure. He grins as I turn and stride into the office and close the door behind me. I nod at a couple of familiar faces around the room before I walk over to shake Jaden's hand. At 65, he's put on some pounds around his middle, and his long dreads are gray. But he's still a formidable guy. Luckily, the Greeks and the Jamaicans have always gotten along pretty damn well in this city. Big day, Jay. I grin, plopping into a chair and dropping the contract on the desk between us. You ready to make this official and take my money? The room is completely quiet, and I'm suddenly aware that I'm the only fucker smiling in here. Jaden frowns, clearing his throat. First of all, he smiles awkwardly at me. I want to thank you for the interest in the property, Hades. I know our families go way back, and I appreciate the way you worked out a deal that was good for both of us. Was good. I don't like how this is starting. At all. You want to tell me what's going on, Jay? His brow furrows. You, want a drink, Hades? I want to know what's up, actually. I growl. He sighs. Look, there's no easy way to say this, but I wanted to tell you face to face like men. Fuck. You getting cold feet, Jay? Shit, Hades. I didn't mean for this to happen. I said no at first, but he just kept putting money on the table, brother. And at a certain point, it becomes impossible to keep saying no. My jaw grinds. Who kept putting money on the table? I growl. Jaden sighs. I'm sorry, Hades. I know this is going to look like a snub, and I didn't mean for it to be. It's just business. Who? He drags his fingers through his gray beard. Gavin Sarenko. Son of a bitch. He came in less than an hour ago, Hades. I never invited him, and I truly don't even know how he knew it was for sale. But he did. And the more I told him he wasn't for sale, the more he was telling me everything can be for sale at the right price, and throwing more money on the table. Jaden looks legitimately sorry, and a little scared as he shrugs and raises his arms in appeal. I mean, what was I supposed to do, brother? All respect to you and your family, Hades. It's the fucking Russian bratva. I look away, my jaw grinding. How much? Jaden sucks his teeth. 7. Fucking hell. He dropped 7 mil? Jay nods. That's fucking insane. You're telling me. Also, Desmond, Jaden's nephew and the next in line for the throne, gets up from one of the couches across the office. Gavin rolled up with 30 big fucking Russian dudes, who literally surrounded the place. He shrugs. I don't think he was planning to start anything, but Gavin definitely meant to send a message. Which I got loud and clear. You hear what I'm saying? Jaden mutters. Yeah, I growl. I hear you. Except I don't think the message was for him. It was for me and my family. Tsarenko comes by with 30 men and then pays 133% over the current price? Yeah, no. That wasn't a bidding war. That was a shot across my family's fucking bow. Hades. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't... It's fine. I stand, cracking my neck before I reach over and shake Jay's hand. Hades, we go way back. Which is why I'm only pissed and not furious. I growl. We can make this right. I've got other... Don't worry about it. When Jay swallows nervously, I force a smile and pat his hand. Seriously, Jay, we're good. Shit happens, you know. Like you said, it's just business. I'm guessing this was the other part of Gavin's little surprise attack, to get us pissed off at the Jamaicans for selling to him instead of us. To divide us. And that's actually even more concerning than him buying a fucking warehouse he doesn't need just to send a message. A lot more concerning. Which is why making sure Jay knows we're cool is really, really important. Seriously, we're good. I smile at him. Listen, my sister's opening this new bar in the West Village, and they're doing this family and friends soft opening in a few weeks. Why don't you and Desmond swing by? The concern around his eyes melts a little. Yeah? For sure. I'll put you both on the guest list. Stock up on the red stripe. Desmond chuckles. It's all Uncle drinks. I grin through the darkness swirling inside of me. I'll see what I can do. Fuck! Ares turns to stab his gaze through the big windows of the Thermopylae Acquisitions conference room. I got our mother's piercing, icy blue eyes. Ares got our father's dark, brooding ones. You're sure it wasn't Jaden's idea? I shake my head. Positive. Never mind the history between our families. We've always been a bit bigger and more powerful than him anyway. And that was before we joined forces with the Kildares. No. He's got too much respect for our history, and too much appreciation for the power dynamic to fuck that up. Even for $4 million over our price. I nod. Even that. Jay's not an actor, man, and he looked scared as shit when I walked in there. This was a shot across our bow, but it rattled Jay's windows, too. Ares shakes his head. This deal was locked the fuck down. I mean, the only people who knew were us, Nev's family, and Jay's crew. Maybe one of his guys let it slip. Or fuck. I mean, I know Killian and Castle just brought on some new blood. Maybe... Ares. I drum my fingers on the conference table, glancing up at him when he turns back to me. I think part of the reason Gavin did this was to make us suspicious of our allies. Same as how I'm betting he was hoping it would drive a wedge between us and the Jamaicans. His eyes narrow. He's trying to divide us. I nod. And so discontent. Yep. His jaw clenches. In war or politics, those are both moves you make on your enemies before you invade. I nod slowly. They sure are. We need to find out how the Russians knew about this deal, Hades. And we need to find out yesterday.
Chapter 21. Elsa. You'd think by now I'd have become immune to Hades' filthiness. His ability to rattle me by saying things that should make me livid and disgusted, instead of warm and wet. Immune, or at least slightly numb, desensitized. But apparently I'm not. Case in point, the way I've been staring at my phone screen for the last 5 solid minutes, rereading over and over the last text he sent me. Hades, does your ass miss my tongue? I've literally reread it close to 100 times, and it has not lost its edge yet. I still tingle every time I read it, still feel my pulse quicken, still squeeze my thighs together at my desk. Still squirmy, achy, and needy. I mean, what the fuck, self? I've been like this since yesterday, when he... pinned me to my office door, yanked my panties down, and tongued my clit. Then my ass, until I came like a wrecking ball. And as much as I still want to feel, I don't know, embarrassed for something so insanely dirty feeling so good, I can't. All I feel when I think about it is the need for more, like an addiction. And that's Hades in a nutshell. Something dirty that feels so good. My phone buzzes on the desk in front of me. Hades.
Is this you ignoring me? Or are you too busy playing with your pussy while thinking about me to answer your texts?
My face throbs with heat. I mean, the audacity of the man. Me. You're the one texting me, Hades. I bite my lip, grinning as my thumbs tap over the screen. Me. Like a stood-up prom date, I might add. Hades.
Did you even go to prom? Or were you too busy organizing your receipts and ironing your underwear?
Me. You're the one currently in possession of a pair of my underwear. You tell me, do they look and feel ironed? Hades.
No, but they smell like your pussy, and it's making me hungry.
I mean, sweet Jesus. This is what I'm dealing with. How do you even respond to that? And why the hell does it turn me on so much when he talks to me like this? I simmer, squirming in my chair as heat pools between my thighs. Me. We don't have prom in the UK. At least, we didn't when I was in school. We had school formals. Hades.
That sounds like prom, but with pinkies out and a guy called Jeeves taking your coat and riding boots at the door.
Me. LOL. We were poor, and so was the school I went to. My formal was biscuits and fruit punch served off a folding table in the gymnasium with a bad DJ, and then an after-party at a sketchy motel where everyone could screw. I chew on my lip as I make an addition to my last text. Me. I mean, obviously not everyone. I'm pretty sure I was too busy telling everyone not to get drunk to do any of that. LOL. Hades.
You mean, too busy to screw guys?
I roll my eyes. I can almost feel his possessive glare through the phone. Me. Oh no, I did a ton of that. Dick all night. The whole rugby team, actually. Choo-choo! There's no response for a full minute. I grin. Me. You know I'm joking. What are you doing? Sulking? Hades.
I do know you're joking, but don't.
I roll my eyes again. Me. And why is that? Hades.
Because I don't even want you joking about being with other men.
Oh my God. Possessive much? Me. Why? Hades.
Because you're mine.
Heat explodes in my core. My pulse begins to beat even faster, and I start to shiver. God damn it. There's something insanely sexy about this ridiculously over-the-top caveman routine. Even though there's no way I would have ever found this even a mild turn-on in anyone else. But that's Hades. Something new, and wild, and insane. Hades.
And I wasn't sulking. I was looking up your class list from your school.
Me. I'm sorry, what? Why? Hades.
So I could check through all the guys who might have been at that post-formal after-party, or any party, who might have touched you.
My pulse pounds in my ears. My breath becomes shaky. Me. Why is that? Hades.
So that I could find them and fucking kill them.
There's no LOL at the end of that statement. No funny gif. No cute emoji. It's not a joke. He's legitimately that insane and dangerous and more than capable of doing that. And apparently, I'm far more than capable of getting wetter than rain when he says shit like that. Me. You'd seriously kill someone for touching me? Hades.
Yes.
Me. That's all. Just for touching me. Hades.
Does there need to be any other reason?
I stare at the screen, eyes bugging out of my face, my mouth hanging open. And my panties a fucking mess. Maybe there really is something off with Hades. Maybe he's even more of a psycho, like legitimately so, than I've ever guessed. But if he is, then there's a strong chance, given how much this whole act is turning me on, that I am too. Hades.
And you're deflecting. We were talking about your ass missing me.
I blush fiercely. Me. No, you were talking about that. Hades.
Yet again, deflection instead of an honest answer.
Me. Too bad. Hades.
Answer me, or I'll come over there and ask it myself. And this time, I'll leave the fucking door open.
Fuck. My entire body clenches and squirms. My skin feels electric under my clothes. What the hell has this man done to me? Me. Fine. No, it does not. Hades.
I said an honest answer.
I flush deeply. Hades.
You're too busy being this buttoned-up good girl to admit you came like a fucking geyser with my tongue in your ass, aren't you?
Me. Who even talks like this? Hades.
Me, obviously. In any case, I'm glad she misses me.
Me. Who? Fuck. I walked right into that one. Hades.
Your ass. Don't worry, I'm not done with her. Next time, it won't just be my tongue opening her up.
I stare at the screen with wide, scandalized, but oh so eager eyes. Holy shit. Me. Meaning? Hades.
You know what I mean, kitten.
Me. I might need clarification. 3 dots appear and then disappear. And then suddenly, a picture just pops right up on my screen that sucks the air from my lungs and sends my jaw crashing to the fucking floor. His cock. Hades fully erect, very large, very thick, very bulging with a vein running down the length of it, cock. And the icing on the cake is my stolen thong wrapped around the base of it. Sweet, tap-dancing Christ. You're supposed to be angry at unsolicited dick pics, and normally I damn well would be. Unless, apparently, that unsolicited dick pic comes from Hades Drakos. Because when his gorgeous cock fills my screen, all I want to do is freaking lick it. All over. I am absolutely, 100% going insane. Hades.
How's the clarity on that?
I shiver. Me. When did you take that? Hades.
Just now.
Me. Are you at home? Hades.
I'm sitting in traffic. Why?
Oh my God. He's an animal. He just took a picture of his massive dick with my panties wrapped around it in midtown traffic. Like, who does that? And also, my eyes slide over the image, heat spreading through every single nook and cranny of my body. My nipples feel electrified against my bra, my clit aching to be touched under my slick panties. Hades has a freaking beautiful dick. Like, that thing is the Brad Pitt or Benicio del Toro of dicks. It's ridiculous. It's also huge. Like, the sort of huge where I'm actually confused how it fit inside my vagina. And that's built for delivering babies, for fuck's sake. Me. I feel that I need to set some expectations. Hades.
Concerning...
Me. Concerning my ass. Hades.
Please, elaborate.
Me. As it pertains to your penis. I cringe. I really did just say penis, didn't I? Hades.
Talk dirty to me, baby. Tell me more about my penile member and your vaginal cavity.
I giggle, loudly. Hades.
Or any other bodily cavities we were discussing. And these expectations you wish to set.
I blush. Me. There's no way your cock is going in there. Hades.
That's factually incorrect.
I grin. Me. I'm being serious. It isn't physically possible. Hades.
What makes you so sure?
I scroll up to the picture in the middle of our conversation, screenshot it, and then text him the screenshot. Me. Ah, because your dick is the size of a baseball bat? Hades.
You don't have to win me over with flattery, baby. I'm what they call a sure thing.
I roll my eyes, grinning impishly. Me. Take that however you will. Bottom line, no pun intended, my arse wants nothing to do with your dick. Hades.
I'm looking forward to the moment when you admit how wrong you were.
Me. Dream on. I have to go. I have actual work to do. Hades.
Not before you show me you don't.
Me. Show you what? Hades.
How soaking wet you are, thinking about my fat cock sinking into your ass.
Heat explodes across my face. I've never done that. I mean, obviously, I've never sent someone a picture like that. But apparently, this man is able to unlock each and every first of mine he wants. Because before I know what I'm doing, before I can stop myself, I'm lowering my phone under the desk and slowly spreading my legs. Click. I wince. The first shot is not sexy. Blurred, badly lit, and basically of my thigh. Yeah, no thanks. I try a few more, but it's the same result. Finally, realizing it's the lack of light under the desk, and after finding out the hard way that flash photography of your crotch is about the least sexy thing ever, I get up and move to the small sitting area by my windows. I try a few more angles in there, before I finally just say screw it and drop my panties. Blushing, I lie back on the sofa, legs spread and my skirt bunched up, as I bring the camera lens to my privates. Smile, I murmur, blushing as I, oh my God, snap a couple of pictures of my pussy. The first few are meh. But then, there it is, the money shot, where you can actually see the glistening heat of my arousal and the pink flush on my lips. I don't second-guess it, don't overthink it. I just hit send, and then immediately turn my phone face down as my face heats. What the fuck did I just do? I swallow. It's fine. it's not like my face is in it. And as insane as he is, I feel like Hades is the last person who'd ever share something like that, given his lunatic possessive streak. Me. I hope that suffices. I'm going to work now. Hades.
Keep the pennies off when you do.
Me. LOL. No way. Hades.
It wasn't a request. Do not put them back on.
I bite my lip, grinning. Me. And how would you even know if I did or not? Hades.
By walking into your office. Or maybe waiting until you're in one of your boss's offices, bending you over, lifting your skirt, and checking. That's how.
And again, he's crazy enough to fucking do it too. Me. Psycho. Fine, they're off. I'm working now. Bye. I open my photo app and delete all the pictures I just took of my pussy. Because, yikes, I do not need those popping up in a meeting or something. Then I pluck my panties off the couch. I'm about to slip them back on because, honestly, why not? But then, heat surging into my face, I walk back over to my desk and slip them deep into my bag instead. When I sit, I feel a shiver of desire tingle up from between my legs, all the way up to my cheeks. My phone dings once more. Hades.
Do it.
Me. Question mark, question mark? Hades.
You won't be able to get any work done until you do.
Me. What are you talking about? Hades.
You making yourself come.
It's like he's got a remote control to my libido, to my brain, and to my pussy. Because instantly, it throbs with a need so desperate, it actually makes my head spin. Me. Sounds like projection to me. Did our conversation get you so hot and bothered that you had to jerk off? Hades.
You tell me.
I'm about to ask what that even means, when another picture comes through. A picture so outrageously lurid, so ridiculously dirty, that I almost dropped my phone. And yet, a picture so fucking hot, my thighs squeeze together involuntarily as my core coils and writhes with need. A picture of Hades' swollen cock, my panties still wrapped around the thick base, with sticky, glistening white cum dripping down every magnificent inch of him and pooling in my thong. It's quite possibly the sexiest thing I've ever laid eyes on. Hades.
Have fun, kitten.
I've barely closed the bathroom door behind me before I'm leaning against the sink with one hand under my skirt and the other muffling my strangled cries. Chapter 22. Elsa. A few hours later, there's a knock at my office door. Come in. When I look up and see Nev, Eilish, and Callie walk in, I grin. Hey! Nev makes a face, nodding at the legal briefings spread out across my desk. Shit, sorry. Are you in the middle of something? You've just described 99% of my waking life, and maybe 30% of my sleeping life. But it's nothing that can't wait. What's up? Eilish holds up a file folder. Final liquor licensing and fire code stuff. They just need your once-over and a signature, and then they can forever be locked in the safe at the Banshee. I smile at the three of them. You guys getting excited for this? Callie beams. Hell yes. You're coming to the soft opening, yeah? Of course. I find myself almost unable to look Callie in the eye, since I spent close to an hour of my day earlier vividly sexting her brother, which, given her and my friendship, I feel kind of weird about now. I take the file folder and leaf through it. I can get these back to you guys later tonight, if you like. Nev shakes her head of red hair. It totally does not have to be tonight. Honestly, it's no big deal. Want me to drop it at one of your places? You're kinda near the West Village, right? I nod. West 17th and 9th, right by Chelsea Market. She shrugs. Would you just be able to drop it off at the Banshee itself? You know the safe combo, right? I grin. I do. And yeah, that's no problem. Eilish makes a face. You sure? We're not looking to make more work for you. Seriously, you're really not. I wouldn't offer if it was a problem. Thank you, she sighs. It would be a huge help, if you really don't mind. I've got a late class tonight. Nev's got some function dealio with Aries. And Callie... She turns to eye Hades' sister, who makes a face. I've got a video chat, Callie mutters darkly. With my fiancé. I wince. Sorry, lady. Being that her fiancé is a 50-year-old, grotesque, and notoriously vile Italian mafia don from Los Angeles. Ouch. Well, I'm happy to drop it off and stick it in the office safe. Thanks, Elsa. Eilish grins. Oh, before I forget, we changed the keypad lock on the back door. It's 799205 now. Got it. I make a mental note. Oh, and also? Nev holds up a finger. This is off the topic of the Banshee. But do you have the easement filings for the 14th Street development? Aries asked if I could grab those from you if I swung by here. Yeah, not a problem. I cross back to my desk and open my email. There's a bunch of different documents. Hang on. I'm going to email you... these ones. I frown and then glance at her. Actually, I know the last two are saved as PDFs on my phone. Feel free to grab it and email them to yourself. Yeah? Yeah, it's right there. I smile, nodding my chin at my phone sitting on the corner of the desk. Password is 111923. Awesome, thanks. It's probably my recent photos. Hang on, I'm sending you the first 5 docs. Okay! Wow! Yeah. Nev almost drops my phone as she quickly places it face down on my desk and all but leaps back from it. Sorry, Yeah, sorry. My brows knit. What? Oh, holy fucking mother of Christ. I deleted all the X-rated selfies of my own privates earlier. But I did not delete the screenshot from my conversation with Hades, including the picture of his dick that I sent back to him. I have a fairly good idea what Nev just saw in my photos. I turn the color of ripe strawberries as it hits me. I actually gag, like I'm going to actually throw up right here on my office floor, but manage to stop myself. Callie grins as she makes a beeline for the phone. Whoa, okay, whatever this is, I have got to see... Nev, mercifully, gets to it first, slamming her hand down over it before Callie can snatch it up and be forever scarred. Not for our eyes, Cals. Oh, come on, Callie protests. This sounds juicy as fuck. Eilish grins at me. Is Ms. Elsa Gwynn sexting with someone? No, I blurt. I'm drowning, hyperventilating, possibly having a minor panic attack. Guys, it's none of our business, okay? Nev shoots the other two a look. So, can we just leave it? Eilish shrugs. Sure. Sorry. Didn't mean to pry. I swallow. No problem. Buzzkill. Callie sighs. But I need to get going anyway. Same, actually. Eilish nods. Gotta get to class. She turns to Callie. You heading uptown? Castle's downstairs. We can give you a ride. Perfect, thanks. Nev clears her throat. I actually have to go over some other contract stuff with Elsa. She turns to eye me warily. If you've got a sec? I nod stiffly. Mm-hmm. Great. See you both later. I manage a weak wave at Callie and Eilish. When they're gone, I drag my eyes to Nev, mortified. I am so sorry. She shakes her head. It's your phone. I'm sorry I pried. Still, I'm sorry you saw that. She snickers, chewing on her lip as she eyes me. So, you and Hades? What? I sputter. She sucks her teeth. I saw the pic. I could tell. I stare at her, my face on fire. You can tell based off of... I swallow. That? I croak. I mean, I'm married to his brother. Family resemblance. Who knew? I keep staring at her, stunned. A second later, she breaks, cracking up and grinning at me. I'm completely joking. I saw his contact name at the top of the screenshot. The air whooshes out of my lungs as I catch myself on the edge of my desk. Relax. I mean, I saw a quarter second of a dick and then I looked away. Believe me, I've retained nothing. I simmer, chewing on my lip. Well, aside from the knowledge that I'm... Yeah, with Hades. Aside from that, yeah. She grins at me. I did not have that on my bingo card. Not gonna lie. Is saying it's complicated too cliché a phrase in this case? I literally cannot imagine a more appropriate situation for its use. I smile. Nev does too, before her brow furrows. Is it... She frowns, like she's hunting for the right word. It's not serious, I blurt. She chuckles. That's not what I was going to ask, and that's none of my business anyway. No, I was trying to find a tactful way of asking if he was pressuring you into doing anything, or being too, well, Hades. I shake my head. He's not. I just mean, and please don't take offense to this, but you're not really his type. She winces, making a face. No. Well, yeah, but that sounds like a put-down when I'm trying to play you up and shit on his usual terrible taste in women. And I might be totally wrong about this, and if I am, please tell me. But you've never struck me as much of a dating type. That's all. Because I'm married to my job? Ding, ding, ding. I blush, smiling. You're right, but it's... complicated. Very. I'd ask if you're having fun, but I'm going to assume from that goofy-ass grin on your face that that's a yes. And there I go, grinning even wider. Does anyone else know? No. Cool. It's staying that way, at least on my end. You're not going to tell Ares? That I saw a picture of his brother's boner? No, Elsa. I like living on a planet that hasn't been blown apart by a nuclear firestorm. I snort a laugh. No, for real. I'm not. This is between you and Hades. She peers at me. He is treating you well, though, right? I nod. I'm in total control. Well, that's only maybe 10% true, but who's keeping score? Good. But for real, can we agree to literally never tell Ares that I caught even a millisecond glimpse of his brother's genitals? Actually, please can I ask you never to tell Hades either? She frowns. Look, could we just collectively agree to forget any of this ever happened and tell no one about it, ever? Nev, we 100% have a deal. We both laugh as we shake on it. Then we hug. She turns to leave. Hey, Nev? She stops at the door, turning to look back at me. Yeah? That's, I clear my throat uneasily. That's the only picture you saw, right? She wags her brows, zipping a finger across her lips. I exhale slowly. Just, let me know who your bikini waxer is sometime. Oh my fucking God! Nev snorts another laugh, grinning at me as she opens my office door. Love ya, Elsa. Hours later, though not nearly as late as I've had to stay sometimes, I'm finally leaving. I grab my gym bag off the couch in my office, lock up, and grab an Uber home. When I get there, I frown when I see the food delivery I sent to Nora a couple of hours ago still sitting on the kitchen counter. One, because I seriously need to start finding the time to make my sister actual home-cooked meals instead of feeding her nothing but takeout. But two, I sent it hours ago, and it's still unopened. Nora? She's not in the living room, and I poke my head in there. I check her room next, knocking lightly on the closed door. Hey, I'm home. How was your day? Also, you must be starving. The Italian I sent... I frown. Nora? I creak the door open. She's not there. Pulling my phone out, I send her a quick text. I'm not super hardcore about a curfew, or about where she can or can't go. She's 15, she's a smart kid, and it's New York. As long as she lets me know where she's going to be, and that everything is okay, she's got a lot of freedom. Me. Hey, just checking in. You good? Her reply comes almost immediately. Nora. Yeah, sorry. Forgot to text earlier. A lot going on. I'm at Gemma's house. Fill you in later? Me. Yeah, of course. And no problem. Uber or taxi if it's after 10, okay? She sends me a thumbs up emoji, and that's that. She was obviously home earlier after school when I had the food delivered, since it's sitting on her kitchen counter. But I guess something came up with her friends. I hate making light of her teen drama, because I was that age once too. But sometimes, it's hard not to roll my eyes at the latest earth-shattering catastrophe that usually revolves around literally nothing. In the kitchen, I realize I'm starving. So I open up the takeout bag and pop some of the cavatelli with spicy sausage and broccolini in the microwave. I'm halfway through devouring it, along with a big glass of Pinot Noir, when the unit phone buzzes with a call from the front desk down in the lobby. Hey, Jerry.
Evening, Miss Gwen. Got a package here for you.
My brows knit. Work files?
No, I don't think so. Big black box with a ribbon, and the courier said he was paid not to say who it came from.
Okay, that's weird. Just then, my phone buzzes with a text. Taylor Crown. Hey, hope I'm not interrupting your evening. Just wanted to say thanks again for the Superwoman act with the client briefing. The notes and the recommendations on proceeding are top-notch. I can't stress enough how psyched the brothers and I are to have you with us, Elsa. Don't even reply to this. Just enjoy your night. And again, our sincere thanks. I grin. Whatever the package is, I think this explains where it came from.
Ms. Gwyn?
Yeah, sorry. I'm here.
Want me to bring it up?
Nah, I could do with stretching my legs. I'll be right down. Thanks. 10 minutes later, I'm back upstairs sitting in my living room, staring at the matte black box tied with a black satin ribbon and bow sitting on my coffee table. There's no note or anything, but I grin at the sweet gesture from Taylor. Me. Hey, Taylor. Thank you so much, and my absolute pleasure. I'm so happy at Crown and Black. It's everything I've ever looked for in a firm for the long term. Thank you, really. Your feedback means a lot to me. Taylor's a stickler for her bedtime routine and sleep health, so she's already got her Do Not Disturb auto-reply set for texts. But still, she'll see it in the morning and know I got the package. I reread her text again, my smile growing wider. I love working for her, and Alistair, and Gabriel. It's a wonderful chance at a fresh start, away from Leo, and the less fun memories of childhood, and from Hugo, the stalker creep. So it really is incredibly validating to hear that they're glad I'm here too. I take a big slug of my Pinot Noir, and then pull open the ribbon tied around the box. I take off the lid, smiling curiously at the black matte crepe paper inside, before I pull it aside and go very, very still. I am fairly confident this is not a gift from Taylor. And if it is, I have, well, several questions. Because it's not a bottle of wine, or a fruit basket, or a laser-etched lucite plaque, or something else your boss would send you for a job well done. Inside the box, I'm staring at the most erotic and provocative, skimpiest lingerie I've ever laid eyes on, bar none. My mouth falls open, my cheeks burning as I stare at the contents. The demi-bra is transparent black lace, with just enough fabric to basically, sort of, cup the undersides of your breasts without really covering much of anything. I start to pull the matching panties out, in the same delicate, black, see-through lace as the bra, before I stop, my eyes going wide. There's skimpy, and then there's, well, this. It's like a thong, but not really. The front is about 2 inches wide, leaning down to the gusset, which I realize as I hold them up, actually splits apart. My face blooms bright red as it clicks. Crotchless panties. They're freaking crotchless panties. The back is even flimsier, after the lace in the front splits into two, to not at all cover your vagina. It comes up the back over the ass in 2 strips, one over each cheek, to where they connect with the delicate waistband again. That's it. The box also contains lacy black thigh highs with a matching black lace garter belt. So no, this is pretty obviously not from Taylor. And it doesn't take much of a genius to figure out who did send it. Hades, clearly. Then I realize there's something else in the box. 2 something elses, actually. Both in smallish black satin boxes. I pick up the first, without the faintest idea what it could be as I open it. I immediately turn bright red. It's a vibrator. A little, shiny gold vibrator. The kind that's in a sort of U shape, where you slide one end up and inside, and the other end hugs the front against your clit. I mean, so I've heard. I shiver, chewing on my lip, as I stare at the outrageously sexy lingerie and the golden, or at least gold-plated, vibrator, courtesy of Hades' bloody Dracos. Which seriously begs the question, what the fuck is in the other box? Handcuffs? A freaking ball gag? I simmer with forbidden heat as I lift open the lid of the second box. Immediately, something hot pulses and sizzles in the pit of my stomach as I stare at the little bulbous toy sitting inside the box, also gold. It's a butt plug. The man got me a fucking golden butt plug. My hand trembles as I reach for it. My breath comes heavier as my fingertips brush over the polished surface and pick it up. It's heavy and thick, just like him. A throb of molten lust pulses through my body. Swallowing, I place the plug back in the box, which I set down on the coffee table. I breathe deeply as I let my eyes drink it all in. I've never owned anything like this. Never worn anything even close to this. And certainly never been given anything like this by anyone. My eyes dart to my phone. Stop. I shouldn't even engage. Oh, who am I kidding? Me. What the hell is all of this? Hades.
Are you just now working up the guts to text me? My courier dropped that off half an hour ago. And I know you're way too impatient to have waited this long to open it.
Shit. It's disturbing how inside my head he is. Me. It has nothing to do with courage. I was just deciding whether or not to throw it away. Hades.
We both know you're not going to do that.
Me. And if I do? Hades.
Another box just like it would arrive fairly quickly.
I shiver with excitement. Me. What is all of this? Hades.
You might only recently have gotten fucked for the first time, but don't pretend you don't know exactly what all of that is.
I roll my eyes. Me. I know what it is. I mean, what is all of this as it pertains to me? Or to you? Hades.
It's what you'll be wearing the next time I see you.
I snort. Me. You wish. Hades.
I don't wish. I demand. And you obey.
He's seriously unfucking believable. Real humans do not talk like this. And yet, here I am, grinning and blushing like a schoolgirl with a crush, playing his game. Very, very willingly. But just as I'm typing out a cheeky reply, the door to the apartment suddenly slams open. Fuck. Choking on my wine, I shove the extremely adult contents of the package back into the box. Then I jump up and bolt down the hall to my bedroom to shove it all in my closet. Outside my room, I hear Nora slamming the door to her own room shut. Shit. Time to put on my big sister hat. I step out of my room and knock on her door. Nora? Come in. Fear and worry stab into me at the soft, utterly broken tone of my sister's voice. I quickly push the door open. Nora? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Nora, honey, what's wrong? I sit on the bed next to her and wrap her in my arms as she cries her heart out. Hey, it's okay. Shh. It's okay. I'm here. I'm here. I stroke her hair as she clings to my arm, sobbing. Do you want to talk about it? Did something happen with someone at school? She shakes her head, then twists, lifting her eyes, blurry with tears, to mine. Some kids from school got jumped tonight. My brow furrows. Jumped as in mugged. As in, they got the shit beat out of them. Holy shit. It's why I ran over to Gemma's house. At first, we all thought they'd been in a fight, but it's a lot worse than that. Oh my God, Nora. My face falls as I hug her tightly. What happened? Who got hurt? She doesn't say anything. Hey, I smile, lifting her face to mine. You can tell me anything. You know that. Promise you won't get mad? 1000%. Theo Petrakis and Nick Eliades. The two boys who were over here smoking pot that day Hades drove me home. Two other guys too, Evan Chan and Kyle McMasters. But Nick and Theo got the worst of it. I wince. How bad? Nora shudders, choking back a sob. They're both in the hospital. Nick has a broken arm, broken leg, and a fractured eye socket. Jesus fucking Christ. He may be one of the little shits who tried to get my 15-year-old sister high, and that damn well better have been the extent of his plans for that evening. But still, he's just a kid. God, that's horrible, I murmur, hugging her closer. Nora's face pales. Theo got it even worse. I guess they knocked him out, then doused him with vodka, and lit him on fire. Holy shit. Oh my God, Nora, I'm so sorry. I squeeze her tightly. Did they catch the guys who did it? She shakes her head miserably. No. She suddenly shivers violently. They're still out there. Elsa, what if they're targeting kids from St. Mark's Academy? I shake my head quickly, pulling her tighter to me. No, Nora. No. Nobody is targeting anyone. It's horrible and senseless, but I'm sure it was just a random act of violence. I mean, they're all wealthy enough kids, from families with money. Maybe these guys who jumped them saw 4 teenagers with fancy watches and figured they were easy targets. But why hurt them so badly? Elsa, Theo is in really bad shape. And Nick's going to lose his spot on the Cornell hockey team next year. She shudders and tears up again. Why the fuck did they have to hurt them like that? I shake my head, rocking her. I don't know, Nora, I murmur quietly. But I'm sure it was just senseless, random violence. She doesn't need to know that both Theo's and Nick's fathers work for the Dracos family. She also doesn't need to dwell on the idea that being doused with vodka and lit on fucking fire is a pretty cut and dried brought for message. She also really doesn't need to know that suddenly I'm worried that something very, very bad is looming on the horizon.
Chapter 23. Hades. Technically speaking, I have an office at Thermopylae Acquisitions. I've just never once actually used it. To me, this whole city is my office. Sometimes my office is my home. Other times a bar or a cafe. Still others, the nature of the work I do for my family doesn't really entail an office at all. I mean, smashing someone's nose in or lighting their car on fire doesn't really come with a casual Friday dress code or mandatory holiday party. Today, since I am actually doing work, as opposed to hurting people or trashing their personal property, I'm at the family home on Central Park South. We lived here when we were kids, back before Mom died and our father moved us all to London, a city he always preferred to New York. Since we've returned, the full-time occupancy has dropped. Aries and Nev are in their glass and steel loft over on the west side. I've got my place in Brooklyn, though I do keep a room at the main house. And Deimos is in London, obviously. Which leaves Callie, Kratos, and of course Yaya, who never left at all. It's a comically large house for just 3 people, but it works for them. And I do love catching up on my work here, especially when I can set up shop outside like today. Even if that work entails answering emails, which is arguably my least favorite thing in the world to do. Who the fuck still even sends emails? I barely ever check mine. We all have smartphones. Why are we not just texting? Email is all just digital junk mail these days anyway. But as I am doing my least favorite activity, I'm also taking breaks roughly every 2 minutes to check my phone. Like a complete fucking jackass. Because obviously I'm compulsively looking for anything from Elsa. Because also, obviously, I have somehow turned into one of those incredibly lame, simpering guys who checks his phone every 98 seconds to see if the girl he likes has texted him. It's all incredibly pathetic and uncool. But it's been a few quiet days on the Elsa front, since the night I sent her the lingerie and the toys. I'm actually regretting sending those, because it seems to have shut her right the fuck up. She went completely offline that night without really ending our text conversation, which is unusual for her. She gave me some bullshit excuse the next day about her sister needing her or something. But even after that, it's been a few days without much of anything besides the odd message here and there. I can tell myself all I like that she's busy and married to her job and all that shit. Or that Crown and Black has a giant gala event for their high-roller clients tomorrow night that's probably eating up a bunch of her time. But still. I glance at the phone for the umpteenth time. Still nothing. You fucking pathetic pussy. Well, now I get why you're never actually at the office. I turn, nodding at Aries as he walks across the garden to where I'm sitting at the outdoor dining table. He drops into a chair across from me and drums his fingers on the top of the table. What can I say, Aries? I'm just living that vagabond life. Midtown, Brooklyn, Little Odessa, K-Town. The world is my oyster. Who knows where I'll end up next? He smirks, shaking his head before his brow furrows. I need to ask you something. Shoot. You're not going to like it. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. He gives me his signature Big Brother Aries stop fucking around look. I shut my mouth. What's going on with you and Elsa? Shit. I clear my throat. Elaborate? Come on, man. Don't make me wade through the bullshit. I know you're seeing her. I'm not seeing her, Hades. I scowl at his scolding tone. And what if I am, anyway? It's none of your concern or business. Actually, it literally is. Because you know we've been trying to get her to come work for the family full-time. And because you're you, Hades. My lips curl. And this is the one woman I cannot have running off or losing her shit because you fuck her over or make promises you're never going to keep. Oh, fuck off, Aries. I'm not trying to be an asshole here, brother. He growls. I'm really, really not. But even now, as our person at Crown and Black, she's an important part of our business, and you're... Fuck you, I hiss. You know why I'm the way I am. Aries looks away, his jaw tight and his face grim. I know, man. He finally says quietly, turning back. He reaches across the table, gripping my shoulder firmly as he nods. Look, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to imply that you're this man whore who's obviously just only ever thinking with his dick and who will obviously do anything, maybe ruin everything, just to get laid. I didn't say that. You kind of did. He sighs. So you're seeing her, yeah? I look away. It's complicated. Well, let me simplify it then, since it's obvious neither of you have thought this through. Aries, so help me God, if you try and dad me right now, I'll fucking snap. I'm not trying to dad anyone, he barks. I'm trying to help you. Really? Is that what this is? He rolls his eyes. Man, have you even thought about how badly this could blow up in her face? She's worked her ass off her entire life to get this position. And she's in a professional relationship with our family. Are you even aware that you sleeping with her creates a massive ethics violation? Yeah, but it's like jaywalking. No one enforces. She could be disbarred, Hades. Or at the very least, if Taylor, Gabriel, or Alistair finds out, they could fire her. They'd almost have to fire her to cover their own asses legally. I'm silent. Fuck. Admittedly, I didn't actually know that. But it doesn't change a thing. Not when she's under my fucking skin and haunting my every waking moment like a fucking addiction. Hades. You know what, man? I stand. The office has been a real grind today, so I'm taking a lunch. He exhales, shoving his fingers through his hair. Look, I'm sorry. Do us both a favor, and stay the absolute fuck out of my personal life. Case closed. Okay? He sucks on his teeth, but then he nods. Anything else we need to chat about? Yeah, actually. He sighs. But you're going to like it even less. Jesus Christ, now what? Serge Mirzoyan's reached out with a personal ask. He floated the idea of you taking Vanya as your date to the Crown and Black Gala tomorrow night. I snort, rolling my eyes and looking away. Then I realize he's serious. Wait, you're not fucking with me? Nope. Look, I know you're not a fan of hers, but I sigh. But it's a request from Serge. And if he says jump and we ask how high, that puts us in a good position to close this deal before Gavin can muscle in on it. Aries sighs. Well, yeah. I grit my teeth. Fine. I'm really leaving now. He'd also like for you to come over today to meet with her, get reacquainted. He grimaces. And formally ask his permission to take her to the Crown and Black thing. It's a fucking gala, not a wedding chapel. He sighs again. I know, and I don't enjoy asking you to do this, but he shrugs. All Serge is asking for is for you to wine and dine his daughter a bit and play nice with him. I think it might help us. A lot, actually. I grimace. Fuck it. Fine. Aries nods. Thank you. Really. I appreciate it. Don't worry about it. I mutter before I turn back to him. And you did enjoy asking me to do this, didn't you, asshole? He grins. Maybe a little. Maybe go fuck yourself a little. Chapter 24. Hades. Ah, Mr. Dracos. Serge Mirzoyan hauls himself to his feet from the couch in the office of his lavish Bronx mansion, grinning at me. Come, please sit. The gruff-looking man in the suit who led me here from the front door nods at his boss and closes the door to the office on his way out. Serge is a big bruiser type, the kind of guy who built his empire out of brutality and by chopping hands off his enemies. And it shows. He's got the cauliflower ears of a street fighter, the scarred face of a man who's gone to war a couple of times, and the wealth and power of a man who's not only won those wars, but crushed his enemies. All that said, he's extremely charming. At least right now he is. I've only met him maybe once before, just in passing, so I have no idea. But I have the feeling I'm getting a little bit of a red carpet rolled out for me. He strides over and takes my hand, giving it an almost ridiculously firm shake as he grins. A drink, yes? That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Mirzoyan. Please, my friends call me Serge. Are we friends, then? He glances over his shoulder at me from the bar cart. I would very much like that, Mr. Dracos. Then it's just Hades, Serge. He chuckles, bringing me a glass of something clear, and I hide my smile. I can smell the anise from 3 feet away. Yeah, if he's pouring traditional Greek ouzo for me, he's rolling out the red carpet. And I'm suddenly wondering if maybe Gavin's gotten bored of this ongoing battle over Serge's empire and has backed off. It would certainly explain Serge cuddling up to me. He clinks his glass to mine. Guess what? Stiniamas. We drink and he nods. To a wonderful future, and to burying whatever bad blood there was between our families. It lies in the past. Yes. Maybe Serge really is over the fact that my father killed his, something like 30 years ago. Maybe he's not. Either way, money talks. And 150 million fucking yells. I know things have dragged on perhaps a little longer than you would have liked with your family's purchase of my business. But I need to do what is best for my children and their future. This, I hope you can understand. You want to get the most money possible, of course. I grin. Yes, I can completely understand that. Money doesn't buy happiness, but it sure covers up a lot of bullshit. Serge chuckles, clinking his glass to mine. Exactly. I was just telling my good friend. The door to the study bangs open loudly. When I turn, I cock a brow as I lay eyes on Malik, Serge's douchebag of a son. What the fuck is he doing here, Papa? I resist the urge to roll my eyes. I mean, yes, as I understand it, Serge's decision to sell his empire rather than pass it down to his kids hasn't gone over so well with either of them. But this isn't just Malik being pissed about that. He's always this much of a prick. I know Malik and Vanya from Harvard. Malik was in my grade, and Vanya was 2 years younger. Their father is an immigrant with lots of money, so of course he sent them to the flashiest, most prestigious school he could. Vanya actually managed to graduate. Malik got kicked out for literally never going to class, and assaulting a professor, and driving his G-Wagon into the side of an administration building while he was drunk, and selling coke, and, well, just basically being a trust fund douchebag pretending to be gangster. He's somehow both a coward and a hothead, and Serge is wise to sell his empire rather than leave it to him. If he thinks his empire would last 2 weeks under Malik's guidance, he's being generous. I mean, the dude put out a rap album 3 years ago under the name Pussy Slayer, without a shred of irony or satire involved. That tells you everything you need to know about Malik Mirzoyan, right fucking there. Hesht! Serge snaps at his son, glaring at him. He's our guest, Malik. He's a fucking invader, is what he is. He pulls his contemptuous gaze to me. You have no business in my home, Dracos. I smile politely. How's the rap industry these days, Malik? He scowls. The game is rigged, thanks to the Jews. Right. There's also the fun little fact that Malik is a raging neo-Nazi fuckwad. So that's a nice cherry on top of the whole steaming pile of shit that he already is. We've talked about this, Malik. Serge chides his son. The Dracos family has made a generous offer. To pillage what is rightfully mine, he spits. Barbarians at the fucking gates. Malik! Even I flinch at the booming sound of Serge dropping his civilized rich guy with the big house act and revealing the street brawler hiding underneath. You will leave us, he snarls at his son. Now. Malik glares at me, muttering something in Albanian before he whirls on his heel and storms out of the room. Serge sighs heavily. You have my sincere apologies, Hades. It's not a problem. I shrug. I sometimes have that effect on people. He's upset about the direction I've chosen to go. Please forgive him. Of course, Serge. Fuck off, Malik. And he's angry about the girl. There was a marriage proposal recently concerning the daughter of a would-be ally that... Serge's brow furrows. Well, he's no longer favorable to a traditional man like my son. I'm sure there are plenty of other fish in the sea for a man like Malik. The older Mirzoyan pointedly clears his throat. Yes, well... Anyway, I wanted you to come here today because I wanted to ask a favor of you. He wants me to bring Vanya to this fucking gala tomorrow. I already know this. He already knows I know this. But Serge is so old school that we're gonna do this whole, allow me the honor of taking your daughter to the dance bullshit routine. Whatever. Anything I can do, Serge? He nods. The Crown and Black Gala tomorrow evening. I do some business with Gabriel Black, and as such, I've received an invitation. Unfortunately, I have a work engagement, but it would break my daughter's heart not to go. She so loves these things. I smile benignly, grinding my teeth on the inside. Would you do me the honor of taking her as your date? She'd be over the moon to walk in there on your arm, my friend. In every other situation but this one, I would say no. I somehow got through 4 years of Harvard almost perpetually drunk or fucked up on coke, which I don't touch anymore. There's a lot of those 4 years I don't remember as anything more than a haze. But I remember Vanya. Back then, the image I had of Vanya Mirzoyan was that of a fairly vapid, hard-partying, trust fund mob princess type. I sort of remember her trying to get with me a few times and me saying no every time. But I absolutely remember the time she cornered me, when I was too drunk to say no, even if every cell in my body was screaming it. I don't get drunk out of my mind and have sex because I fucking despise it. It brings back all of those dark memories from when I was younger. I was beyond wasted the night Vanya shoved me into a dark bedroom at a party and tried to blow me. I was so drunk and so petrified by the flashbacks that I sort of lay back and just let it happen until I simply couldn't take it anymore. I finally bolted from the room and we've never spoken since. So no, escorting her to a fucking gala isn't exactly high on my wish list. But the other reason, for reasons I'm not sure I'm even ready to think about, is that Elsa will be there too. She'll be there, and she'll watch me walk in with some other woman. And I have a feeling that's not going to go over very well. I might be possessive as fuck, probably to a psycho degree. Frankly, I'm surprised it hasn't scared her off yet. But she's got that streak too. I've seen it in her eyes when the subject of me with other women or my past has come up. But I'm stuck. I can't actually say no to Serge, because this favor is clearly part of our deal. And there's way too much money on the table for me to let my own shit get in the way of my family's success. I'd be honored to take her, Serge. He beams widely, clapping me heartily on the shoulder. Excellent, my friend. Excellent. She's here right now, actually. Would you like to talk details about tomorrow? Maybe you could coordinate your tie to her dress or something. I don't know how these things work. Well, I'm sure she and I can speak on the phone. Nope. Serge marches right past me, flings open the door and bellows, "Vanya!" He turns to smile at me. I hear the sound of heels clicking on marble floors as she approaches, and suddenly Serge's daughter walks in, dark hair billowing around her like a villain's cloak. She gives me a polished, practiced smile. "Hades, so good to see you again." "Likewise," I mutter. Serge beams. "Well, I'll let you two discuss. Hades, my thanks again." I nod as he steps out and closes the door. Then we're alone. Vanya sighs, her shoulders relaxing a hair as she wanders over to the bar cart and pours herself a vodka. "So, it looks like you're my date for tomorrow," she says dryly. "Great," I growl. She sighs, cocking her hip as she eyes me. "Look, I know you don't like me very much, Hades." I snort. I wonder why. She shrugs. "I actually have wondered that. I thought we got along okay back at school, you know. I've always assumed it's because I wouldn't fuck you." I stare at her in disbelief, my jaw tight. "Are you joking?" No." I laugh coldly. "You have no idea why I might not be your biggest fan." "I genuinely don't. But I also don't care that much, Hades. So it's okay. We can go to this dumb gala thing tomorrow, because my father is insisting that I go. And I'm guessing he's holding your deal over your head to make you go as well. So we can go, get drunk, not talk to each other, and call it a night. Sound good?" The gall of this woman is unbelievable. "You seriously don't remember what happened at that frat party at the Sigma house? Your freshman year, my junior one?" "Hades, that was like 9 years ago. I really don't. Sorry." Anger begins to make my blood boil. "It was a Halloween party. Your freshman year." She looks at me like I've got two heads. "Hades." "You were wearing a Cleopatra costume with a gold mask," I hiss. "I was drunk, Vanya. Very drunk. And you used that to—" "Hades, I wasn't in the country on Halloween my freshman year of Harvard. My father paid for me and some girlfriends to fly to Ibiza." My face darkens. "That's bullshit." "It's not?" She frowns. "Why would I lie about that? And what exactly do you think happened between us anyway?" "You really want to go there, Vanya?" "I've already told you I don't really care. But you seem to. Look, it's not like I actively dislike you, Hades." She shrugs. "We've just never run in the same circle. We didn't back then when I was a party girl. The only party girl at school who wouldn't screw you because I had some self-respect. And we don't now, either. Trust me. So if you want to go there, please, by all means." "You found me so fucking drunk I could barely see straight, shoved me into a room, and tried to suck my dick even though I was telling you to fucking stop." I snap. "And don't give me that fucking a guy can't say no bullshit," I hiss. "Because I fucking did." Her brow worries, and her face pales a little. "That happened to you?" she says quietly. I glare at her. "Hades," Vanya says gently, walking toward me. "I'm so sorry." "I don't want your fucking apologies." "I was in Ibiza, Hades. I'm really, truly sorry that someone did that to you. It's awful." Her face darkens as she looks away. "I woke up to a guy trying to put his hand down my pants in the basement of a party once, my senior year." Her eyes raise to mine. "I mean, if you ever want to talk about it. My blood is roaring in my ears. It was you. I know it was you, Vanya. You wore a Cleopatra... Wait, Halloween my freshman year. She frowns, trying to remember. Cleopatra? Then she purses her lips. Whitney fucking Gerard, she says quietly. Excuse me? Whitney Gerard. She was in my dorm freshman year. Dark hair, and her mother is Albanian, so we have a similar complexion. She blinks, shaking her head. She wore a Cleopatra costume that Halloween. Definitely. And she told everyone you two were dating for like a month after. I remember distinctly, because she had these Polaroids of the two of you hugging at that party, tacked up on her dorm door. You both looked pretty wasted. The room blurs. Fuck. I'm vaguely aware of Vanya approaching, and of me flinching a little when she puts her hand on my arm, then relaxing. You want to sit? I nod, letting her guide me to the couch. Here. She hands me a glass of whiskey. I mumble a thanks and knock it back in one gulp. I'm so sorry, Hades. Oh my God. Fuck, Whitney. What an utter piece of shit. I nod. Is that why you've never liked me? I glance over at her sitting next to me. Mostly. I smile wryly. That, and I kind of always thought of you as this trust fund mob princess brat. She grins. I mean, I am a trust fund mob princess brat. I chuckle. But I've accepted that. Malik is all bent out of shape about this deal. But please. She rolls her eyes. I mean, he can't unclog a toilet without calling for help. There's no chance he could lead our father's empire. He's just power hungry. That's why he's pissed. I frown. I was under the impression both of you were upset about the sale. She snorts. Me? No. No, Hades. I just want the cash. Not power. Not an empire. I just want to spend the rest of my life on a beach somewhere, where women who look like Gal Gadot dressed as Wonder Woman reapply my sunblock and keep my wine glass topped up. She grins as heat creeps into her face. That was my awkward way of telling you I've realized I'm gay, by the way. Something my father refuses to acknowledge, hence you being my date for tomorrow. Yeah, getting rub-downs from Wonder Woman is kind of a giveaway. She laughs, still a little embarrassed. I smile curiously. I didn't actually know that about you. No, you wouldn't. I'm fairly private about it. So why tell me? She shrugs. Because you told me something I'm guessing you don't tell many people. It seemed fair. Today is 100% not going as I expected it would. And I'm very okay with that. I don't suppose I can sweeten the pot at all to get you to help me push this deal through. You don't have to sweeten anything. I'm already pushing for it. And my dad... She breaks, and suddenly she starts to cry. Shit. Hey, I've got you. I wrap a platonic arm around Vanya's shoulders, giving her support as she sniffs back the tears and dabs at her face. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. I'm sorry. Don't be. I frown. Are you okay? She looks down. No, actually. She chokes out another sob as she raises red, puffy eyes to mine. He's got cancer, Hades. My dad, I mean. He just found out recently that it's terminal. I wince. Jesus. I'm so fucking sorry, Vanya. Thanks. She sniffs. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. But That's mainly why he's doing all this. He doesn't have a lot of time, Hades. I don't want the Empire, and Malik would be a disaster if he got it. So that's why Dad's burying the past between our families and making this deal. Christ. I kind of feel a little guilty now, knowing how much one of the properties we're about to purchase from Serge is actually going to be worth someday. But it is what it is. Vanya and her brother will get a massive payout, and he'll be dead anyway. Vanya's face twists as she looks up at me. I shouldn't have said that. Please. I'm not going to use your dad being sick as a negotiating tactic, Vanya. I growl quietly. Her lips twist. The Russians would. Well, I won't. And neither will my brother. Thank you. Of course. But thank you for confirming that Gavin is also after your father's empire.
Chapter 25. Elsa. You're not bringing anyone tonight? I'm in the research library at work. A gorgeous, glass-walled room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves full of legal texts. I've been poring over case studies until my eyes blur, but I push the work in front of me aside when Fumi enters. What? To the gala? You're not bringing anyone? Says who? She smirks, holding up the tablet in her hand. Says the RSVP list. Oh, I shrug. Nah, I was going to bring Nora, but she made plans with her friends instead and ditched me. Brutal. I snicker. I'll live. Are you bringing anyone? Fumi makes a very dry, very Simpsons-inspired ha-ha sound. I thought you were giving apps a try. Oh, I was, for about 30 seconds. But as it turns out, men are awful. Breaking news, I know. I make a face. That bad? The number of wieners I've been shown without asking to see them is a legitimately terrifying commentary on the state of the world. Like, who does that? Hi, what do you do for work? What do you like to eat? Anyway, here's a photo of my not very impressive worm of a dick. Can we fuck now? I snort out a laugh as she shakes her head in despair. Elsa, it's brutal out there. I'm telling you. I mean, I could kind of wrap my head around it if you had a nice-looking dick, right? I mean, if you've got a supermodel cock? I mean, sure. Probably still ask first. But if it's that nice? Yeah, maybe I'm down to take a peek, you know? I'm cracking up. First, because Fumi is fucking hilarious. And second, because laughing covers the sudden redness suffusing my face, since I'm now thinking very hard about the dick pictures Hades sent me the other day. But holy shit! Please, spare me those badly lit, blurry shots of your micro-dicks. And why the fuck is there always a toilet in the background? I mean, if I'm taking pictures of my pussy, that shit is going to be Glamour City. Not taken in some fucking toilet. Like, have a little respect for your privates, right? I almost fall out of my chair laughing. Looks like your boyfriend is coming tonight. That knocks the laughter right out of me. I stiffen and stare at her. Excuse me? Fumi grins and sings his name at me. Hades Dracos. I sputter, quickly shaking my head. He's not my boyfriend. Well, he's clearly something. Absolutely not. For fuck's sake, he's a client, Fumi. Yeah, I've got clients too, girl. Even a few that are almost as criminally hot as Hades. But I'm not the one getting dragged off to my office by any of them to get fucked silly for an hour in the middle of the workday. My eyes widen and my face burns brighter than the sun. Fumi, I swallow. I did not. We had a meeting. You do understand that I'm not a fucking idiot, right? Like, you know that? My lips pressed together tightly, my cheeks still tingling. Yeah, I mumble. I know that. Cool. Just wanted to clear that up. I give her a wry smile as I finally force myself to look her in the eye. Fumi arches her brows, sighing. So, not your boyfriend? No. But nothing. He's my client, Fumi. That would be completely unethical. Uh-huh, she sighs dryly. Sure. And I could get into heaps of trouble for it. Gotcha. Which is why you definitely are not... She uses her fingers to make air quotes. Hooking up with Hades Dracos. Fumi! Elsa! I roll my eyes. She laughs, then sighs. I'm not going to say a word. Relax. Plus, trust me, there are way more egregious breaches of counsel-client entanglements going on in this place than you and Hades. My jaw drops. Who? She drags a finger across her lips. Steel trap. I say nothing. I grin. So, Hades. I sigh. Complicated. The actual dictionary definition of complicated. Well, he's certainly easy on the eyes. I blush, and Fumi laughs. I'm just saying, if someone had to send me a dick pic, solicited or otherwise, and that person was Hades Dracos, I'm not sure I'd complain that much. You can say that again. Shit. I did not just say that out loud. Except I just did. Fuck. Fumi giggles, waggling her brows at me. Oh, it's like that, is it? I groan, burying my face in my hands. I plead the fifth. Bullshit. How big are we talking here? Oh my God, really? Yes? She holds her hands out and moves them closer and further apart, like she's measuring. This? Or this? I am not talking about this with you. Which almost always means it's either tragically tiny or porn star huge. And given the glazed look in your eyes after he left the other day, I'm gonna go with door number 2 on that one. My face burns hotly as I shake my head at her. You're a lunatic. She laughs, dropping her eyes back to her tablet. Then her brow furrows. What? She purses her lips, still staring at the screen. He's really not your boyfriend, right? No, definitely not. Okay, good. I don't have to murder him then. And why would you have to do that? Because he's got a +1 on his RSVP for tonight. Something black and vengeful suddenly rises up inside of me, snarling. Something that rips through me with sharp claws and leaves me wanting to scream, or break something, or both. Oh? I say thinly. Fumi arches her brows. Yeah, a Vanya Mirzoyan? Oh, cool. I look away. No, fuck that. Fumi, we're not a couple or anything. Well, still, that's fucking bullshit. You need to make him sweat that he didn't bring you. What? No, I don't care. Sure you don't. I glare at her, but she does this ridiculous pout-face glare right back at me that always cracks me up, and I laugh. You're getting ready at my place tonight before the gala. We need to make sure you're all dressed up. I dress up? Elsa, I love you. But your idea of dressing up makes it look like you've got a hot date with a deposition. We need you dressed up like you've got a hot date with big porn star dick. I groan, blushing. We need you looking like Princess Diana in the revenge dress after Charles stuck his dick in Camilla. Fumi, no negotiating. It's happening. Trust me. You're going to look hot. She's not wrong. 8 hours later, after I grudgingly submit to Fumi's glow-up makeover, I walk into the gala feeling like a freaking movie star. I even stop in the foyer of the Plaza Hotel, where the event is being held, to glance at myself in one of the floor-length, golden-edged mirrors. Heat tingles through my cheeks as I grin. I mean, damn, self. There's a hint, maybe much, much more than a hint, of truth to what Fumi said earlier. I don't really ever dress up. At least, not like this. Not glamorously. But tonight, I'm wearing this stunning, cherry-red Alexander McQueen gown of Fumi's, which fits me perfectly, and might be the most gorgeous dress I've ever worn. Sleeveless, floor-length, with a high neck in front, and scooping all the way down to the small of my back, with a slit all the way up to my thigh. I've got on matching red, towering heels, and Fumi spent about 45 minutes turning my straw-straight hair into a flowing, wavy masterpiece that tumbles past my shoulders. I've literally never once dressed like this in my life, and honestly, I really like it. Fumi took so much time getting me ready that she herself is arriving a little later. So for now, I'm flying solo as I float through the doors into the main event hall where the gala is being held. My. I blush, turning as Taylor waltzes over, looking absolutely stunning in a cream-white gown that belongs on a red carpet somewhere, or in a royal palace. I love this color on you. I grin bashfully. Thanks. It's actually Fumi's. Well, it's freaking stunning on you. You should wear red more often. Thanks. I beam. And oh my god, you look incredible too. Taylor waves a hand. I usually hate these things. So does Gabriel. These are more Alistair's bag. But you gotta smile for the cameras and kiss some rings here and there, right? Do you? She laughs. Well, when you make equity partner next year, you'll find out just how unfun it really is at the top. I blink. Taylor stiffens, making a face before she smiles awkwardly at me. I did just say that out loud, didn't I? You can totally take it back. She grins. You should probably pretend you didn't hear that. But, spoiler alert, we're fast-tracking you. You're crushing it, Elsa. And with the yearly partnership review coming up in 5 months, the brothers and I are in full agreement. You should be bumped up to equity. My eyes threaten to fall out of their sockets. Oh my god, Taylor! Thank you! She grins, hugging me before pulling back. It's not charity. You've worked your ass off, Elsa. For us, and to get here in the first place. You've earned this. I swallow, shaking with the adrenaline rush of it all. Equity partner. Like, fuck. Wow. Taylor, thank you so... She grins. Really? Keep that on the down low for now, okay? For sure. She grins, turning to snag 2 flutes of champagne from a passing tray and then passing me one. Cheers. To you, and to your long and fruitful career at Crown and Black. I end up having 2 more glasses of champagne with Taylor, because how do you say no when it's your boss? And when she's just told you you're getting the promotion of a lifetime, which, by the way, comes with about a 400% pay bump. Literally. So by the time she gives me one last hug before going to make the rounds, I'm feeling great. Which is to say, drunk. Drunk enough that I flat out ignore Leo when he strides in with Gavin Serenko and glares at me from across the ballroom. Drunk enough that when he does manage to corner me and try and grab me by the wrist, I simply shrug him off and disappear into the crowd. No, I'm feeling too good right now to deal with his shit or his threats. They'll still be there tomorrow anyway. Tonight, nothing can bring me down. I make the rounds myself, talking to a few of our VIP clients. Alistair introduces me to a handsome, older Scottish guy named Cormac Heath, a client of Crown and Black that I've never met before. I'm stunned when I'm introduced to his wife and realize she's the super famous modern artist, Ella Viers. I mean, I've seen her work hanging in the Tate Modern in London, for God's sake. So when she tells me she loves my dress, it's sort of a surreal moment. I drink more champagne and enjoy the conversation and focus on all the amazingly good things in my life. But then, laughing at something Cormac just said, I turn and my eyes lock onto Hades, looking sinfully hot in a black tux, with a pretty brunette hanging off his arm, in a dress that makes mine look like rags. I shoot daggers at him, even if he can't see me through the crowd. I've never seen Hades dressed up. His go-to seems to be dark jeans and white t-shirts, or occasionally, business casual slacks with a button-up shirt, no tie. But in a tux? Sweet Jesus. It's positively criminal. He looks like a fucking movie star at the premiere of his superhero action film. It's a chiseled jaw, combined with the slightly longer dark hair and the piercing blue eyes, the high cheekbones, the broad and muscled shoulders. The general fuck the world, devil-may-care, cavalier, cocky attitude that swirls around him like smoke. Or maybe it's just the fact that when I look at Hades, I see pure sin. I see a man who has pushed me past every boundary I have and left me gasping there, aching for more. Right this second, though, I see a man who has recently managed to occupy roughly 85% of my thoughts, walking into the gala with someone else. And it makes me furious, even though I know that's not fair, and that I have no right to feel this way. But fuck that. I do. I grab a flute of champagne off another tray. I'm still glaring at Hades and the little princess hanging off his arm as I drink, before I realize the glass went down way too fast. Good thing there's more champagne at this thing. A lot more. I only hope it's enough to turn off the part of me that can't stop thinking about him.
Chapter 26. Hades. Holy fuck. I spot Elsa the second I walk into the ballroom of the plaza. She looks amazing. So amazing that I don't realize I've just stepped on Vanya's foot in her open-toed shoes until she winces and grabs my arm. Ouch! Sorry, I mutter, still not looking away from Elsa. She's talking to some older dude in a tux, along with a younger woman who damn well better be his wife, seeing as how Elsa is cracking up at whatever dumb joke he's just made. I'm going to go make the rounds. Vanya pats my arm before disentangling herself. If you're going to the bar, could you get me a red wine? Something expensive and old. I chuckle. Such a trust fund brat. Yep. She grins before disappearing into the crowd. I make my way to the bar, ignoring the suits who try and stop me for a chat. I order a whiskey and a glass of something red without getting specific. Please, it's the Crown and Black Gala at the Plaza. All the wine is old and expensive. A dark figure leans against the bar next to me. I turn, and suddenly I find myself eye to eye with Gavin Sarenko. Of all the gin joints, He muses, a tight smile on his chiseled face. Funny, I wouldn't have pegged you for a Casablanca fan. I think it's fairly safe to assume we don't know a thing about one another, Hades. I give him a flat smile in return. Well, maybe that's for the best. If you'll excuse me. Interesting move, by the way. I shouldn't be talking to this motherfucker for about 1,000,000 reasons. The Albanian acquisition. The bullshit he pulled with buying Jaden Robinson's warehouse. The fact that Donnie Petrakis' and Jason Eliade's sons were both jumped recently, and that Theo Petrakis had Russian vodka fucking poured on him before he was lit on goddamn fire. Clearly the appropriate diplomatic response to Gavin right now is to walk the fuck away before we get into a full-blown shootout in the middle of the fucking plaza. Unfortunately, diplomacy has always been just about my very weakest suit. Smiling thinly, I turn back to him. And what move is that? Bringing Vanya Mirzoyan as your date tonight. I think the really interesting move, Gavin, I growl, is lighting kids on fucking fire. His brow darkens. Theo Petrakis. Yes, I heard about that. Oh, I'm sure you fucking did. His jaw tightens. You don't honestly believe I'm capable of that, do you? Honestly? I shrug. I do, actually. He snorts, shaking his head as he sips the Belvedere on the rocks the bartenders just poured him. I'm insulted. Well, maybe you could go strong-arm another old-timer into selling you a warehouse you don't need to make yourself feel better. His lips curl at the corners. Who says I have no need for Mr. Robinson's warehouse? You're playing games with the wrong family, I mutter. I wasn't aware any of this was a game at all, Hades. But if you're just having fun, he snarls. Perhaps you could stop sniffing around Serge Mirzoyan and save us both a lot of headaches. Gavin, I wouldn't dodge a speeding train if it would save you a headache. He smiles. Perhaps you were right before. About excusing yourself before we even started this conversation. I'm not sure we have anything to talk about, if this is how we're going to behave. Ah, I'm all broken up. He shakes his head, lifting his glass in a toast. Enjoy your evening, Hades. Eat a bag of dicks, Gavin. I glare at his back as he disappears into the crowd. I'm about to slam back my whiskey and order 5 more when Vanya shoves herself against the bar next to me. What's the holdup on that wine? Russian embargo. She arches a brow. Huh. I did see Leo Stavrin prowling about. I figured the one holding his leash was probably around here as well. Your father is talking to them too, isn't he? I lock eyes with her. The Reznikov bratva, I mean. She nods. He is. I turn, stabbing my gaze through the crowd, looking for Gavin. When I find him, my jaw clenches tight. What the fuck? Standing right next to the Russian prick is a familiar dash of white blonde in a stunning red dress. Elsa. I want to tell myself to leave it alone. Gavin is a client of Taylor Crown's, and it makes perfect sense for he and Elsa to be speaking in passing at a Crown and Black function. Except I fucking hate it. I hate how close he's standing to her. And I see fucking red as her gown, when he leans down and murmurs something into her fucking ear. Hades? My face is dark as I glance back at Vanya. Sorry. What would I have to do to throw a stick into the spokes of that situation? She smirks. Of my father talking with Gavin Tsarenko? Yes, and by stick, I mean lit fucking dynamite. She nods slowly. There is something, actually. I'm all ears. The whole thing is coming from Malik. He's been hanging around with some of the guys in Leo Stavrin's crew for years, trying to look tough. I frown. You can't hang around your own family's crews to look tough. Not when they all hate him and think he's a joke. I snicker. Malik's the one that brought Leo to my father. And then Leo brought in Gavin. My dad's willing to hear the Russians out, and I'll be honest, I'm sure he'd be perfectly fine with this thing turning into a bidding war between your family and Gavin. But the thing is, he hates the Russians. Because of the turf war between your family and them about a year ago? She nods. From what I hear, Gavin's still got an axe to grind about that. I continue. Your father's men killed his top captain. Yeah, she mutters. That was after the Reznikovs shot up a car they thought my father was in. He wasn't, as it turned out. But the woman he'd been dating for almost 6 years after our mom died was. He was planning on marrying her. Shit. I'm sorry. She nods. Thanks. Samantha. I really liked her, actually. And yet your dad is still entertaining Gavin's proposals on this deal? Her mouth twists. Money talks, I guess. But he still fucking hates the Russians. So how's he feel about Malik hanging out with them? He's forbidden it. Literally threatening to write Malik out of his will if he keeps doing it. My brow arches. Interesting. So, if you can prove to my father that Malik is still chummy with Leo's crew, Dad'll lose his shit. I don't know if it'll torpedo the talks with Gavin, but it might. I nod, grinning. Thank you. You're most welcome. I grin as I clink my glass to hers. You know what, Vanya? We should have cleared this up between us years ago. She laughs. Cleared what up? I blink, whirling to see Elsa glaring absolute death at Vanya, her hip cocked aggressively, and her face very, very flushed. Judging from the lopsided way she's holding the almost empty champagne flute in her hand, I'm guessing she's drunk. And looking stabby as fuck right now. Vanya smiles cordially, unfazed. Oh, a misunderstanding between us from years ago. Hi, I'm trying to suck his dick. Yikes. Vanya looks more shocked than offended. But suddenly I realize I was way off when I thought Elsa was just drunk. She's shit-faced. Okay? Vanya glances at me sideways before smiling at Elsa. I'm sorry, you might be confusing me with someone else. Hades and I are old friends. No, you're absolutely right. Except it comes out more like, you're absolutely right, with the way Elsa is slurring. I clear my throat. Elsa. Yes, I must be confusing you with the thousands of women orbiting him, trying to get a little piece of him. Believe me. Vanya's smile is getting less polite. That is not the case here. No? You're pawing all over him with your tits half out just because? Elsa jolts as I grab her upper arm and drop my mouth to her ear. Stop it, I growl. You're way out of line and I don't think you realize it. She shakes my hand off. What? I'm fine. You're not. Well, Elsa drawls at Vanya. At least I can tell by the way you're walking that he hasn't fucked you yet tonight. So there's that. Jesus fucking Christ. Vanya's brow knits. Oh my God. Wait, are you two... It's just screwing, Elsa says venomously. That's it. Nothing more. No big fucking deal. Vanya smiles not at all cordially by now at Elsa as her eyes dart to mine. I'm sorry. I think I'm getting dragged into the middle of something. You know what? I'd say maybe he hasn't screwed you yet because you're so fucking boring, Elsa slurs. But maybe that's actually his type. So get on up there, sister. Ride that cock... Hey! Excuse us, I hiss to Vanya, who gives me an arched brow and a nod as I grab Elsa and drag her away and out a side door. Get your fucking hands off... She gasps as I slam her against the wall of the quiet hallway. You are way out of fucking line, I growl. Oh, I'm sorry, she coos sarcastically. Did I offend your piece of ass for the night? No, you insulted the daughter of a somewhat dangerous crime lord, but yeah, no problem. She scowls. It's fine. You're wasted. Hades, why are you wasting your time with me? Her voice suddenly goes soft and quiet, with a broken edge to it. Her throat bobs as she drags her big hazel eyes up to mine, her face falling. Why are you even bothering with a mere mortal like me? She's always so full of piss and vinegar, and so full of this all-business confidence that seeing her so vulnerable like this is almost heartbreaking. You could have any woman in this city, Hades. Elsa, so why are you wasting your time with me? I shrug my jacket off, draping it around her shoulders. Come on, I'm taking you home. We're barely a block from the plaza when movement in the passenger seat next to me catches my eye. I turn and my jaw clenches. Shit. Guess I got your attention. Elsa's still beyond drunk, but besides angry and sad, drunk Elsa is also apparently horny Elsa. Because right now she's turned herself sideways in the passenger seat with the slit of her dress open, giving me a really good view of her white lace panties. Elsa, you're drunk. So? Her hand slides up her soft, creamy thigh. My eyes return to the road, but then dart right back to her. I watch as her fingers tease over the waistband of her panties, and then suddenly slide right into them. Fuck. I'm not going to mess around with a wasted woman, especially when I'm stone-cold sober myself. But I'm only human. And watching Elsa's face melt, her eyes rolling back as her finger strokes her pussy under her panties, has me hard in seconds. Very, very hard. Does this make you want me? You know it does, I growl. Elsa, that would make a dead man want you. She blushes. But you don't have to do a thing to make me want you. My eyes lock with hers. I always fucking want you. She shivers, chewing on her lip and then moaning softly as her fingers tease at her pussy. Do you want me right now? Yes. Of course I do. I always do. Day and night, no matter what the fuck else I have going on or should be thinking about or concentrating on. I'm watching the road, because traffic is getting dicey, when I suddenly feel a hand sliding over my thigh. Elsa. I groan as her soft fingers wrap around my bulging cock under my tux pants. You're so hard. Elsa, stop it. Why? Because you're drunk. She giggles. I know. I hear the click of her seatbelt undoing. Frowning, I glance at her. What the hell are you? She spins, on her knees in the passenger seat now, as she leans over and starts trying to open my pants. Elsa, stop, I growl, braking sharply and switching lanes. You just watch the road, she purrs. My jaw clenches as she somehow manages to get my zipper down, snaking her small hand inside to wrap around my hard, throbbing dick. And just let me. Elsa, that's enough. She stops. Her hand suddenly slips back out of my pants. Her eyes, big and wounded, looking up at me as I glance sidelong at her. Am I not as hot as your other girls? Fucking hell. Elsa. Or is it the virgin thing? Am I not doing it right? Because I can do it however you... Maybe it's because despite your best fucking efforts, I kind of like you. A lot, I snap. And I don't want to fuck around with you when I'm sober and you're supremely wasted. The car goes silent, me staring at the road with a white-knuckle grip on the wheel, Elsa still on her knees leaning over the middle console. You... She flashes me a sloppy, drunken smile. You like me? I sigh, shaking my head. Yeah, well, don't let it go to your... She pukes. Directly onto my crotch. Head.
Chapter 27. Elsa.
How do you feel?
Like shit, that's how. Like absolute fucking shit. At least I'm feeling relatively sober after throwing up all the champagne in my stomach, and I'm feeling a lot better after the shower I just took. But still, not great. Wrapped in a robe, I step out of my bathroom into the bedroom. When he asks the question, I raise my eyes to Hades, who is currently in my room, sitting on my bed. Why not sitting in, say, in the living room? Because he's not wearing pants, seeing as I threw up all over them an hour and a half ago. And Hades' sans pants is not something I'm exposing the 15-year-old who also lives in this apartment to. I mean, he's not naked, but he might as well be. Currently, he's wearing black boxer briefs and an old, super oversized t-shirt of mine. On him, though, the fucking thing looks like it was painted on. It would be comical if it wasn't so outrageously sexy. Like a steaming pile of hot garbage, I mumble. But better. And a lot more sober. Which is unfortunate, because if I was drunk right now, it would be infinitely easier to face him after throwing up in his lap. Not to mention the verbal diarrhea before that. Not to mention whatever horrific things I blurted at that woman he was there with. My brow furrows as I look at the floor. Hades,
Don't.
Don't what?
You were about to apologize. Don't.
My throat bobs as my eyes lift to his. It's pretty embarrassing.
Don't sweat it. It could have been worse.
My mouth twists. Exactly how could throwing up on you have been worse? He smirks.
You could have had my cock in your mouth when your 15,000 glasses of champagne came back up.
I blush fiercely. Yeah. Well, thank you for not letting me make a fool of myself while drunk.
Oh, you did a solid enough job of that all by yourself.
I groan. I mean, the way I was acting in the car. Not all guys would have stopped me from... Yeah.
I'm not most guys.
No shit. I blush as the acknowledgement pops out of me, my face heating as I turn away. I have to apologize to that woman you were with for saying all of those horrible things to her. He shrugs.
She'll get over it. We've all been there.
Yeah, well, that was... I shake my head. Pretty bad. I was way out of line, and I don't know how...
If you seeing me with her made you feel even a fraction of how I'd feel seeing you with another man, you don't have to explain shit to me.
He hisses quietly.
But to clarify, Vanya Mirzoyan and I are only friends, and barely that.
I shake my head. That's none of my...
Yes, it is.
My eyes snap to his. No, it's not. Who you choose to...
I'm not interested in screwing around with anyone else, Elsa.
My face heats, my teeth clamping down on my bottom lip. Oh. I clear my throat. Have you... I mean, since we've been... I whirl away to walk over to the window, unable to meet his eyes. Wow, okay. Please forget any of that just came out of my...
No.
I shiver at the low growl in his voice, turning to glance over my shoulder at him, sprawled against my headboard in boxers and a tight t-shirt, looking like original sin.
No, I haven't. And for the sake of them continuing to breathe and remain alive, there had better not have been any other men.
There's a lethality to his tone that simultaneously scares me and turns me right the fuck on. I suck on my teeth as I turn to him. There haven't been, I say quietly. Other guys, I mean. You're... I press my lips together. You're it. Something savage, primal, and triumphant gleams in his eyes.
Why hadn't you, before me?
He asks, turning and letting his gaze pierce into me. How did I get to 26 without screwing anyone? His jaw grinds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not judging, but you're gorgeous, smart, successful.
I shrug. A boy I was sort of dating in high school was really aggressively pushy about us, taking things to the next level, and it just totally turned me off. Then, as I got older, casual sex never really interested me, and I never had the time for relationships, not with my job and my life. That and most men are awful, especially if you're... How did you put it? Gorgeous, smart, and successful. My brow knits again. And then, you hit a certain age where you still haven't done anything, and by then it's become an issue. It's either a deal breaker when you meet someone, or it's the opposite. They fetishize it. His jaw tightens, like merely mentioning a hypothetical scenario of me meeting and dating another man has his fury rising. I can see the violence he's feeling toward men who don't even exist written so clearly across his face that it has my pulse tingling like a flame under my skin. The last time I actually tried dating was almost 4 years ago. I went on a couple of dates.
Define a couple of dates.
Hades rasps darkly, his blue eyes instantly turning stormy and vicious. Oh, strictly anal and gangbangs. I shrug with a grin, obviously joking. Or not so obviously, given the way Hades suddenly looks like he's planning summary executions in his head. That's a joke?
I think I was clear before how I felt when it comes to you joking about things like that.
I swallow, shivering with heat. Okay, for real, it was dinner out, 3 times. Except it turned out he was the kind of guy who fetishizes virginity. Like, that's what he was interested in. Not in me as a person, not in hearing about my career or other parts of my life in any capacity. Just in my worth as determined by whether or not I'd slept with anyone before. It was dehumanizing and gross. After a few dates, I told him it wasn't going to work out, and he proceeded to stalk me for 3 years, Nora too, until I got a restraining order. Then I moved continents. Pure malevolent rage explodes behind Hades' face.
Name,
he snarls darkly. What?
Give me his fucking name.
My face heats as I shake my head. It doesn't matter. It's over and done with. I don't think a public execution is needed to protect my honor, Hades.
It can't hurt.
I smile, shaking my head again. I'd just like to forget about it, honestly. I turn to take a seat, but the reading chair in the corner of my room is currently occupied by a massive stack of legal documents and some folded clothes, and my bed is currently occupied by a reclining, nearly naked Greek god. And this is a tough choice because I'm embarrassed about what happened tonight, obviously. But also, I'm scared what it says about me, that all I want to do is slide onto that bed next to him. Into his arms, preferably. But this is only supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be wild, unhinged, no-holds-barred sex, nothing more. And snuggling in bed together after divulging a dark secret about myself seems like it crosses a line from just sex into something more than that.
I'm not going to tackle you if you want to sit on the bed.
I blush vividly, both at his mind-reader ways and the slight disappointment I feel when he says it. But just the same, I nod, smiling as I walk over to sit on the edge of the bed. It feels forced and awkward. So, a second later, I move back to sit up against the headboard next to him. I sigh, my mouth twisting. I really am sorry I was such a bitch to that woman tonight. I shake my head, sighing. It's just that this is all so new to me. Seeing you, I blush. Not that we're seeing each other, but you...
Elsa.
I shiver when his hand drops to mine, taking it in his much bigger one and squeezing.
This is new to me, too.
I scoff. What? Coming home with a girl and not getting laid?
Coming home with a girl when I've already come home with her before.
My brow knits.
I don't do repeats, he says quietly. Ever. I've never once been with someone, or gone out with someone, and then done it again.
On the one hand, thinking about Hades going home with anyone, even once, makes me feel homicidal. And that alone is something I should probably unpack with the help of a professional. But also, hang on, what?
And I like that I was your first.
I tense. He feels it.
Not because of any fetish regarding your fucking virginity, but because it saves me from having to go find, castrate, and murder anyone else who's ever touched you before.
I blush, grinning as I bite my lip.
Why did you kiss me that night?
Hades suddenly growls. My pulse quickens as he turns to me.
You just said you weren't interested in casual sex. But you picked me, of all people, in a fucking sex club to finally lose your virginity to at 26.
I nod. And?
And I think I fucking deserve to know why.
He does. But I can't tell him. Part of me, actually quite a lot of me, wants to tell him about all of that. About Leo and the pressure he was putting on me, and the threats. About how I went to that club that night with every intention of ripping the Band-Aid off and breaking my father's hold on me. But I can't, because I'm scared that if I do, he'll get up from this bed, walk out the door, and never come back. A deep breath. I guess I finally decided I wanted to. I was going to Venom with my boss for a client meeting anyway.
With Dante?
He growls.
That's what you were talking about earlier that day at the meeting.
I nod. Except when we got there, I wasn't needed for it after all.
And a sex club where everyone wears masks and doesn't use names is a pretty solid place to go if you're on the market to lose your virginity to a stranger, but have a fear of that stranger bumping into you on the street afterward and forcing you to face your sins.
Motherfucker. He's good at this. Reading my mind, peering inside my soul, seeing my thoughts, however hidden I keep them. Yeah, basically. He sighs.
And you picked me because of my reputation.
My lips twist as I nod. Yeah, sorry. I figured if nothing else, you'd know what you were doing. He shrugs and sighs. Neither of us says anything for a minute as we sit there on the bed, holding hands. When I glance at him, I see that his jaws clench tight. Then he looks away.
I don't do what I do because I'm this emotionally stunted sex addict that everyone seems to think I am, you know.
His jaw ticks.
I was 13 when I lost my virginity.
I wince. Jesus, Hades.
My brother, Atlas, used to really beat on me. Hard. I mean, he used to beat up on all of the brothers, but I was the only one stupid enough not to stay down. So he took a special interest in making my life hell. When I was 13, he decided the reason I was a pussy and a threat to his authority was that I hadn't been with a girl yet.
His face darkens, still turned away from me.
He got me drunk, took me to a brothel, shoved me into a room with a woman twice my age, and said he wouldn't let either of us out until we were done. Until I was cured.
My heart breaks for him. My very soul hurts at the idea of a young Hades. Jesus, younger even than Nora, being forced to do that. I'm so sorry, I say quietly. My hand squeezes his, twisting as our fingers entwine. He just nods.
That's why I don't like being fucked up or drunk when I'm being intimate. I mean, a drink or two is okay, but...
We just sit there for another minute in silence, just holding hands, allowing the openness of everything we've just shared with each other to settle as it will.
For what it's worth,
he finally says quietly, turning to me.
It wasn't easy.
What wasn't?
Resisting you in the car tonight.
Heat blooms across my face and down my chest under the robe, which, I'm suddenly hyper-aware, is the only thing I'm wearing. In a bed. With Hades. I swallow as I turn to glance up at him. Because I was drunk? He nods, his jaw clenched tight, and his eyes smoldering with ice-blue flame, as if he can barely restrain himself from touching me, or doing so much more than that. I'm not drunk anymore. My words melt away to a whimper as he turns, grabs my face, and crushes his mouth to mine. His tongue pushes past my lips, tangling with mine as I moan into his lips and slide onto his lap. The comically small t-shirt he's wearing is on my floor in a split second, and I'm shuddering and moaning as he pushes the robe off my shoulders. His fierce gaze slides over me slowly, drinking in every naked detail of me in the low light of the bedroom. I gasp as his mouth drops to my breasts, his teeth grazing over a nipple before he bites down, Fuck! I cry out, my back arching, as he ruthlessly bites and sucks, first one nipple and then the other, turning my core molten as I grind against the thick, hard bulge in his boxers. Hades growls, pushing me back as if to pin me to the bed. But suddenly, I'm shoving him back against the headboard, turning the tables on him as I shake my head. I kiss him deeply. Then, pulling away, I let my mouth trail first down his jaw, then his neck, relishing the way his muscles tense and coil under the touch of my lips. I move lower and lower, down over his abs, then even lower still.
What exactly do you think you're doing, kitten?
I blush as my eyes drag up to his, my fingers slipping into the waist of his boxers. Finishing what I started earlier. I peel the elastic down, and then whimper when his huge cock springs free, fully erect, slapping heavily against his abs. Holy shit. It takes my breath away every single time I see it. And just like every other time, the incredulity that this freaking thing actually fits inside me is both startling and outrageously sexy. I keep my eyes on his as I reach for him, curling my fingers around his girth before lowering my mouth to the swollen head. I stroke him up and down, having to use both hands as I kneel between his legs. My tongue drags over and around the crown, and the way Hades groans so deeply, the way his abs clench so tightly as his hips raise toward me, sends a pulse rippling through my core. I moan, licking him again, dragging my tongue down to his balls before lapping all the way back up to the top. My lips part, and when I take him inside my mouth, Hades hisses in pleasure.
Just like that,
he growls. I shudder with electricity as his hand slides into my hair and holds it in his fist.
Such a good little kitten.
I moan, swallowing him deeper into the back of my throat. Hades groans in pleasure, fisting my hair as I bob my mouth up and down, tasting the salty sweetness of his pre-cum on my tongue. I go faster, and he groans deeply. Then I slow down, sensually making a big show of dragging my wet tongue around his head until it's slick and glistening with my spit. I suck the head between my lips, teasing the slit with the very tip of my tongue before I pull away and lock eyes with him. Show me how you like it, I purr softly. Hades groans, his teeth flashing.
I can get rough, kitten,
he growls. Heat explodes through me. Good. His fist tightens in my hair, pulling hard enough to make me flinch, but also hard enough for pure desire and heat to flood my core, turning my thighs slick with need.
Are you going to be a good girl for me?
I whimper and nod eagerly.
Let's find out just how good you can be.
My eyes bulge as he suddenly rams his cock deep. I choke, but I force myself to open my throat wider, taking more of him. My eyes water, but the burning need and throbbing ache for him only grows hotter and fiercer as he gets rougher. Hades hisses as his fist holding my hair guides my head up and down his throbbing, hard, glistening wet cock. The lewd wet gluck sounds of his cock fucking my mouth has me more turned on and wetter than I've ever been, and I start to moan as I squeeze my legs together. My mouth bobs faster as I swallow his cock deeper. Spit runs down his shaft as I stroke it, dripping onto his heavy balls as his thighs tighten and his abs ripple. Our eyes lock as I swallow him deep, opening my throat all the way for his big dick as pure lust roars in his eyes, thrusting in and out. Come in my mouth, Daddy, I don't know why I say it. Perhaps it's a hidden kink I didn't know I had, or one he's brought out in me. Maybe from some porn I watched. Who the hell knows? But it just tumbles out. And when it does, suddenly I'm the one being teased and pushed to the edge. Saying it out loud has me so fucking wet. I could come right now from just touching my clit. And Hades? For him, saying those words out loud is like pulling a trigger. His eyes flash, his jaw grinding viciously. He snarls as he grabs my hair in both his hands, his abs flexing as he thrusts hard up into my mouth until he's fucking it as if it's my pussy riding his cock. Her eyes lock. My world blurs. "Please, come in my mouth, Daddy," I blurt between thrusts. And suddenly, with a groan, he's burying his cock deep in my mouth and exploding across my tongue. I moan, greedily swallowing the thick, salty sweet ropes of his cum as he floods my mouth. But there's too much, and I can't do it fast enough. Whimpering, I pull back, stroking him fast as my tongue dances over his crown. I can feel his cum, hot and sticky, as it spills out onto my mouth and my chin, dripping lewdly down my cheeks as I get it all over me. When I'm done, I'm actually stunned at my own behavior. What the fuck just came over me? It's like I couldn't get enough of his dick, like I was cock drunk. I blush fiercely as I look up at him, half expecting shock or a weird look in his eyes. Instead, I just see pure fucking need all over his face, in his clenched jaw, in the way his cock is still rock hard in my hands, in the way he looks at me like he wants to devour me. And before I know what's happening, I'm gasping, and my eyes are starting from my head as Hades throws me down on the bed, wrapping a hand around my throat and moving between my legs. I whimper as he lifts my ankles and throws them over his shoulders. He lines his throbbing cock up, easing it between my swollen lips as our eyes lock. I blush, feeling his cum starting to dry on my skin. "Hang on, let me..." I cry out, arching off the bed in pleasure when he thrusts every single inch deep into me.
Kitten,"
he growls, his muscles rippling and his eyes blazing as he grabs my hips, my ankles still over his powerful shoulders as he starts to fuck me hard.
"I want to watch you come on my dick, with my cum all over your face, like a good girl."
He slams into me, and my world explodes. The angle is so fucking perfect. He's hitting places inside of me I didn't even know were there, and it feels like I'm drowning in him. I reach back, clawing at the headboard for dear life, as Hades impales me on his cock over and over, letting me feel every thick, hard, swollen inch of him as he fucks me like he's trying to kill me. He reaches out, wrapping a hand around my throat and squeezing just enough to send me into outer space as his cock rams into me over and over. The edges of my vision darken and my sanity blurs. My eyes roll back, my face crumpling, before I force my gaze to lock with his. When I do, the dark, smoldering fire in his eyes utterly consumes me as he completely dominates my body. The pressure swells as my skin flickers with sensual fire. My core tightens and my legs start to shake until suddenly there's no stopping it.
"Come on my fucking cock, kitten,"
Hades rasps, his eyes locked with mine.
"Come for Daddy."
Holy fucking fuck! When I come, it hits me like a bomb detonating, and everything goes white. I'm barely aware of his hand covering my mouth to muffle my cries of pleasure as I explode for him. The waves come faster and harder, growing more and more powerful as I come a second time, then a third, as he keeps fucking me relentlessly. Suddenly, he's leaning over me and slamming his mouth to mine, swallowing my screams of pleasure as he groans into my lips. His entire body tenses up as his cock swells even bigger inside of me, pulsing as his cum spills deep. I'm fairly certain I'm dead. Or at least, not in reality anymore. I'm floating in the ether somewhere, barely aware of my own existence, as I feel his body cocooning around me, his lips and teeth nibbling at my neck. What the fuck was that? That wasn't sex. That was a religious experience. That was nirvana. A brush with a higher power. That was insane. I'm flushed, slick with sweat, and still trembling when I can finally open my eyes. Hades is still poised right above me, his eyes locked on mine. And I'm fairly certain we've just left casual sex somewhere in the dust. What the fuck did you just do to me? I jolt, gasping and whipping my gaze to the bedroom door when I hear the pounding against it. Are you fucking done yet? Or am I going to have to go for a walk? Holy shoot me now in the fucking head. It's my fucking sister. I cringe as Hades grins devilishly at me. I'm so sorry, Nora, I blurt, my face filling with heat. The TV was up too loud and... Yeah, because I'm a fucking idiot, Elsa, she yells through the door. So? Am I going walking or not? You're not going for a walk at... I glance at the clock and cringe. 1:30 in the morning. Then enough already! When her bedroom door slams, I groan and bury my face in my hands. Hades chuckles, gently sliding from between my legs and moving off the bed. A second later, he's back, and I gasp as I feel something warm and wet between my legs. A washcloth. The lunatic, chaotic god of the underworld is cleaning me after sex. What is even happening? Hades! Shh, he commands, with a finger to his lips. We don't want to wake the sleeping dragon again. I groan, blushing vividly, but I lie there, letting him clean between my legs, then wipe my face with a second cloth. When he's done, he clears his throat as he sits on the edge of the bed. I should go, he growls quietly. You don't have to. It just blurts out of me. I mean, I know we're just... I'd love to. Heat tingles in my face. To... stay.
Chapter 28. Hades. This is more. More than I was looking for or expecting. More than I've ever felt I've deserved. More than I've ever wanted. More everything. That, by the way, is a good thing. In the darkness of the room, with just the lights of the city stealing in around the edges of the curtains, I watch Elsa as she sleeps next to me. This is a first. I've never slept, like actual slept, with a woman before. I guess in the most technical sense, I still haven't, given that I'm awake and watching her. But I'm about to close my eyes and pass out, and when I do, it'll be the first time I've spent the night with anyone. I'm strangely okay with that. Actually, I'm a whole fucking lot more than okay with that. If I wasn't, I'd already be out the door and gone. But leaving her and her bed right now is the last thing I want to do. Which is a goddamn mindfuck. I've seen buttoned-up, stick-up-her-ass, tense business Elsa. I've seen the other end of the spectrum, too, when she's shattering for me, clawing at my skin and squeezing my cock tight with her sweet little cunt. This is a new side I've never seen before. At peace, Elsa. I drop my eyes to the woman lying asleep next to me, and my lips curl as I shake my head. What makes you so special? I murmur, my eyes sliding over her bare shoulder as I tuck a strand of white blonde hair behind her ear. I already know what it is that makes her different. I've spent my entire adult life losing myself in strangers. Not to find anything out about myself, but to hide from myself. It was never because of a desire for pleasure and escape. Rather, it was a need for the obliteration that meaningless sex with numberless strangers brought me. And that's the part that my family's always gotten so wrong with their jokes about my personal life. I'm not a sex addict. I've just been trying for the last 16 years to escape the memory of a room that smelled like chemicals, a woman who tasted like cigarettes and regret, and a brother who did not care. And the blank, black escape of giving small pieces of myself to people who didn't give a fuck about me as a human was always the easiest and fastest way for me to do that, even if it was only a temporary relief. But I think I just found a better one. Except it's not an escape at all. It's a cure. She murmurs, stirring in her sleep only enough to curl her body back against mine as I slide in behind her. My lips brush her shoulder. My arm encircles her. Then sleep pulls me under. When I wake to find an empty bed, instantly my jaw tightens. The exhilaration of last night, while I watched her sleep and realized I didn't have to run from my demons anymore, breaks off like a choked breath. Until I hear footsteps. Until her bedroom door swings open and a panting, sweating Elsa wearing running clothes comes bouncing in. She grins, pulling the headphones out of her ear as her eyes land on mine. "You're awake." I glance at the clock and groan. I am not a morning person. It's 5:40. Why are you? I thought you'd be hungover. She giggles, shrugging. "I had Gatorade. I like to get a run in before I get ready for the day." "Type A much?" Elsa grins. "There's coffee in the kitchen if you want." "Is there a kid sister in there too? Because my pants are still in your dryer." Elsa laughs. "She's on her way to dance class, actually. Help yourself. I'll be in the shower." She steps into the bathroom, closing but not latching the door behind her. When I hear the water start to run, my cock thickens against my thigh. I slide out of bed, but don't go to the kitchen. I walk into the bathroom, which is already filling with steam. Elsa's running clothes are discarded in a heap on the floor. Through the steam, I can see her naked body under the spray of the shower. Coffee sounds good. I can think of something that sounds much fucking better, though. She gasps when I open the glass door and step in behind her. She whimpers when my lips crush to hers. Then she moans when I pin her to the shower wall and guide my cock between her legs. I'm not a morning person, but I'm pretty sure she could turn me into one. There's one thing bothering me about last night. I didn't bring it up with her at the time because I was having way too good a time with her. But now, I would very much like to know why Elsa looked so fucking cornered and scared while she was talking to Gavin Tsarenko. And I'm about to find out. A blonde woman glances up at me as I step into the lobby of the Russian bathhouse on 78th. "Dobry din, imię czetność zapisa." "Good afternoon," I answer, tapping into the extremely limited Russian I have. No, I don't have an account. She smiles. "You are here to see someone then, sir," she replies in heavily accented English. "We are members only, I am afraid." "Yes, I'm here as a guest of Pasha Andreev." I don't believe he's here yet, though. Or will ever be again. She taps something on her computer, and then smiles at me.
Ah, of course, sir. If you'd like to wait for him in the lounge.
I'd love to unwind for a bit and just meet him in the steam room if I could. This place is ground fucking zero for Russian bratva business. It was a gamble whether or not Pasha had a membership here, but luckily apparently he does. Or did. Or whatever. The woman at the desk smiles.
Not a problem, sir. If you'd like to follow the hallway past these doors, your second right will be the locker room, which will lead to the rest of the facilities.
Thank you. You've got bigger balls than I would have guessed, Dracos. I take a seat on one of the tile benches in the giant steam room. Across from me, half obscured by clouds of fog with a towel wrapped around his waist the same as me, a shirtless, tattooed Gavin gives me a pointed look. I shrug. If that's your way of asking me to take the towel off. He smirks, but his eyes stay lethally riveted on me. I wasn't aware you were a member. I've been thinking about joining, so I asked for a tour. So far, I'm impressed. He inhales deeply, rubbing his hand over his jaw. I own this place, in case you didn't know. Fantastic. Seems like that might take care of the sponsorship required. What the fuck do you want? Gavin growls. Because I come here not to be pestered by anyone, and for the silence. He glares at me. I do love my silence, Hades. I spread my arms. Fine. Cards on the table. What do you want with Serge Mirzoyan? Gavin smirks. I think it's obvious we want the same thing from Serge. But I also don't think we're really talking about the Albanians right now. Are we? My mouth thins. Who the fuck is she to you? He smirks. Elsa? I want to knock his fucking teeth in for even saying her name, but I restrain myself. Yes, I hiss. Gavin shakes his head. As much as I'd enjoy fucking with you on this, she's no one to me. She's a lawyer who happens to work for the firm that I use for most of my legal needs. Then what the fuck do you want with her? Me? I don't want a thing from Miss Gwyn. Actually. Bullshit. Your guy Leo. Perhaps. Gavin hisses quietly. You should find Leo when he's taking a fucking steam bath, and ask him then. Or perhaps Pasha Andreev, who has so mysteriously vanished. His mouth twists into a thin smile. Though I'm extremely curious to find out what it is that's stopping you from asking her directly. Careful, I growl. Gavin pulls his towel away just enough to show me the knife in a sheath strapped to his bare, inked thigh. Believe me, I'm always careful, Hades. He flips the towel back down. And I'm also out of fucking patience and answers. I'm only half sure I believe what he just said regarding Elsa. I can also read him well enough to see I'm not going to get anything else from him. But that was only half the point. The other half was to let him know in no uncertain terms that if he wants anything with Elsa, or even wants to speak to her again, it's going to be through me. I start to walk out of the steam room. Hades. I glance back to see Gavin watching me intently. This stunt you pulled today is amusing all of once. I can appreciate your balls, but don't mistake amusement for an invitation. We're not friends, Hades, nor are we business partners, and we never will be. Does that make us enemies, then? He smirks. If this happens again, I can promise you, you'll find out quickly enough. Top of the morning, god of hell. Killian nods, stepping aside and ushering me into his office. He's still working out of his late half-brother's office at the Kildare family brownstone on the Upper East Side, though his penthouse apartment is back in Brooklyn. Not that far from my place, actually. But no one meets him there. I got to check out the ridiculously cool penthouse built into the top of an old clock tower overlooking the Williamsburg and Manhattan bridges all of once. And that was before he met Una. Since then, to my knowledge, no one's been invited over. I guess drinking each other's blood and fucking on pentagrams or whatever the hell those two get up to demands privacy. So yeah, today it's the brownstone where I'm meeting him. The psychotic, green-eyed Irishman looks me over curiously as we sit on two couches facing each other. To what do I owe the unexpected visit? I shrug. Meh. I was in the neighborhood. Killian doesn't say anything. He just levels that typically slightly unhinged look of his at me, which, even if we're friends now, still has the ability to completely freak me the fuck out sometimes. I exhale through closed lips. Actually, I need a guy. You'll need to be more specific. A guy who can look into people. Killian's brow arches. All right. Friend or foe? Friend, but it's complicated. And blonde? I glare at him, my jaw tightening. Is there something you'd like to say to me, Killian? He tilts his head thoughtfully, sinking back into the couch. I'd like to remind you that I'm very good at reading people. But to answer your question, yes, I have someone. His name is Oren Frey, and he's good. How good? Very. He's arguably the best. If there's something to be found, he'll find it. The man's a bloodhound. I nod. And what does he need to start? Money. And a name. Good. Can you send me his... You're sure you want to go down this road, Hades? Killian's hand reaches automatically for his pocket before he stops himself, a gritted snarl on his lips. He's recently quit smoking, which is great for his health and pretty terrible for the health of just about everyone around him who isn't Una. I just want some inconsistencies cleared up. Sometimes it's best to not go looking for monsters, or to ask questions you don't want the answers to. I need to ask you one last time. Have you truly thought this through? Not really, but I need to know. I have to know what the connection is between Elsa and the Bratva. It might not actually involve Gavin at all, but it definitely involves Leo. And I'm tired of wondering if I'm going crazy. Well, Killian eyes me one last time before he shrugs. If you insist. He pulls out his phone, and a second later mine dings with a shared contact. Thank people bury their ghosts and their skeletons for a reason, Hades. He growls. And in my storied and fairly blood-soaked experience, I've found it's best to leave them where they are.
Chapter 29. Elsa. Hades. You still haven't worn my presents. I'm beginning to feel insulted. My face burns hotly when I read his text. Me. Who says I haven't worn them? It's really quite disturbing how comfortable I've gotten playing with fire when it comes to Hades. How much I enjoy pushing his buttons, in ways I know he'll punish me for later. Maybe because I enjoy it when he does. Who are you texting? I jolt, slamming the phone to my chest as I whip my gaze to Nora. Nobody. She smirks, arching a brow. Really? Just work stuff. It's amusing to me how you still think I'm 6 years old. I roll my eyes. Please, I don't think you're 6. Oh, Just not old enough to understand that you have a boyfriend? Or the concept of sexting? My mouth flies open. What the hell do you know about the concept of sexting? I know it exists, Elle. I didn't say I did it. Jeez. Well, good. Keep it that way. She snickers. Your generation and older still doesn't seem to get that the internet is forever. My generation has zero interest in it. Like, sending people pics of your booty is insane. Correct. Completely insane. Which is why I am not sexting anyone. Just Hades. My face burns hotly. I am not. And he is not my boyfriend. She frowns in an exaggeratedly thoughtful way, stroking her chin. So, what you're telling me, as my sister, guardian, and role model, is that the man who you've screwed 3 different times in our apartment is just, like, some random guy? So, I should just find some random guy myself, and not worry about sex having meaning or an emotional component? Good to know. Thank you. I give her a look as she grins at me. You done yet? Her teasing grin widens. For now. Yes, Hades has been over twice more since the night of the gala a week and a half ago. Yes, he slept over both times. And yes, we've done our best to be quiet in our activities, including, but not limited to, Hades muffling my moans with his hand, his mouth, my panties, and his cock. But no, his visits have not gone unnoticed by my sister. I sigh as the doors slide open and we get off the elevator onto our floor. What I, as an adult, choose to do consensually with another consenting adult is my own business, Nora. So, he's not your boyfriend. I grit my teeth. I don't know. No. Maybe. I glance at her. It's complicated. Are you exclusive? Yes. Shit. I answered that one way too quickly, and it hasn't gone unnoticed by the world's sharpest 15-year-old. Do you like him? I sigh. Yes, Nora, I like him. So, let's review. You like him. You bang him. Don't call it that. He sleeps over. You get all mushy when he sexts. Sorry, just regular texts. You, and you're exclusive. That about sum it up? I nod as we round the corner to our door. Correct. I'm pretty sure that's called dating. It's not... Nora! My lungs go icy as I grab her hand back, just as it was extending to our door holding her keys. Because our door is already open, and ajar. Nora's face goes white as she moves behind me. Someone was in there. My heart clenches. Someone might still be in there. Elsa? Nora whispers, in a small, scared voice as she clutches my shirt. I think you should call your not boyfriend.
All good.
Hades is smiling as he steps back into the hallway, but there's a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes when he glances at me.
Probably just didn't click shut behind you when you left.
Nora exhales loudly. Well, that was terrifying. He chuckles.
I'll bet. It's all good if you want to go in.
When she's inside, he turns to me, his smile fading.
The place is completely clean, but someone's definitely been through your things. And Nora's.
My stomach drops, my face turning white. What?
They were good, but not that good.
His jaw clenches.
I didn't want to scare her, but neither of you is staying here tonight. No fucking way.
I nod, my throat bobbing heavily. Okay, I'll look at hotels.
I've got room.
I blink in surprise as I turn to him. What?
I've got room at my place. Pack bags for the both of you. Don't freak Nora out. Tell her that you found out that the door being left ajar was actually building maintenance. And they say they need to do some important upgrades to your electrical system tonight. Maybe the next night, too.
I stare at him. Hades, we're not staying at your...
Yeah,
he growls, making me gasp as his mouth lowers to my ear.
You are.
Dude, this car is sick! Hades glances up into the rearview mirror, grinning at Nora in the back seat.
Thanks. Do you drive yet?
No, she sulks. The Queen forbids it. I roll my eyes. I don't forbid it, Nora. I sigh. The law forbids it. You're 15.
Well, she can practice.
I shoot Hades a withering look as he grins at me, clearly well aware of what he's doing. Yeah, Nora chirps from the back seat. I can practice. She sighs, shaking her head at Hades in the mirror. She thinks just because she doesn't drive, no one else should. I blush as he swivels his gaze to me.
You don't know how to drive?
I've lived in completely undrivable cities my entire life. I shrug defensively. So no, I've never learned.
Well, we should change that.
I glance at him, simmering when I see that cocky grin and those piercing eyes lancing into me. He clears his throat as he looks back at Nora again.
Hey, by the way, any other guys at school bothering you these days?
She shakes her head, her lips pursing. No. After what happened to Theo...
He's going to be fine, you know.
He is? Hades nods.
I know his dad. Theo's got some physical therapy to do, and one more surgery on his shoulder. But he's a tough kid. He'll be okay. Nick's on the mend, too.
Nora smiles a little. Well, I think the whole world has already heard the story of them getting kicked out of my apartment. So when they got jumped... Her mouth twists. Basically, the whole school is now terrified of me. Or at least all the guys are. I smile.
Good,
Hades grunts.
Keep it that way. Little shits should be scared of women with backbone.
Nora grins.
Listen,
he continues.
Do you carry a keyring?
My sister nods.
Here.
Hades reaches across me, opening the glove compartment and plucking out something small before closing it again. He twists his arm behind him, handing the fob with a button on it to Nora.
Put this on your keyring.
What is this? She frowns at it. A tracker?
Emergency button. It pings if you push it twice.
And then, what? You go full-on Batman and come rescue me? She says dryly. Hades chuckles.
No, but your sister will. I'll hook it up to her phone when we get to my place.
What? So she can spy on me? He grins, shaking his head.
Nah, it doesn't work like that. But if you're ever in trouble, or you feel unsafe...
His jaw tenses.
Push it. My younger sister is 20, and I've got one on her keys too.
Nora nods, eyeing the little fob a little less skeptically. Cool. Thanks. I glance at him, a smile curving my lips. Thanks, I mouth. My jaw drops as the Camaro comes to a stop outside of a stunning brownstone on an idyllic street in Brooklyn Heights, across the East River from Lower Manhattan. Wait, this is you?
Mm-hmm.
He pushes a button on the dash and then guides the car down a sloped driveway that leads under the brownstone to a garage with an automatic door. We park inside next to a couple of other gorgeous cars. Some old classics, and others gleaming new performance roadsters. Nora whistles. Wow! Are all the tenants of this building rich car nuts?
You could say that.
I stop him with a look. Are there other tenants? Hades waggles his brows, saying nothing as he carries our bags to an elevator, which we all pile into.
I still haven't redone the first 3 floors.
Nora sputters. Wait, you own the whole building? And all those cars down there? When he nods, she turns and elbows me in the side. Hard. Nice. She winks. I roll my eyes. The doors open on the 4th floor, and Nora and I just about trip over our tongues. Holy shit. The place is stunning. And honestly, it's not at all what I would have pictured the lair of the infamous Hades Drakos looking like. I imagined a BDSM dungeon, or some other kind of subterranean cave, or maybe a frat house type place, outfitted in total bachelor pad bullshit, like a tacky Sharper Image store. Boy, was I wrong. Almost the entire top floor of the brownstone has been converted into one big open loft space. Gorgeous exposed brick walls, huge windows, and wooden beams and ceiling rafters have my jaw on the floor as I stare in awe. The furniture is old, weathered farmhouse-style wood and deeply tanned leather. And the walls! Holy shit! The whole length of the place on one side is nothing but floor-to-ceiling wooden bookshelves, and they're filled with books. The same books I used to mock as some sort of date bait on his Instagram. At the back of the loft space, an enormous kitchen area is framed by a back wall made entirely of black iron and glass, with matching doors that lead out to a lush, plant-filled patio. Dude, this place is insane, Nora breathes, walking around with her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open. I didn't imagine you having books.
I do know how to read, as shocking as that may be.
I grin. So does he.
Nora, this'll be you.
He carries her bag to a large, gorgeous brick and wood beam guest room. Yeah, I'm never leaving. Sorry, not sorry. He chuckles.
And your sister will be in the room next door.
Nora arches a brow. Oh, is that your room?
No, my room is upstairs.
So my sister won't be next door then. Hades cocks a brow, glancing at me. My face flushes 12 shades of red as I groan. Yeah, I'm 15, not an idiot. Nora snickers.
Very good to know. Thanks.
Hades ends up ordering food to be delivered, which arrives just as I begin to move from hungry to hangry. And sweet Jesus, does it smell fucking amazing.
Frankie's,
he says, his face almost caving in ecstasy as he transfers all the delicious-smelling gnocchi, cavatelli, and cacio e pepe from the to-go boxes onto plates for the 3 of us to share.
Fucking amazing Italian food. Possibly the best food in all of New York, actually.
He turns and winks at me.
Just don't ever tell my grandmother that.
We eat on Hades' garden patio, laughing, listening to music, and drinking wine. Well, Hades and I drink wine. Nora has Perrier. When the music, a vinyl copy of Bob Dylan's Oh Mercy album, we've been listening to via speakers out to the veranda, runs out, Hades glances at my sister and me.
Who's picking next?
Nora pops out of her chair instantly. On it. I grin as she darts inside to dive into Hades' huge record collection.
That's all you, right?
I smile as I turn to him. What?
Raising her.
I nod. Yeah, pretty much, I guess. Since I was 17 and she was 6.
You did a pretty fucking amazing job,
he murmurs.
She's a great kid.
A proud blush creeps over my face. Thanks. And instantly, I cringe as the next song pipes out over the speakers. God damn it, Nora. The devil herself comes skipping back out to the veranda, giggling as Steve Miller Band's The Joker hums out of the speakers. Heidi raises a brow at her grin, and my embarrassed groan.
Something I'm missing?
Nora snickers. It's Elsa's favorite song. He laughs loudly, turning to eye me through my flushed face.
Seriously? Steve Miller Band.
Hey, it's in your record collection, ass, I mutter as he grins at me. And it was a phase. Thank you very much. Yeah, right. She played it for like a year straight when I was maybe 9. A woo-woo! A long phase, I sigh, as the two of them crack up. An hour later, Nora looks like she's ready to fall asleep at the table. She yawns, stretching her arms as she stands. All right, I'm going to bed. You guys can make out or whatever now. I roll my eyes at her. Love ya. Night. She makes over-the-top kissy faces at the two of us before she heads back inside and disappears into the guest room. And I'm suddenly very aware of two things. One, that I've been kind of craving Heidi's touch all night, ever since he swooped in like a black knight to clear the apartment for us. And two, we're alone now.
You know what I think?
I flush, realizing I've been staring at Hades, lost in thought, while he's been looking right at me. What? His jaw tightens.
I think you should come here.
Heat floods my core as I bite my lip, but slowly I stand, knocking back the rest of my wine before I saunter around the table. Where, specifically? He pats his lap.
Right here.
Blushing, I start to move to his lap. I shudder when he yanks me onto him faster, pulling me astride his legs, facing him. My breath catches as his big hands circle my waist, squeezing as they slide up my back into my hair. And before I know it, my mouth is dipping to his, and I'm kissing him deeply. His tongue delves between my lips, teasing and tasting me as I writhe on his lap. It's like a Pavlovian response I get now just from being near him. My hips grind and roll, and my pulse thuds as I kiss him fiercely. Tell him. The thought is like a cold blade lancing into me. It's been burning a hole in the front of my brain for weeks. It has to come out, especially with what we are to each other now. Whatever this is, whatever label we want to give it. Hades needs to know Leo Stavron is my father, even though I want nothing to do with him. The longer I go on not telling him, the worse it will be when I finally do. I have to tell you something, I blurt quietly. Hades lifts a brow, eyeing me.
Do you now?
My eyes lock with his fierce icy blues, and suddenly I'm lost, and my nerve vanishes in the face of the fierce god looking back at me. I smile, shaking my head. It can wait. It has to. I can't bring myself to ruin this perfect moment with something like this.
You're sure?
Positive.
Good, he growls. Because I'm not sure I can.
I whimper when I feel his hand slide to my ass and grab a handful of my skirt, shoving it up to my waist. Desire pools between my thighs as his fingers stroke my bare skin and then slip under the back of my thong. When I feel one of them slip down lower and tease over my asshole, I gasp and pull back from his kiss. Hades! Oh, fuck! His finger dips lower, finding my pussy already soaking wet for him, My back arches, pushing my ass out as his finger curls into me and starts to stroke against my G-spot. His lips sear to mine again, kissing me and swallowing my moans before he pulls back and slowly brings his other hand up between us. My eyes widen, my face filling with heat as I realize what he's holding. Did you seriously buy a second one? Hades' eyes glint, his lips curling wickedly as he twists the golden butt plug in his hand.
Not a second one, no.
I stare at him. Is that from my apartment?
Sure is. Open your mouth.
I flush with heat, my pulse thudding hard just beneath my skin. What?
Open your mouth,
he growls, lowering his lips to my ear and letting his teeth graze the soft lobe.
And suck.
Our eyes lock when he pulls back. My skin tingles, and something dirty and needy pulses in my core. My lips part.
Good girl.
Our eyes stay on each other as I wrap my lips around the shiny metal, swirling my tongue over it as lust explodes through my entire body. His other hand slips behind me, grabbing something I can't see. When he pulls my thong to the side again and slips a finger over my ass, it feels slick and warm. I moan, sucking and tonguing the butt plug as Hades swirls his lubed finger around my asshole. He adds pressure, and I whimper before suddenly his finger slips into me. I gasp, shuddering on his lap as he groans against my neck. The plug slips out of my mouth, and I'm shaking all over as he brings it behind me. The warm, metallic tip of it centers on my hole, and I try not to tense up as I feel him start to gently push.
Open up for me, kitten.
He growls thickly into my ear.
Relax. Let me watch your tight little ass swallow it like a good girl.
The plug didn't look very big in my hands, nor did it feel very big in my mouth. Against my ass, it feels huge. But slowly, my breath catching, I can feel the tapered, bulbous head start to stretch me open. Hades' teeth drag down my neck, turning me to jelly, before suddenly the plug gets sucked in, as if my body swallowed it right up past the thick part to clench around the narrow base. Oh, fuck! I choke, gasping and shaking. It's a weird sensation. I feel full in a way I've never felt before, but it also feels incredible. Like there's this background pressure there, throbbing in my core.
Such a good kitten.
Hades rasps darkly. I whimper again. It's so big. I gasp as his teeth bite down on my earlobe again.
Not as big as me.
He kisses me hard, and I melt when I feel him slip my thong back into place, holding the plug inside me. Then we're standing, and my legs are so shaky, it's a struggle not to wobble as he takes my hand and starts to lead me through the gorgeous loft space. I can feel the damn plug filling me and rubbing against me with each step. And fuck, it feels amazing. We get to the spiral metal staircase that leads up to Hades' room, which I haven't seen yet. Just as I'm about to take my first step up, he stops me. He cups my face and lowers his mouth to mine, and I'm so lost in the kiss that I barely even register him tugging the zipper of my skirt down until the whole thing falls to my feet. Hades. My eyes dart to the guest room door, with Nora right on the other side.
You'd better get walking, hadn't you?
I flush deeply, eyeing him, and then turning to walk up the stairs in just my blouse and a pair of thong panties, and a butt plug up my arse. I can feel it shift inside me with each step, just as I can feel his eyes leaving a scorching path across my arse as he follows me up. The stairs wind up, and suddenly, at the top, my jaw drops. Whoa! Hades' bedroom is all glass, like a huge greenhouse on the roof of his building, with panoramic views of all of Brooklyn, the entire East River, and the whole of Lower Manhattan. A huge bed fills the middle of the room, and I shiver as I feel his hand take mine, leading me to it. I pause at the foot of the bed, gnawing on my lip as I turn to him. So, do all your guests have to climb that treacherous spiral?
You don't honestly think I've ever brought anyone here before, do you?
I blink, my heart swelling. I whimper as he slams his mouth to mine and fists my hair. My blouse and bra are tossed aside. His shirt and jeans follow. The windows.
One-way glass,
He growls, slamming his mouth to mine. I'm moaning into his mouth and sliding my hands into his boxers to wrap my fingers around his massive cock when he tosses me back onto the bed and I gasp. He drops between my legs, peeling my soaked panties down and spreading my thighs. His soft, wet tongue drags up my seam, making me cry out as a shiver of heat slices through my body. Hades teases my clit, sucking the aching nub between his lips and swirling his tongue around it as he sucks. His powerful fingers dig into my thighs, shoving them wide apart as he devours me like he's a starving man eating his first meal in a month. I jolt when I feel his fingers on the plug. He grips the base, and my breath catches, and my eyes roll back as he slowly twists it inside me, like he's screwing it into me. Holy fuck! The sensations are insane as the smooth, slick plug slowly rubs across a million nerve endings. He twists it one way, then the other, then back again as his mouth descends to my pussy, and the combination of the plug and his tongue has me seeing stars as my eyes go out of focus. Hades! Fuck! I'm... He starts to twist the plug faster, gently tugging on it as if he's about to pull it out of me, only to push it back in just as it starts to stretch me open again. The feeling is unreal, and my world begins to melt as I drown in the pleasure of it all. His tongue on my clit, his fingers sliding into my pussy and stroking my G-spot, the plug screwing in my ass. It all comes together like a symphony of sin, and suddenly it hits me like a bomb going off. I cry out, slamming my hand over my mouth as my back arches off the bed. I shake and shudder, writhing and moaning under his tongue and fingers as the blast of the orgasm rips through me. I haven't even caught my breath yet when he slides up between my legs, naked and hard and so ready. The swollen tip of his huge dick sinks into my lips as my eyes bulge. I already feel so full with the plug in my ass, and he's so big.
Take my cock like a good girl, kitten.
He rolls his hips, pushing his cock into me as my mouth goes slack. Oh, holy fuck! I moan, clinging to him desperately, eagerly slamming my mouth to his. His thick cock sinks deeper and deeper, and the combination of him and the plug has me seeing double as the room spins. Our eyes lock as his hands tangle in my hair. I grip his muscled shoulders, my nails dragging down his tanned skin as he starts to slam into me. Our bodies grind, hips slapping together as the wet sounds of our fucking fill the room. I pant into his skin, kissing and biting his shoulder as he pounds into me faster. One of his hands reaches down, and when he starts to twist and pull at the plug again, a cry of pure ecstasy rips from my mouth. Hades rams into me even harder, our bodies grinding together as heat explodes across both of us. I cling to him, wrapping my legs around his muscled hips and never wanting to let go. Hades!
Give me that cum, kitten.
He rasps against my lips.
Give me all the fucking cum from this pretty little fucking pussy right the fuck now.
The plug slips all the way out. Then he instantly pushes it right back in, at the same time that his cock sinks balls deep inside of me. And suddenly, my world is blurring at the edges. His mouth slams to mine, swallowing my cry of release as the orgasm explodes in me. My muscles quiver and shake. My skin lights on fire. My nails rake down his back as my body clenches and spasms around the plug and his cock filling me up completely. Hades groans, pushing even deeper into me as his cock throbs and pulses, and I moan again when I feel the hot, wet spurts of his cum spilling into me. I'm still shaking when he slowly pulls out of me and moves up next to me. I'm barely able to breathe, let alone form words, as he circles his powerful arms around me and pulls me back tight against his chest. His lips graze the back of my neck as I tremble from head to toe.
What did you want to tell me before?
No, not now. My throat bobs. My teeth rake over my lips. Nothing, I finally murmur, twisting in his arms to face him and those blazing blue eyes. My lips curl into a smile. Just that I really like you.
Yeah, I think I picked up on that. I really like you, too,
he murmurs, catching my hand and pulling it to his lips.
A lot.
I grin. So does he. My eyes grow heavy, and I'm not sure my cheek is even resting on his chest before I fall asleep in his arms.
Chapter 30. Hades. Elsa shudders, biting down so hard on my shoulder that there's a good chance she's drawn blood. But I can barely feel it, because I'm way too focused on the pure heaven of her pussy strangling my cock as we explode together. I groan, my hand in her hair pulling her mouth to mine so I can kiss her as my cum spills deep inside her cunt. Her thighs clamp around my hips, her ankles locked around my back with her panties still hanging off one heel. Slowly catching our breaths, I pull my head back. Elsa's face is flushed scarlet and split by a huge grin. But her brow caves suddenly as she snaps her gaze past me to the door of her office.
We weren't too loud, were we?
I only keep myself from saying, who the fuck cares, because it'll throw her into a tailspin. We probably were too loud, almost certainly, but I truly do not give a fuck. I'm completely off the deep end with her, and I have no intention of swimming back to the edge of the pool anytime soon. Nah, we were fine. I grind my hips into her one last time, bringing a whimper to her lips as she feels my cock pulse inside her. We're not even hiding this anymore. For 2 weeks now, I've been visiting my attorney at her place of work just about every day, where we have a closed-door meeting for a minimum of 1 hour. By which I mean, I fuck Elsa absolutely senseless on every available surface in her office until my cum is dripping down her thighs and she can't walk or see straight. Since the night that someone almost certainly being Leo or one of his goons, broke into her place, I've had Dracos men guarding her building. 2 outside the front door, 2 by the back door, 1 on the roof, and 2 more patrolling the halls on her floor. But even with that, she's been at my place a lot. At first, Nora stayed over too, which I'm completely fine with because she's a really cool kid. But once Elsa accepted that her apartment was one of the safest places in the city with my people guarding it, She pulled a few solo nights over here, with Nora more than happily getting their apartment to herself. I kiss her slowly before I grudgingly slide from the wet warmth of her sweet little pussy. Without batting an eye, I pull her panties back up her legs and fit them snugly against her cunt. I want my cum staying right where it is. I want her to feel me slowly dripping out of her for the rest of the day. I want her panties to be sticky with it when she leaves work later, to remind her of me. Like I said, off the fucking deep end. What do you want to do tonight? That's code for who's sleeping where. Elsa's mouth twists.
I'd love to come over, but I feel like I'm neglecting Nora. She's been up and out the door to school or practice without me like 3 days in a row now.
I nod. I totally get it. Stay at your place then, I growl, buttoning my shirt back up. And we can talk?
Why don't you stay over at mine?
I grin. So does she, her face tinging with pink.
I mean, if you...
I do, I growl. Want to. Though I'm supposed to meet up with Sean later for a sparring round. She shrugs as she finishes adjusting her blouse and fixing her hair.
Come over after then.
I'll be all sweaty. She grins as she leans up to kiss me.
Good. And, here.
My brows shoot up as Elsa presses a key into my palm. A key to her apartment. Well, this is an absolute first, by a mile. She blushes.
Come over whenever. I'll be waiting for you.
I spend the rest of the day running errands, and then helping Callie and Eilish cart a bunch of beer deliveries for the Banshee down to the basement walk-in fridge. Then I head to Sean's local gym in the Lower East Side for some long-overdue sparring practice. My phone rings just as I pull up. Glancing down, I spot Aries' name on the screen before I answer. Yo, what's up? I'm about to head into... We just got hit. Everything goes still. What? How fast can you get to my place? Office or apartment? Apartment. And Hades? Watch your back. Someone's trying to start a war. On my way. Holy shit. My jaw grinds as I lean on the kitchen counter in Aries and Nev's all-glass penthouse overlooking the Hudson. But I'm not scoping the views right now. I'm scowling over at where Castle is patching up a gash across Mike Karianis' forehead. A gash he received about an hour ago, when a crew smashed their way into a warehouse of ours that he was guarding, cracked a bat over his head, and made off with about $2 million worth of black market high-end electronics. They left the other $2 million worth of gear that was being stored there smashed into smithereens. This was someone sending a pretty clear message. Mr. Dracos, Mike blurts, looking terrified as he stares wide-eyed at Aries. I'm so sorry, sir. It's not your fault, Mike. Aries growls quietly, walking over to put a comforting hand on the older man's shaking shoulder. That's the difference between Aries and me, and it's what makes him such a great leader. If it were me, well, I doubt I'd be this calm. As it is, I'm barely keeping it together, standing over here across the room. One 60-year-old man isn't going to stop 10 armed guys from doing shit. The concerning thing isn't just the theft or the vandalism, though. It's that someone even knew that the warehouse was worth hitting in the first place. There are a couple of spots around this city where our family hides its more underground activities and products. Sometimes cash, too. And when I say they're hidden, they're fucking hidden. That shit is locked down tight on a strictly need-to-know basis. Except these assholes clearly knew. Tell us again what happened, Aries mutters. Try and focus on any small details, too, if you can. Mike nods, wincing as Castle finishes stitching up the gash in his forehead. I'd just done a round of the perimeter and was headed back to the office. They came through the side door. Used a plasma torch to cut the damn hinges right off and come storming through like a bunch of commandos. How many of them were there again? Mike looks down. 10 of them. I pulled my gun, Mr. Dracos. I swear. No one's doubting that, Mike. My brother grunts. We just want the details. They cracked me one good. Mike sighs. I winged one with my piece, but they got me hard on the noggin. Then another one tied my arm to the radiator. It was lucky I could use my foot to get the phone off the desk to call you later. They went through the whole place like they knew exactly where everything was. Grabbed probably half the merch and then went to town on the rest with bats and tire irons. Ares glances at me, then Kratos, before his eyes slide back on Mike. Okay. I want you to try and remember this all on your own, without me prompting you. When you first called, you mentioned, "They were fucking Russians, Mr. Dracos," Mike growls. His eyes dart to Nev. "Begging your pardon for the language, ma'am." "Fuck that," Nev mutters back. "You're sure they were Russian? Could have been some other Balkan?" "My ex-wife's mother was Russian," Mike grunts. "Trust me, I hear that shit in my nightmares." Ares' jaw clenches as his eyes lock with mine and Kratos's. I clear my throat. "Family meeting," I growl. "Patio. Now." Castle, who was with Ares and Nev when Mike called, stays in the kitchen with the wounded guard. Ares, Nev, and Kratos follow me out onto the glass penthouse's sprawling patio. "It's Gavin." Ares looks grim. "We don't know that. It could be..." "It was a clear shot across the bow, Ares," I mutter. "A warning shot." "Yeah, but Gavin has no reason to..." I frown, clearing my throat. "He might." My brother's eyes narrow. "Hades? It wasn't a big deal. I went to see him the other day about something, and..." "Something you completely neglected to inform me about?" Ares snaps. "It wasn't family business." "Bullshit, Hades," he growls. "You went to see the head of the fucking Reznikov Bratva, who, by the way, we're still in a silent fucking bidding war with over the Albanians. I don't give a fuck if you were popping over to have a fucking book club meeting with Gavin. When you see the head of that organization, believe me, it's business, and that means you tell me about it." I grit my teeth. It might not be him. I'm just saying things got heated, and Gavin may have interpreted my visit as a threat. "Oh, you fucking think, Hades?" The door to the penthouse slides open. Castle clears his throat as he sticks his head out. "I just got a call from a buddy of mine from the VA. He works security over at Mount Sinai and wanted to let me know that a known member of the Reznikov organization just came in for stitches." His eyes darken. Bullet graze, left shoulder from a .38 snub-nose. Same place Mike winged one of them. Same gun. Ares nods stiffly before he turns to me. "Apparently someone did take your visit as a threat. So what are we going to do about it?" Kratos rumbles. My lips curl as I glance first at him, then at Castle. "I don't know about you guys, but I think it's getting chilly. I'd love to warm my feet by a campfire tonight." Kratos nods his chin, folding his arms over his big chest. Castle grins. Ares glances at me and nods curtly. "Do it. Pick something of similar value, and no loss of life, Hades. We're not trying to start World War III here, but if Gavin wants to start fucking around, it's time to send a message of our own back." 2 hours later, my feet are getting plenty toasty next to a fire that's soaring into the fucking heavens. Gavin's 4 men who were guarding this particular Reznikov warehouse are bound, gagged, and blindfolded, tied up on a pier that juts out over the East River. I glance at Kratos and nod, clinking my beer to his before turning and doing the same to Castle's. You didn't have to involve yourself in this, you know. I grunt at him. He shrugs, sipping his beer as he watches the flames. Yeah, well, I didn't have a new episode of Succession to watch tonight. What else was I going to do with myself? The three of us stand there watching the fire curl and snarl up at the heavens before we hear the sounds of sirens approaching. Time to go.
Chapter 31. Elsa. I stir slightly awake when I feel his weight sinking onto the bed.
Shh. Go back to sleep.
I grin, my eyes still closed, as Hades slides in next to me and pulls me into his arms. Then my nose wrinkles a little. I was expecting him to be coming fresh from boxing practice, and while he's clearly just showered, probably in my shower, it's not the sweat of a workout I can still smell lingering on him. It's smoke. Not tobacco smoke. Real, acrid, woodsy smoke. I chew on my lip, thinking. Then I push it away. I don't need to ask about this. If he wants to tell me, he will. Yes, there are things about him that might scare me. But he is who he is, and I like that. I like that, and him, so much. In fact, there are other words I should probably be using instead of like.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I turn in his arms to face him in the near dark. Nothing. Why?
I need you to come to the family and friends soft opening for the Banshee at Cowley, Eilish, and Never Throwing.
Oh? I frown. I didn't know there was anything left to sign.
Elsa.
He chuckles, cupping my face. What?
Not as their fucking lawyer. As my date.
I go still, our eyes locking in the shadows. You're serious?
Very.
Hades, your whole family will be...
Yeah, that's kinda the whole point.
My lip catches between my teeth. You're really serious?
I really am.
And you're sure that's a good idea? He sighs, leaning close and kissing me softly.
I think. I'm fucking sick of pretending you're not the first person I want to talk to in the morning, and the last person I want to see before I go to sleep.
Well, fuck. Way to knock a girl's legs out. I'm grinning like an idiot when he kisses me again.
Come tomorrow. That's not a request, by the way.
I giggle. Then how can I say no?
You can't. You're coming. And right now...
I whimper as he sinks under the covers and spreads my legs.
Right now, you're coming on my tongue.
Chapter 32. Hades.
Hey.
My face splits into a grin when I answer the phone. The sound of Elsa's voice making my very skin tingle like it always does these days. What the hell has this girl done to me? Thing is, I no longer scowl in confusion or turmoil when I consider that question. I just fucking smile. Hey, yourself. I grin into the phone.
So, I'm afraid I'm running a teensy bit late in terms of the soft opening tonight. She sighs. I'm just finishing up a deposition in Brooklyn, but quick question. Is that blue dress of mine at your place?
It's almost surreal. I'm actually having the whose house is that piece of clothing at conversation with a woman for the first time in my life. And I fucking love that I'm having it with her. Yes, her dress is at my place. Still there from the night last week where she rode my cock on the kitchen floor before I fucked her bent over the counter. It is. Yeah.
Oh, wait, yes. I think I wore it the night.
She trails off, and I can practically feel the heat of her blush through the phone. Go on. She laughs quietly.
I think we both know which night that was.
She murmurs. Oh, we totally do. I just want to hear you say it out loud.
I'm standing in the hallway of the Brooklyn courthouse.
And your point is? She giggles.
I'll talk dirty to you later.
I grin. I'll hold you to that, counselor.
Deal. Do you think I could stop by your place and grab it before I head home to change? I think I'd like to wear it tonight.
Here's a better idea. Just get ready at my place and I'll come give you a ride to the soft opening after I finish helping the girls with the last of the setup here.
Really?
You know the code for my front door, right?
Yeah.
Then do it. Get ready at my place and I'll call you when I'm on the way. Deal?
Deal.
She gushes.
Thank you. You're the best.
No problem. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Look.
She stops short, clearing her throat.
Right. See you soon.
She hangs up abruptly. I'm grinning ear to ear as I slip the phone into my pocket and turn to head back into the Banshee, where there is a fair amount of setup still to do. Callie steps right in front of me, giving me one of her patented, I'm about to give you shit about something looks of hers. Yes?
Who was that?
I shrug. Nobody. She rolls her eyes. Bullshit. You're grinning like a schoolgirl. Not at all. Just psyched about the free cocktails tonight. She shakes her head, turning to walk away.
Whatever. Fine. Keep your secrets.
Fuck it. I clear my throat. That was Elsa, actually. Callie turns, looking extremely curious. So does Eilish, popping up from behind the bar.
Wait, what?
Nev's blonde sister arches her brow. That was Elsa. Callie frowns.
And?
And she's coming tonight. I glance at the two of them and clear my throat. As my date. Callie's eyebrows shoot so far up they almost disappear into her hairline. Eilish grins impishly.
No shit,
Callie blurts, staring at me.
Like a date?
Don't make it weird.
My nearly 30-year-old terminally single brother is about to go on his first date. It's already fucking weird, dude.
I flip her off as she and Eilish snicker. Well, just don't be a bag of dicks about it. What's she being a bag of dicks about? I turn, grinning when I see Sean lugging 3 huge cases of liquor bottles into the bar from a van outside. Nothing. Thanks for helping, man. Anytime. Drinks are free tonight, yeah? I snort. Most definitely.
It's not nothing, Callie smirks. Hades has a girlfriend.
Sean smirks. I think Hades has lots of girlfriends.
No.
Eilish grins.
Like a real girlfriend.
Sean glances at me with an astonished grin on his lips. No shit? Why the fuck is everyone making this so weird? I grumble, turning to head out the door. Sean follows me out, helping me lug a few more cases of stuff into the bar before I see a familiar black town car pull up in front of the building. I head to the curb, opening the passenger door and helping my grandmother out. She beams at the newly remodeled front of the Irish pub that her granddaughter, Eilish, and Nev are about to open. Hard to believe she actually pulled it off, isn't it, Yaya? Dimitra chides me, playfully slapping my hand as I grin.
Not hard to believe at all, Hades. She's a Dracos, after all. A dragon. The blood of the Spartans.
Not the Spartans again. Hey, Yaya? I clear my throat. I wanted to tell you something.
Oh?
I've met someone. She's not Greek, but
she's very smart, very pretty, and quite intimidating.
she finishes for me, grinning at my confused look.
And British.
I blink. Demetra chuckles, reaching up to pat my cheek fondly.
I'm old, Hades, not blind or stupid. And I think she'll be very good for you.
I grin. I do too. She's coming tonight.
Good,
She beams.
good. She should be part of this. We can toast to your sister and your sisters-in-law and to falling in love and having lots of babies.
I snicker, rolling my eyes. Yeah, let me get a cocktail in me before we start talking babies, okay? She laughs, patting my hand as I walk her into the bar.
Kamoto,
She suddenly gasps, frowning as she turns.
I left my bag in the car.
I grin, leaning down to kiss her cheek. I got it.
Hades,
Callie stops me on my way out.
where's this hot date of yours?
I roll my eyes. Let me get Yaya's bag and then I'm going to get her. She grins.
Good. And hey,
She lifts a shoulder and smiles.
I'm really happy for you, you know?
I give her a hug, kissing the top of her head. Thanks. And I'm really proud of you. I raise my eyes, looking around the brand new pub. This place is insane, Cals. And you did this. She beams. Okay, let me get that bag, then you and I are drinking.
Before Ares shows up.
I laugh. Definitely before Ares shows up. I head out, clapping Sean on the back as he slips past me into the Banshee, carrying the last box of liquor. I find Yaya's bag on the back seat of the town car, and I'm turning back to the pub with a grin on my face when the blast shatters the world. The explosion punches out the windows and blows the door off the Banshee, slamming me back against the car so hard I see stars as I drop to my hands and knees. No. I stagger to my feet, my eyes wide in horror and a ringing sound echoing in my ears. It's all I can hear as I stumble like a drunk toward the gaping black maw that not 4 seconds ago was the front of my sister's beautiful new pub. No. I start to run, heedless of the shards of glass and flaming bits of wood raining down around me. Heedless of the blood pouring down my face. Heedless of anything as I charge into the burning wreckage, where my family was just standing. Chapter 33. Hades. At first, all I know is pain. The white noise of distant screaming and faint sirens. The frantic and yet numbing task of clawing through rubble and fire, heedless of the way it's burning the skin from my hands. The roaring sound that I finally realize is my own voice when the firefighters try and pull me out of the wreckage of the Banshee. It's finally Castle that manages to do that, and he does it in his own way, by punching me in the face. It's probably the only way I'd have ever left that smoking black hole. It dazes me and quiets the monster raging within me enough that he can drag me from the smoldering building and shove me against the side of a car. Then he physically yanks my head to the side to show me where they're loading my grandmother, my sister, and Eilish Kildare into the backs of 3 ambulances. Callie climbs into hers herself. Demetra and Eilish do not. That sets me off again, roaring and screaming pure blind rage and hatred at the sky as Castle forcibly throws me into the back of his car as the scent of death curls into the air around us. I'm so fucking sorry, brother. Ares hugs me tightly, his jaw clenched as I cling to him. Callie is already up and moving around. Eilish is going to be okay once she's out of surgery to remove the pieces of shrapnel in her shoulder and her leg. Our grandmother, miraculously, is okay. Fuck knows how. They're keeping her for observation, despite her protests, because they want to watch for internal bleeding from the hit she took. But she's okay. They're all alive. My eyes squeeze shut. Sean Farrell isn't. The firefighters are saying it looks like he took the brunt of the blast when he used his body to shield my sister and my grandmother from the worst of it. They're calling him a hero. And that's fucking great and all. But I don't want to eulogize a hero. I want to thank my fucking friend for what he did and then go buy him a beer. I grit my teeth against my brother's shoulder and take a deep breath before I pull away. My face grim. Fuck, Ares hisses, looking away. Nev blinks back tears as she comes over to hug me, shaking as she clings to me. When she pulls back to sink into my brother's arms, I turn to survey the scene in the hospital waiting room around me. The faces and clothes streaked with ash and grime. The wounds, like the gash on my head, that aren't big enough for anyone here to give a shit about right now. Not while Demetra is being monitored for internal bleeding and Eilish is having pieces of her pubs surgically removed from her body. The tears, the pain, the shattered spirits. And then there's the anger. And even though it's simmering below the surface, it's plain to see on everyone's faces: Ares, Nev, Kratos, Castle, Killian, and Una. With me, the anger's not so much under the surface. It's about to explode outward with a force that'll make what just happened at the Banshee look like a cheap bottle rocket. Not the bomb it was. And it was a bomb. Castle's just gotten off the phone with the fire marshal who confirmed it. Not a gas leak. Not an act of God. A fucking bomb. They're saying it was wired up under the downstairs lounge bar, purposefully put in that central location so as to do the maximum damage to both the downstairs lounge and the bar above it, where most of our family was. They're saying it was a relatively complex IED, too. One that took time to set up. They're also saying that while the security camera hard drives have obviously been reduced to molten slag, the off-site logs show that the back door to the place was opened using a security code late last night. Someone tried to murder our family, and they damn well almost succeeded. I turn away, yanking my phone out to try calling Elsa again. But same as before, it goes straight to voicemail. I'm not worried. Well, not that worried. My building is far more secure than it looks, despite all that glass. Plus, I sent 3 of our men over to guard the place, without worrying Elsa, while I was on the way here to the hospital. I text George, one of the men I sent over there just to check in. His instant, "all good over here" reply has me exhaling slowly. Maybe she's in the shower, or taking a nap or something. Ares glances at Kratos and me.
There's no reason to keep quiet about it.
Nev chokes tightly, shaking her head at my brother.
We're all thinking the same thing anyway.
Ares' expression goes grim, but he nods. Fine. The waiting room is full of nothing but Kildare and Dracos people anyway, and this obviously concerns both families. Ares exhales slowly, his eyes dragging to Killian. Does Dominic know yet? As in Dom Farrell, Sean's father. Killian nods stonily. He does. He's on a plane right now from Chicago. Ares shakes his head. I'm so fucking sorry, Kill. Sean was a good man. And they're saying he saved Callie and Yaya's lives. I know Dom won't give a flying fuck about that right now, and that's fine. But I want him to know that. Eventually. The Irishman nods quietly. He'll know. Ares grits his teeth as his eyes slowly sweep the room. There's no easy way to put this. But we're all thinking it anyway, so fuck it. He pauses. Someone just declared war on us. It could very well be the Russians, but before any of us, or any of the vassal families goes out there and starts waging World War III in the streets of Manhattan, we're going to be goddamn sure it is. Can we please agree to that? Killian's jaw grinds, but he nods. I can tell our people to stand down. His eyes harden. For now. But my niece is in surgery, Ares. And there's a limit to my patience when it comes to holding off on retaliation. Fair enough. If anyone has favors owed them, call them the fuck in, now. My phone buzzes. I yank it out quickly, expecting it to be Elsa. My brow furrows when I see the name on the screen. Oren Frey, Killian's detective. I move to the corner of the room and answer it. I just heard what happened, Hades, and I'm very sorry. Oren and I have only spoken once before a few weeks ago. I'd almost forgotten I'd called him and asked him to do what I did. Now, amidst the chaos of all this, it seems so fucking petty and stupid. Thank you, I growl. Now maybe isn't the best time. Unfortunately, he growls. It might be all too good a time. My eyes darken. What are you talking about? I'm talking about what, or should I say who, you asked me to look into. Elsa. I asked him to look into Elsa, and I've spent the last 3 weeks regretting it every time she's smiled at me or kissed me. Oren, this really isn't the best. I'm not some Yellow Pages private detective, Hades. Nor am I unaware of the intricate politics involved with people like yourself and families such as your own when I do work for them. I'm fully versed in the dynamics of your family and Killian's, as well as of those who you both might call enemies, which is why I struggled with even calling you right now. My pulse quickens, a whining sound ringing in my ears. What did you find? He exhales slowly. Her background is clean. Mom died when she was 18 and her sister was 7. They were pretty poor, but she worked 2 jobs, interning at a law firm, running coffees, making copies, that sort of thing, and also running the back office for a local grocery store. She managed to get herself into no less than Cambridge, where she was top of her class, all while playing mother to her little sister, Nora. I already know all of this. It still makes me grin with foolish pride, even if the world is burning around me. But I'm not sure where he's going with any of this, or how it's remotely relevant to any of what's going on. Oren, the reason I'm calling right now, and the reason I truly wrestled with this, Hades, he growls, isn't because of how smart she is, or how driven, or the blood and sweat it took for her to get where she and her sister are right now. I'm calling you because of who her father is. The ringing sound in my ears grows louder. My pulse thuds harder. And he is. Oren is silent. Oren Stavrin. The floor drops away. Leo Stavrin. I'd tell you who he is, but I know you already know. And given this evening's events, that's why I wasn't so sure about calling. Thank you. Look, Hades, that's all I need. I say in a voice that sounds like the edge of a knife. Thank you, Oren. I hang up. In a trance, my face a mask of pure, livid rage, I turn and start to walk for the door. Ares spots me first, frowning as he moves to intercept me. Whoa, who was that? Out of my way. His jaw clenches. Hades. With a furious roar, I explode, shoving him back as I yank the gun from the holster under my jacket. Hades! Nev screams. Ares holds up his hand to her, his eyes still locked on mine. His face darkens when I chamber around, my face a cold mask of fury. Tell me what the fuck is going on, man, he growls. I can't help you if you don't. I am going to deal with something, Ares, I snarl. That's all you need to know. He shakes his head. Castle and Kratos moving behind him, eyeing me and the gun warily. You're not going after Gavin fucking Tsarenko by yourself, brother. Ares growls quietly. Let us settle things here, and then you and I and the rest of us can all go knock down Gavin's... I'm not going after Gavin. He frowns. Then who? Get out of my way. The room is silent after my voice booms through it. Ares and I lock eyes. Then slowly he dips his chin in a slow nod. He steps away, letting me surge past him and out the door like an avenging angel of death. No, I'm not going after Gavin. I'm going after the little fucking spy who's been playing me like a goddamn idiot. The little blonde traitor who's had me wrapped around her fucking finger while she fed intel to the enemy. And when I find her, I'm going to fucking bury her. It's a miracle I don't die in a fiery car crash as I scream across the bridge from Manhattan into Brooklyn. It's as if I've got blinders on, like I'm seeing in tunnel vision, completely unaware of anything and everything around me as I plow recklessly through traffic. It all comes in flashes, horribly, blindingly obvious flashes, now that I think about it. That first night, when I was so caught up in realizing that the girl from Club Venom was Elsa that I didn't focus on the part where she was leaving Leo's place at 1 a.m. Of course she was. Because she's his fucking daughter. I think of all the times I was so stupidly cavalier with her, all the times I left my phone open around her or chatted away to Ares with her in earshot. Listening. Writing all that shit down. Plotting to destroy me and mine, all while slowly breaking down every wall I have. And now someone is dead. A friend is dead. And my grandmother and basically my sister-in-law are still in the hospital because I got careless with my feelings. She fucking played me. I'm going to destroy her. The car mounts the curb outside my building as I come to a screeching stop. My eyes dart to the van across the street with Athenian Dry Cleaning stenciled on the side of it, which is my guy George and his crew. I storm over there to tell them to scatter, to get the fuck out of here before I start shooting. When I get to the van, I frown. It's empty. What the fuck is going on? Suddenly, something catches my eye. Liquid, dripping from the side of the sliding door of the van. My brow knits, and when I lean closer, my veins chill. It's blood. Pulse racing, I yank open the sliding door and instantly grit my teeth. Fuck me. George and the 2 other guys I sent are dead in a heap on the floor of the van, all with their throats cut. I don't think. I just whirl, bolting across the street, smashing in the keypad code to my building, then bolting up the stairs through the unfinished floors until I get to the top. I can't tell if I want her to be there so that I can kill her with my bare hands, or if I'm hoping she's gone so I don't have to. So I don't have to kill the woman I love for being instrumental in the death of my friend and almost killing my family. But luckily, or unfortunately, she's not there. I tear through the house, looking under every bed and in every closet. But the place is empty. Her clothes are missing from my closet. The toothbrush she left here a few weeks ago is gone. Elsa is gone. And I have no idea if the roaring sensation inside of me demanding I chase her is so that I can kiss her as if my life depended on it, or kill her. Chapter 34. Hades. Anger is a powerful thing. Anger is a drug that'll restart your heart if it stops. It'll keep you going when you just want to fall down and die. It'll sustain you when you're too broken and fucked up to eat, drink, even sleep. At least for a time. Maybe forever. So far, I'm on day 5 of running on pure anger. And I don't remember the last time I did any of those things, so who the fuck knows? Since the blast ripped through the Banshee, my world has upended. On the plus side, Callie is healing, and Yaya was cleared to leave the hospital. She's doing okay aside from a bunch of painful bruising she took in the explosion. Eilish is on bed rest at Mount Sinai, but she's going to be back home at the Kildare Brownstone in just a few days. So those are all good things. Everything else is on fire. It started the night of the bombing, when the Russians went on full lockdown. When we got reports the next day of more Reznikov muscle being flown in from Europe and Russia, the DEFCON meter moved a little higher. Then 3 days ago, a laundromat that's a front for an underground high-stakes casino run by one of our vassal families went up in flames. The next day, Kratos and I blew a hole in the keel of one of the mid-sized yachts Gavin owns and keeps moored at Chelsea Piers Marina, sending it to the bottom of the Hudson. And this morning, the expected return shot came, in the form of one of Ezio Adamos's construction projects getting shut down by Homeland Security because of, quote, personnel security concerns. Guess which fucking Russian bathhouse the head of the New York Division of Homeland Security has a membership to? At this point, we've moved past bullshit. Now we're gearing up for all-out war with Gavin Sarenko. The good thing is, though, when you're mainlining anger, you don't have time to be sad, to feel the way your heart is shattering inside of you. Betrayal stings. Losing the woman you were ready to hand your whole goddamn soul to is a motherfucker. But anger? Anger's got your back. Anger will smother the whole fucking thing until all you can taste is bitter rage and all you breathe is revenge. Well, currently it's actually more of a mix of revenge, gun oil, and the plasticky scent of body armor fresh out of its packaging. We're in the basement of my family's Central Park South building, which is an all-in-one armory, garage, and fortress. Ares, Kratos, and I, plus Castle, because an attack on Eilish or Nev is an attack on his blood, and now he's gunning to bleed more of it into the streets. There's also about 20 other Dracos men and another 15 from the Kildare side, all of us strapping on body armor and loading up magazines. In about 45 minutes, the hounds of war are about to get loosed from their chains. Hades. I glance up to see Ares giving me a piercing look. Yeah. You know you don't have to do this. My jaw tightens. I mean, he clears his throat. If she's working with Leo, there's a chance she'll be there when I don't give a fucking shit. Without another word, I go back to coldly pushing rounds into the magazine in my hands. Guys? We all turn at the sound of Callie's voice to see a fierce, hard look in her eyes. I sigh. If you're here to talk us down from this, you're wasting your fucking... Oh, you mean all of this? She snaps, nodding her chin past me. This insanity? Ares looks up, frowning. This is the game, Callie. When someone comes for you or hurts you, you make them hurt. I don't want a fucking war with Gavin. But what I want or don't want doesn't matter when he's the one that just bombed Pearl Harbor. We're in this now. He sighs heavily, shoving his fingers through his hair. Now please, go back upstairs until...
I need you to, for once, listen to me, she snaps.
Callie bristles, stepping closer to the four of us as her throat bobs.
I also need you to come upstairs.
Why? I growl.
Because Vanya Mirzoyan just showed up at our door, and you really need to fucking listen to her.
I've spent the last 5 days drenched in anger, bathing in it, feeding on it, and becoming its closest friend. So when I see that same vicious emotion carved into Vanya's face when we walk into one of Dimitra's sitting rooms, it gives me pause. Ares grimaces. I owe your father a phone call, I know. Apologies. But there's a bigger issue at...
You're going to war with the Reznikovs,
she says coldly.
Yes, I know.
I glance at my brothers in Castle, then shrug. And?
And I think you might be going to war with the wrong people.
Excuse me?
My father is a liar,
she spits, her eyes darting from me to Ares to Kratos to Castle to Callie. Ares frowns. Kindly elaborate.
With pleasure,
she hisses venomously.
My father decided to spend the last 3 months telling me he was dying of fucking cancer. That is why he wanted to make this deal happen. So that my brother and I would have more money than we'd ever know what to do with once he was gone.
My jaw grinds. What do you mean he's been telling you he has cancer?
Oh, should I be clearer?
She snaps, shaking with anger.
I mean he's been lying to me. I just found out that he's not sick at all. The bastard's completely fine. He's just been using me as a fucking pawn to push that message.
My brow furrows. Jesus. I'm sorry, Vanya.
Yeah, well, I'm done. I'm done playing the ditzy mob princess daughter for him. I'm also done being his chess piece. And I'm really done pretending that all I want in the world is for some big macho he-man to come marry me and put me in a goddamn ivory tower somewhere, because all of that is the fucking furthest thing from what I actually want.
She looks away, raking her fingers through her long hair.
I have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in business from goddamn Harvard, for fuck's sake.
I glance at Ares and then turn back to her. What can we do for you, Vanya? She smiles bitterly and shakes her head, looking away like she hasn't heard me.
My father thinks I went to Harvard to have something pretty to put on my socialite resume, and to maybe meet a husband.
She grimaces, rolling her eyes.
You know what I did instead?
She glances back at me, smiling triumphantly.
I minored in linguistics. He doesn't even know that I speak 4 languages.
I clear my throat. Vanya, I hate to rush this, but...
Including?
Her smile widens, darkening.
Russian. Now, Hades, do you know when it's nice to be able to speak and understand Russian, when no one around you realizes that you can?
No, Ares growls. But I think I'd very much like to. Her eyes narrow to murderous slits.
It comes in handy when your lying asshole of a father has been having regular meetings, both in person and over the phone, with Leo Stavrin. In fucking Russian.
I stiffen. Ares swears under his breath.
I wasn't happy about it. But I was willing to keep his secrets and let him play his little games, because I was focused on my own exit. But that was before he lied to me about dying, and before people started to get hurt. Before...
She shakes her head, brushing a tear away from her eyes. Callie moves towards Vanya as if to comfort her, but the Albanian woman shakes her head, holding a hand up.
No, let me finish, please.
She swallows, sniffing back the tears.
I don't know what they're planning. I honestly don't. But Leo and my father are working together. Not Gavin as well,
she quickly adds.
I mean just Leo, with just my father.
Her lips twist.
Oh, and I'd bail on this deal you're so hell-bent on working out with my dad.
Ares frowns. Why would we do that? Vanya's lips twist.
There's a sub-basement under the main office of that parking garage you've got your eye on.
She smiles wryly.
The one you think is going to get rezoned.
My brothers and I glance warily at each other.
Or should I say, is going to get rezoned.
Vanya continues.
Believe me, he knows all about that.
I frown. So why on earth would he be willing to sell it to us for the price on the table?
Because it's not the deal of the century you think it is.
She swallows.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I've heard them discussing something that's in the basement that'll kill any development deal. He's selling you a lemon.
Vanya draws in a shaky breath, smiling sadly at me.
My father is not a good man, Hades. And he has not forgotten the bad blood between your family and ours. Or between Gavin's and ours.
Ares folds his arms over his chest. I have to ask.
Why I'm helping you.
It's crossed my mind. She sighs heavily.
Because I never asked to be born into this life. And I don't want it.
I frown. Okay, but you telling us all of this is a bit more than giving the middle finger to your old man, Vanya. This could, and probably will, have consequences for you.
I was in love with someone.
Vanya looks away, tears brimming in her fierce eyes.
Her name was Katya, and she was our household chef. 7 months ago, after hiding it my entire life, I came out to my father. We came out. Katya and I.
Vanya turns to level a broken look at us.
Do you know how he reacted?
My jaw ticks at the pain and rage in her face.
He fired her, got her visa revoked, and had her deported back to Ukraine.
Her face shatters.
She was killed by a Russian bomb outside Bakhmut last night. I just found out.
Jesus. Vanya. I growl quietly. I'm so fucking sorry.
He killed her! So Hades?
Her voice is like broken glass as she looks at me with tear-filled eyes.
There already have been consequences for me. It's his fucking turn now.
She pulls her phone out, her face a mask of livid anger as she taps on it. Mine buzzes in my pocket.
What's that?
The video she's just sent me is blurry and shaky, but it's pretty obvious what it shows. Serge Mirzoyan and Leo fucking Stavrin, along with the late and unlamented Pasha Andreev, talking on what must be Serge's back garden patio. I don't actually speak Russian myself.
Then allow me,
she hisses thinly.
They're talking about starting a war between the Reznikovs and the Drakos-Kildare alliance. Serge is giving them a list of potential targets, including a warehouse full of stolen high-end electronics that belongs to your family. Pasha is talking about plans to start using violence on the streets against the children of Kildare and Drakos vassal families, made out to look like Reznikov Bratva aggression.
Fuck me. My mind flashes to poor Theo Petrakis getting lit on fire with Russian vodka, and Nick Eliades losing his prestigious spot on the Cornell hockey team after getting beaten to shit.
They want to stoke the anger between you and the Russians, until you're all forced into open war. When it gets bad, my father's plan is to pretend to side with you, to get close, while Leo will cozy up to Gavin. At a certain point, they'll both make moves to kill their respective kings. Gavin by Leo's hand, and you, Ares. Along with Killian Kildare, if possible. By my father's.
I glance at my older brother, whose face is a stony mask. Your father left a message for me this morning, actually. He hisses quietly, asking how he could help with the mounting hostilities between our family and the Reznikovs. Fuck. On the video, Leo and Serge grin and shake hands.
That handshake is Leo and my father agreeing to split the spoils once both empires are up in flames.
Vanya's face is lined as she looks up at me.
You do not want to go to war with the Russians, believe me. You're all being played.
An hour later, Ares, Kratos, Castle, and I are using a crowbar to break down the door to the sub-basement under Serge's parking garage at 952 Lincoln Place. Kratos hits the light switch on the wall, and a string of construction site bulbs illuminates an old staircase that leads down to what looks like an earthen floor basement. The fuck is this? Ares mutters as we all carefully descend the stairs. It's mostly full of nothing but old boxes. But at the far wall, there's a plastic curtain drawn across a black hole. I frown, yanking it back and peering into the darkness beyond. Castle steps next to me. What is it? I shake my head. Just then, Ares steps forward, turns on the flashlight on his phone and shines it into the darkness. Whoa. The first thing I see is the skeletons. Old ones, too, from the looks of it, covered in dust and dirt. Past them, there are two honest-to-God cannons, and a giant pile of huge-ass cannonballs. What the fuck? Castle mutters. This shit looks like it's been here for a century. 2.5 centuries, actually. We all turn to Kratos, who is staring at a big, yellow, official-looking notice tacked to the wall next to the plastic curtain, with New York City Historical Preservation Society emblazoned across the top of it. My brother grimaces as he turns to us. This says all of this was discovered 6 months ago, while they were trying to expand the sub-basement. It's an old storage house from the Revolutionary War. Mother. Fucker! Ares groans, turning and kicking a piece of rock across the dirt floor. It's a fucking historical preservation site. Rezoned or not, it can't be developed. Serge, you sneaky motherfucker. Ares scowls as he takes a breath. Vanya's right. We've all been fucking played. Thank you. The four of us whirl, yanking guns out at the sound of the voice behind us. Gavin Sarenko's voice. And he's not alone. There's 4 of us, but Gavin's brought 3 times that, and every gun in every Russian hand is currently pointed straight at us. Sarenko smiles, cracking his neck as he too raises a gleaming gun in his tattooed hand. Thank you for saving me the trouble of digging you all a grave.
Chapter 35. Elsa. All I know is darkness. All I feel is the ever-present fear hovering over us both, lurking. Shivering, I pull close to Nora, glancing down at her as she sleeps. In the near-total darkness of the place that has been our prison for the last 5 days, I can barely make her out against the blackness that envelops us like ink, but I can hear her breathing. Hopefully, dreaming of a place that isn't this. I know it's nighttime, because the train I occasionally hear rumble by not too far away hasn't been passed in a while. During the day, it's more like every hour, which suggests it might be a commuter train of some kind. It could be a train full of cops, for all it matters. I blew my voice out the first day we were here, screaming and screaming for help. But nobody heard us. Nobody came for us. Not here. My blood runs cold at the sudden metallic scraping sound of the door to the basement room opening. It wrenches inward on rusty hinges, and I wince at the blinding stab of light that hits me. It's just a single bulb on the other side, but after 5 days in the blackness, my eyes sting at the sudden glare.
Are you ready to come out yet?
I shiver violently and peer as hard as I can, but even so, when I look at the door, all I see is the darkness of his silhouette, with the light stabbing past him like knives. I only come out if she comes out too. I hear the impatient cluck of his tongue against his teeth.
But it's not her I want.
If you want me, then you want her too. He's quiet for a second. Then he sighs.
Perhaps tomorrow, then.
I swallow. Both of us. I'll do whatever you want. I choke. But both of us, come out of this room. I can just barely make out his foot tapping on the floor.
Let me think on it.
He turns to go, but then stops, his silhouette twisting back to look at me again.
Soon, we'll laugh about this, Elsa. Soon, this will all be an amusing story we tell at parties.
Venom, bile, and fear rise in my throat. He chuckles fondly.
I'm so glad I found you, my love.
The door shuts with another metallic clank, and the sob I've been desperately holding back in front of him bursts from my throat. Nora stirs next to me, and I turn to pull her head into my lap as I drop mine against the stone wall behind me. Please find me. Wherever you are, Hades. Please, find me.
Chapter 36. Hades. You don't want to do this. Gavin smiles coolly. Want has very little to do with it. You've chosen a path against me, Hades. Simple as that. All of you have. Ares licks his lips, trying to remain calm. Gavin, you need to listen. I outgun you 3-1, and that's before the 20 other men I have upstairs. So no, Ares. He rasps coldly. I don't need to do a goddamn thing. Lower your guns, all of you. I glance at my brothers in castle. Ares gives a quick nod of his chin. There's no reason to have a shootout right now and go down in a hail of Russian bullets. The 4 of us lower our weapons to the floor. Gavin smiles again. Yes, I thank you for so conveniently leading me to you and walking into a hole in the earth without any other men with you. You've made erasing your empire from the face of the fucking planet so much easier for me. His eyes narrow as he raises his gun. For that, I'll be quick with the rest of your family. Stop! We're being fucking played, Gavin! I snarl. Look! I gesture behind me to the gaping hole in the wall. Gavin frowns, turning and nodding at one of his men. The guy steps forward, shining his phone flashlight into the darkness. The Reznikov leader's brow furrows. The fuck is this? A Revolutionary War-era weapons cache, along with the remains of the men who were guarding it. He stiffens. It means this whole fucking garage is a historical preservation site, and Serge is fully aware of that. Tsarenko's lips curl dangerously. He's fucking playing all of us, Gavin. And the deal is just the beginning. Here. I reach for my pocket. 12 Russian fingers suddenly get real tense. It's my phone, I growl. leveling my gaze at Gavin. There's something you need to see. He eyes me suspiciously. Then he nods. Slowly. I slip the phone out of my back pocket, unlock it, and hand it to him. It's the most recent video in my camera roll. Make sure the volume is up. Gavin's face is impassive as he plucks the phone from my hand and clicks on my camera reel. Suddenly, the sound of Leo and Serge speaking Russian fills the dirt room. And Gavin's whole expression turns livid. I see the rage and the realization of the betrayal creep over him as he watches the video in its entirety. Twice. Then a third time. His eyes raise to mine as he hands me my phone back. Well? I watch the muscles of his neck ripple. Where did you get this? Does it really matter? His nostrils flare as he looks away. No, he growls. It doesn't. Though it might explain my top authority being missing for the last 4 or 5 days. He swears viciously under his breath in Russian. Then he turns to level his gaze at the 4 of us. Opustite оружие, he growls. Around him, his men gradually lower and holster their guns. Gavin draws in a slow breath. You burned my warehouse, he hisses quietly. And you tried to blow up my fucking family, Ares roars. Gavin's face darkens. I did not. I don't imagine it means much to you right now, but you have my word on that. I did not set that bomb. I don't believe in killing innocents and grandmothers, just as I don't condone setting children on fire, he rasps. In case no one's translated the complete video for you, that little weasel, Pasha Andreev, is clearly outlining his plans to go after the children of your vassal families in order to get us at each other's throats. He very well may have been the one to set the bomb in your pub as well. His jaw grinds. Frankly, his actions disgust me. When I find him, you won't. He glances at me sharply. I lift a non-committal shoulder. Consider that a peace offering. You won't find him. Gavin raises a brow. Duly noted. I will admit, I did torture Casino. Hope you had insurance on that boat. Kratos grins darkly. How's your collection of stolen televisions and PlayStations doing these days? Gavin tosses back. Enough. Ares shakes his head, holding his hands up. We can play this game all day. Who shot first, who did more damage, it doesn't matter. This was all a setup, and we've all been playing right into Serge and Leo's fucking hands. They want us to burn each other's empires to the fucking ground, so they can paw through the ashes. He glances at Kratos and I, and then levels a look at Gavin. I'm choosing to believe you about the Banshee bombing. I hope I never find out that I'm wrong. Gavin nods as my brother continues. And being that all of this was set in motion by someone who is clearly a common enemy, I'm prepared to forget about the shot-for-shots regarding each other's property. No lives were lost on our end. On my end either, Gavin growls. So we don't have to go to war. We don't have to be best friends either, but we don't need this to go nuclear. Gavin smiles mirthlessly. I have a difficult time seeing us as friends, Drakos, he growls. But that said, war is terrible for business. He takes a slow, deep breath and then sticks out his hand. Shall we agree to lower the temperature? Ares glances at Kratos and me. When we both nod, he turns back to the Russian and shakes his hand. Consider the temperature lowered. We have no open hostilities with you starting now. I'll put the word out to my people immediately. Same. I'll talk to Killian, Castle growls. But consider the Kildares standing down as well. Gavin allows himself a small smile before his face darkens. Now, are we going to flip a coin to see who gets to skin Serge Mirzoyan alive?
Mr. Dracos?
I pause in the hallway of the long-term recovering wing of Mount Sinai Hospital. Frowning at the sound of a voice I recognize, I turn to peer into the open doorway of the room beside me. Theo Petrakis smiles nervously at me as I step into his room.
I saw you walking by and just wanted to say hi.
I nod, smiling at him. How's the recovery going, kid? He shrugs.
It's okay. The skin grafts itch like hell, but it's all healing pretty well. And hey, my dad came by this morning and told me the good news. We're not going to war with the Bratva.
I frown. We? Theo, you're just a kid. He blinks.
I'm 18, Mr. Dracos. My dad's already teaching me about running the business.
I smirk, nodding. Fair enough. But no, there's no war. We've dialed it back. It's all settled.
That's good to hear.
I nod. In the last 12 hours, a lot of things have been settled. First and foremost, no. The Dracos Kildare Alliance will not be shooting it out in the streets with Gavin's people. All parties on both sides have been informed, and a total cease to any hostilities has been issued. Gavin did end up flipping a coin in that sub-basement. He even won the toss, too. But he's not going to be skinning Serge alive. No one's going to be doing anything to Serge alive, because he's fucking dead. Apparently, he and Malik got into a heated argument about the pending sale of the Empire. They were both drunk, and when Malik drew a piece on his own father, meant only to intimidate him, it discharged, blowing a hole in Serge's gut. At which point, Papa Mirzoyan pulled his own gun out and shot his kid in the chest. Which sounds cold as fuck, unless you'd ever met Malik. If you had, yeah, you'd kinda get it. Both Serge and Malik bled out before anyone found them. And now Vanya is the new head of the Albanian family. It's currently a big fat to be determined what she does with it. That's great to hear. I sigh. Look, Theo, I didn't mean to come down so hard on you that time at Nora Gwynn's apartment. Your dad's an okay guy, and I know you're a good kid. I just want you to know that. He smiles. Nah, I get it. It must have looked super sketch. But honestly, Mr. Dracos, I wasn't, trying to get with Nora. Nick wasn't either. We really were just wanting to chill and hang out. Seriously. I nod, my brow furrowing. Have you talked to her recently? Nora, I mean. Elsa hasn't been seen since the night of the bombing. According to her building super, she hasn't been to her apartment. And when I dropped by Crown and Black, her friend Fumi told me she was on vacation, after giving me an earful about not hurting her friend. She didn't mention not killing her, though. It's a thought that keeps me up at night, twisting me back and forth, whether I do want to find Elsa to wreak my vengeance on her, or if I never want to set eyes on her again so I don't have to do that. Because if I do find her, I will. There's no question about that. Elsa's the one who is feeding info to Leo. Elsa is the one who knew about our hidden warehouses and the passcode for the back door of the Banshee. Presumably she's with her fucking father somewhere, given that no one can find either one of them. But something doesn't sit well with me about her having brought Nora along for the ride as well. Because I checked her school and her ballet class. She's been missing since that night too. Nora? Theo shrugs. Probably having the time of her life on a beach in Thailand. I stiffen. What? She's in Thailand.
At least that's what her last TikTok said. She and her sister, they're island hopping for like a month-long vacation. Jesus Christ. At Crown and Black, Fumi only mentioned that Elsa was on vacation. Even Alistair, when pressed too, didn't seem to know where she'd gone. Only that she'd cashed in a bunch of vacation days that they were all too happy to give her, seeing as she's their new darling lawyer over there. Thailand. He nods. Guess so. I've never been. Have you? I have to get going. Get well soon, Theo. Outside in the hallway, my eyes blazed with fury. Before I know what I'm doing, I duck into an empty waiting room and yank out my phone. Technically, New York City Director of FBI Operations Shane Dorsey is Killian's guy, not mine. Killian's done him some serious solids that basically made his career. In return, Shane makes sure the FBI turns a blind eye to any questionable Kildare, and now Dracos too, activity in New York. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and Killian's made it clear not to rock that boat even in the slightest. But I need to know this, and I need to know it now. Dorsey answers on the third ring. Hades, he growls. I'm sort of in the middle of... I need the location of 2 passports. He sighs. It doesn't stop with you people, does it? Hey, we scratch your back, you scratch... Killian scratches my back, Hades. He mutters quietly. That's the deal. Look, I can help your family out when I can, but only when Killian is looped. Remember the time my brother took a fucking bullet, and we let you take the credit for killing the bad guy, which, if I recall correctly, gave you the promotion of a lifetime? Remember that? Shane sighs. It rings a bell. Fucking great. Now can you, or fucking can't you, look up the locations of 2 passports? I'm the director of New York City operations for the fucking FBI, Hades. He mutters. What the hell do you think? He sighs again. Okay. Names? Elsa Gwynn and Nora Gwynn. Hang on. The line goes silent but for the clicking of a keyboard. Then, he swears. What? These are both UK nationals, Hades. And the FBI is an American policing force. And, I growl, growing impatient. And it creates serious fucking issues if we're spending our time spying on the whereabouts of citizens of one of our biggest allies, if not the biggest. He snaps. I fight to keep my cool. Shane, I've never asked you for shit, but I really need this. I can't, Hades. I can't fucking tell you where they are for about 15 different legal and international treaty reasons. He sighs. But I can tell you where they are not. My brow arches. That works. So where aren't they? Anywhere outside the continental United States. They're not in Thailand? I can't tell you that. But they're not there. Shane sighs. I have to go, Hades. I can't touch this with a mile-long pole. He hangs up. I stare at the floor, thinking. Why is Nora Gwynn telling her friends she's in Thailand when neither she nor Elsa has left the country? Eilish, the actual reason I came to Mount Sinai today, smiles as I step into her private room. How are you feeling, Blondie? She makes a face, shrugging. Meh, I'm fine. Brought you something to brighten the place up. She grins at the bouquet of flowers in my hands. Such a charmer. I shrug, taking the lid off a pitcher of water on her bedside table and putting the flowers into it. Hades. I glance at Eilish. Her brow is furrowed, her mouth twisted with words she's not sure about saying out loud. Eilish, I don't want to talk about... Hades, come on. She didn't do any of this. She can't have.
She did, I growl. And I know that's not a pleasant or convenient truth, and I know it fucking stings. Believe me, I do. I snarl. But it is what it fucking is. She betrayed us all. Eilish shakes her head.
I refuse to believe that.
Yeah, and I refuse to believe that my older brother Atlas was telling the truth when he told me Santa wasn't real when I was 6. But ho ho fucking ho. She looks down. She's the reason you're in here, Eilish. I growl. She's the fucking reason Sean is... I wince as her face contorts. I'm sorry, I say quietly. Yes, Sean was a good friend of mine, but he was also like a cousin to Eilish and Nev. Her mouth goes small.
It's okay, she murmurs. I'm coming to the service next week.
Want a ride? She smiles softly.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I sigh, rubbing my jaw. Anything I can get you right now? Eilish rolls her eyes.
Honestly, a decent cup of coffee. They've been limiting me to 1 cup in the morning, but that's like a quarter of my usual intake, and I'm losing it.
I grin. 1 contraband coffee. I can do that. Back in a sec. I get up to leave the room. As I brush past the door to Eilish's ensuite bathroom, the gym bag that was hanging on the doorknob falls off. When I turn to pick it up, I freeze.
No, you're not crazy,
Eilish says quietly.
It's Elsa's. I know.
She shrugs.
She left it by accident when she came over a few days before.
Her face darkens.
You know, what happened? I guess Nev thought it was mine and packed it with my stuff to bring here.
I swallow, unable to tear my eyes from the bag I've seen in Elsa's office over a dozen times. In her bedroom. In mine.
You know how I know she didn't do any of this?
Eilish says quietly. I grit my teeth as my eyes raise to hers.
Because she really liked you, Hades.
Her mouth twists.
I mean, I think she loved you. Or loves.
Pain slices into me. And I love her. I still fucking love her. And that's why this hurts so much. I'll be back with that coffee. I growl quietly as I turn to leave. A metallic beeping sound chirps through the room. When my brows knit as I glance at the gym bag on the ground, Eilish sighs.
Yeah, it did that twice yesterday. Once this morning, too. It just beeps like that, but I'm pretty sure the bag's empty. Maybe it's like a fob for the front door to her gym or something.
My frown deepens as I lean down to pick up the bag. Eilish is right. It's totally empty. No smartwatch, no gym fob, no anything like that might be the source of the beeps. My eyes scan it inside and out, my hands running over the nylon material. Suddenly I go still. There is something in the bag. It's just not inside the bag. It's in the lining. My pulse thuds as I grab my knife out of my back pocket and flick it open.
Hades?
Eilish peers at me like I'm insane.
What the hell are you...
I slice open the lining of the bag just as the beep goes off again. My fingers close around the little metallic disc as I pull it out and hold it up into the light. A small round circuit board with a tiny wire, like an antenna, sticking out of it, and a little black circle glued to the back. No, not a circle. A microphone. Someone's had Elsa's gym bag bugged, and when my eyes land on the letters printed right above the small watch battery on the circuit board, my whole world goes numb. It says battery. In Russian.
What is that?
I swallow as my eyes lift to Eilish's. It's a short-range surveillance bug.
What?
I hand it to her. Eilish twists it in her hands, her brows furrowing as she peers at it.
The writing on this is Russian.
I nod.
Okay, but if Elsa was working for the Russians,
then why the fuck were they bugging her goddamn gym bag? I finish. Elsa took this bag everywhere. My house, her apartment, in locker rooms and bathrooms, all places she'd never knowingly bring a hot microphone. And suddenly it starts to click. Her drive. The way she's been married to her job her whole life. The carefully hammered armor around her emotions and her heart. The way it's always seemed, since the first day I met her, that Elsa was the type of person who was constantly moving forward because there was no way backward. But I'm suddenly realizing it wasn't because she was hungry for tomorrow. It's because she was being chased. Holy fuck. Maybe she is Leo's kid, but I've been blinded so completely by my rage that I've overlooked the obvious. She raised Nora alone. She goes by Gwyn, her mother's maiden name, not Stavrin. She came to New York for a new job, a new life. And then Leo dropped in less than a month later. She was so cagey about her motives that night at Club Venom, why she went there that night to, come hell or high water, lose her virginity. Oh shit. And he's angry about a girl. There was a marriage proposal recently concerning the daughter of a would-be ally that is no longer favorable to a traditional man like my son. Holy shit. The would-be ally was fucking Leo. And Elsa was the goddamn marriage trophy. Her fucking me and losing her virginity that night was to torpedo that arrangement. She didn't go to Leo's place that night afterward to reveal information to him or to report back on spying on me. She went there to tell him what she did. And I don't think it was because she felt like sharing intimate details of her goddamned sex life with her father. It was a fuck you. A middle finger. It was finally severing a tie between them. When it all hits at once, I literally choke from the weight of it slamming down on me. Holy fuck.
Hades?
I raise my wild eyes to Eilish. She frowns.
What?
I don't think Elsa and her sister ran away with their father. I murmur. I think he fucking took them. Her eyes fly wide as her hand claps over her mouth.
Oh my God.
I yank out my phone and start typing away frantically. I haven't done this before because it would be ethically fucked for me to be tracking Elsa's 15-year-old sister. That's why I linked the keychain panic button I gave Nora and the app monitoring it to Elsa's phone, not mine. But I still know the password. My heart is racing as the app finishes downloading, and I log in with the account I set up for Elsa, hoping and praying Nora's as smart as I think she is. If I'm right about Leo taking them, I don't know if he did it separately or together. But either way, if Nora kept her wits about her, I'm hoping to God she remembered to push. The app pings with a map location. The button. Nora fucking pushed the button. And right now it's giving me an exact location to where she is, accurate within a 6-foot radius. Now I just have to hope that she and Elsa are together.
Hades?
Call your uncle, I hiss, racing for the door and texting her a screenshot of the map. Call my brothers, call Castle, call fucking everybody. And tell them to get their asses to that location, now. I bolt out the door and sprint down the hospital hallway, praying that Elsa is with Nora. But mostly, praying I'm not too late.
Chapter 37. Elsa.
I've prepared your breakfast. Just the way you like it, my love.
To describe what I'm feeling as creeped out is like referring to a 100-year storm as a spot of bad weather. I'm not creeped out. to be tied to a chair at the kitchen table of the dingy little house across from my terrified sister, while Hugo Johansson sets 2 plates of poached eggs down in front of us. I'm absolutely fucking horrified.
Oh, mustn't forget.
He chuckles to himself, turning to grab 2 grimy glasses with orange juice in them, setting them down in front of Nora and I as well.
Fresh squeezed, just the way you like it, sweetheart.
My stomach turns as I eye the man I once worked with. The man who hounded me for fucking years after our 3 whole dates before I filed a restraining order against him. The man I thought I'd left in my past forever once I moved us to New York. So stupid. None of my past has ever stayed there. None of it has remained in England. First it was Leo who followed me across the Atlantic, and now it's Hugo who's back to shake my life apart. As if it's not already shattered into enough charred, wrecked pieces. When the bomb blew up the Banshee on the night of the soft opening, I was at Hades' place getting ready. My phone started going crazy with texts and social media notifications about it, and when I couldn't reach Hades, I bolted out the door in a blind panic. Right into Leo. Leo, with a gun, a bloody knife, and the slain bodies of 3 men behind him in the open sliding door of a van, with Athenian dry cleaning stenciled on the side of it. Leo, who demanded I get in his car. Leo, who then crumpled to the ground as the brick broke in half over his head, revealing the other nightmare from my past standing behind him, smiling chillingly at me. Hugo. I shiver as my mind replays the manic hours that followed. The sight of Hugo dragging an unconscious Leo to his car. My freakout when I saw my sister bound and gagged in his back seat, which was only silenced by Hugo digging the barrel of a gun into my side. My sobbing pleas for him not to hurt her as I let him shove me into the passenger seat. Leo's horrible groans from the trunk as Hugo drove us north out of the city, following the Hudson up into the Catskills. The groans finally going silent right before we pulled up to this little house, which has been our prison ever since. I swallow, my gaze stabbing out the kitchen window to the brownish lawn outside, with the fresh little mound of dirt in the far corner. Leo's final, inglorious resting place. I'm not sure if the irony that one of my demons was slain by the other has sunk all the way in yet. Hugo turns away, and my eyes instantly snap to Nora's across the table. It's going to be okay, I mouth to her. Her face is pale as a ghost's, and her eyes are wide and full of terror, but she nods back at me.
Don't you want your breakfast, my love?
Hugo purrs, in a voice that feels like cold slime being poured down my neck. He turns, smiling this creepy, way too focused smile on me. His pupils are dilated, and when my gaze slips past him, I see the answer to my unspoken question. A little hand mirror, streaked with white powdered lines, and a rolled-up dollar bill sitting next to the stove.
I made it just for you, just the way I know you love it.
I glance down at the egg in front of me. I've had poached eggs maybe twice in my entire life.
Don't you remember?
He smiles a sloppy, cocaine-fueled grin at me.
It was our second date. We were at La Tua Pasta, that little Italian place next to the Borough Market.
I have zero idea what he's talking about, but I can see the mania in his eyes, and it's not just from the coke. There's a reason this man stalked me, and that reason isn't necessarily me. He's insane. And between that and the drugs, not to mention the fact that he's just kept Nora and I locked in a goddamn windowless basement with a bucket for a toilet for 5 days, I am very, very afraid of him and what he's capable of doing right now. Not for myself, but for Nora. Oh, of course. I smile. Yes, I remember now. Poached eggs. Thank you. He grins widely.
You're so welcome, sweetheart.
He lifts his brow.
Well, why haven't you touched it?
I swallow. Hugo, my hands are tied. He glances down to my wrists, which are in fact bound to the arms of the chair, just as Nora's are to hers.
Silly me.
He sighs, chuckling to himself.
I've been so worked up about making this utterly perfect for you, I wasn't even thinking. Forgive me?
Not in a million fucking years, you absolute dirtbag creep. Of course! I smile broadly at him. Hugo walks closer, and I shiver as he uses a pocket knife to slice off the rope, but only on one of my wrists.
Dig in, please.
He beams. Even after 5 days of nothing but water and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with a couple of bananas here and there, I have zero appetite. But again, this man is insane. As would I be, not to do what he says. So I smile as I start in on the bland poached egg, making a big show of nodding and chewing eagerly.
Good?
So good, I gush. Hugo grins, turning and lowering his face to the lines of cocaine on the mirror. Hugo? I venture. He turns, renewed mania in his eyes, as he sniffs loudly and wipes his nose.
Yes, my love?
I shudder again at the term of endearment. What is this? I mean, all of this. Us being here. His eyes lock with mine.
Can't you guess? This is our fresh start, my love.
Don't. It tumbles out of me, and I can't stop it. Every time he calls me love, I want to throw up. Because I don't know if the man I do love is alive or dead. I don't know if his family is either. And I've spent 5 days in a black hole, doing everything I can not to think about that. But every time Hugo says that word, I get closer to exploding.
Don't what?
Don't call me that. I choke, cringing in my chair. Hugo frowns. Fear stabs through me. Then he nods slowly.
Yes, I know, Elsa.
He sighs.
I know. I was too in love with you, and it frightened you away. And I'm still in love with you to this day, which is why it hurts so much that you cheated on me.
I go still, my face paling as my eyes snap to his. What?
You were weak, my love.
Hugo, I don't know what you're... Nora and I both scream as he whirls violently and punches the flimsy wall next to the stove, sending his fist through it in a cloud of plaster dust.
You were weak,
he snarls, turning back on me.
And you took another man.
I shake my head. No, Hugo.
I found his cum on your panties when I broke into your apartment, my love.
I almost choke, my eyes flaring as the words hit me like a slap in the face. When I broke into your apartment. It wasn't Leo that broke in that time we went to stay with Hades. It was Hugo. Hugo! He spins again, dipping down to snort another line of coke. When he whips his gaze back to me, it's glassy. I flinch when he suddenly rushes to my side, a horrified expression on his face as he crouches down to my eye level.
Dear God,
he chokes.
Did he...
He swallows.
Did he rape you, my love?
I want to vomit.
It's all right. You can tell me, Elsa. Just tell me, and I will forgive you. I know it would be hard for any man to resist you.
My stomach turns. I could say yes. I could just say it and end this, or at least temper his mania and his anger. I can't. No, I choke out, shaking my head. No, he didn't. The worry in his eyes dissipates. Because I love him, Hugo. He stares at me, eyes unblinking and the color draining from his face. No, he whispers. Hugo, sometimes you feel things for someone and they don't feel the same way back. No! I gasp as he screams in my face, lurching to his feet and backing away. Elsa! I love him, I choke. Hugo, there's someone out there for you. I know there is. Please, just let us go. Hugo starts to cry. My gaze slips from him to my sister. I will not let her come to harm. She will not die here. Please, Hugo. No! He roars. No, I can't. I won't. My love, he hisses. I refuse to believe that you don't. Okay. My gaze snaps back to Nora again, so pale, so terrified. I'm getting you out of here. Okay. I swallow, turning back to Hugo, and smiling at him. You got me? It takes everything I have, all my energy, all of my theatrical skills honed in the courtroom, to force the huge, sappy grin to my face. I almost can't do it. So instead of Hugo, I imagine it's Hades who's standing in front of me. I don't even know if he's alive or dead, but he is who I pretend I'm looking at when I look up into Hugo's demented, frenzied eyes. I was wrong. He frowns. What? I've been so scared of my own feelings, so afraid of what they meant, and that they were too strong. His lips curl into a smile. What are you saying? He breathes. I'm saying, you're my person. I swallow back poison and bile. Pretend it's Hades. I've always wanted you. Madly. To a truly crazy degree. I was just always so afraid of how big that felt inside. Hugo looks like he's going to burst into tears again. Elsa, he chokes. That's poetry. It's exactly how I feel too. It was meant to be, I whisper. We were meant to be. It's why and how you found me again, to show me what true love is. He grins widely. Fate, my love. I nod. Yes, exactly. Fate. My eyes slip to Nora, then back to him. I want to be with you, Hugo. He beams. You do? I nod vigorously. Yes! Yes! I swallow the bile down again, beckoning him closer. I shudder when his hands slide up my arms. What is it, my love? He murmurs into my ear. I want you. I want a real man, like you. He groans. God, Elsa. I've waited so long to hear that from your lips. But Hugo, I lock eyes with him, then flick them to Nora and back again. Not with my sister in the house, you know? He grins. Can we have some privacy, so that you can show me what real pleasure is? He stares at me, his eyes bulging, his breath coming faster. The seconds tick by. Hugo? His smile suddenly drops. Hard. Shit. His brow furrows, and he slowly starts to shake his head. Hugo! No, he snarls, turning to pace the small kitchen,
No, 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 no! I remember now why you were always such a good lawyer, Elsa, he snaps.
Wait, Hugo!
Because you're such a good fucking liar.
Nora screams, and I cry out as his palm smacks me across the face, stunning me. But when he turns his attention to my sister, it's my own roar that explodes through the kitchen. You stay the fuck away from her! He ignores me, stalking closer to her, leering down into her face.
Has your purity been sullied, my dear?
Jesus fucking Christ. Nora pales. Stay away from her! I scream again. Hugo snarls, spinning to glare at me before marching over to the kitchen cabinets. He yanks one open, and I blanch when he pulls out a snub-nosed revolver. He waves it at me, sneering before he moves back to Nora's side.
Answer me, sweetness.
My sister's face goes white. What?
Has anyone taken your chastity yet?
I gag. Get away from... He whirls, leveling the gun at me before turning his monstrous gaze back to her.
Answer me, Nora.
She starts to cry. No, she sobs, shaking as tears trace down her cheeks.
You're a virgin.
Another sob rips from her throat as she nods miserably.
Good.
He turns back to me, smiling thoughtfully.
She looks so much like you, Elsa.
I scream, trying to lurch from my chair, even though one wrist is still tied to it. I fumble for my fork, then jolt as Hugo fires a shot into the ceiling.
Sit down.
He turns back to Nora, ignoring my screams and her shaky sobs as he cups her cheek.
Don't cry, my little one. God has saved your innocence all for me, for today.
That's not going to happen. His back is to me. I don't know for how much longer, but it's all I've got to work with. I grab the fork from the table, turning it and madly raking and scraping at the old frayed rope tying my other wrist to the chair. My skin rips and bleeds, but the rope gives way. Hugo starts to turn at the sound of my chair falling backward, but I'm already on him, stabbing down into his shoulder with the prongs of the fork.
You bitch!
I scream, stabbing over and over, before suddenly he backhands me again, hard. But I'm not done, and I am not going down without a fight. I scream again, lunging at him and stabbing wildly with the fork. Over and over, I only manage to hit his free hand and the one holding his gun as he stumbles back trying to block my blows. Finally, I get one thrust past his hands, right into his face. Hugo roars as the fork rakes over his eyes, bloodying one of them. He sobs, falling backwards and writhing on the floor as he clutches his face. I don't have much time. I use my fingers and the fork together to rip and shred the ropes from Nora's wrists before yanking her from the chair and out of the kitchen door. It's foggy and grey outside, and the ground is wet as it heads down a slope towards a set of train tracks. The opposite way, the slope leads up to a patch of woods. Nora gasps as I grab her face, my eyes locked on hers. You need to run, I blurt, turning and shoving her up the slope in the direction of the trees. She twists, whipping around to shake her head at me. No, Elsa! Run! I shove her and shove her again, looking deep into her eyes. Please, run! She looks at me once more, mute. Then she's off, zigzagging up the slope and disappearing into the woods. Thank God! I cry out when something slams against my head from behind, turning my vision blurry as I drop to my hands and knees. I groan, seeing stars, finally able to stand, only to come face to face with Hugo and his gun. Vicious fury twists his face, one eye focused lethally on me, the other a horrific bloody mess.
You'll fucking pay for that!
I choke as he grabs my throat, hauling me up and slamming me hard against the outside wall of the tiny cottage.
But first...
Fear and adrenaline stab through me like twin knives as Hugo starts to undo his belt.
First, he snarls. I'll take what I've dreamed of. Not quite how I dreamed it,
he mutters as he paws at his zipper.
But I bet your cunt still tastes just as fucking sweet.
My knee jerks up, hard, slamming into his balls. I don't pause to see how much damage I've done. I just turn, and I fucking run. Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back. When I hear the roar of Hugo's wrath behind me, I can't help it. It's like an automatic response. I look back. Oh God. He's running like a maniac after me, one eye gushing blood down his face. His good one is locked onto me. But he's coming for me, not Nora. Right now, he wants revenge, not her. I bolt down the hill towards the commuter rail tracks. On the other side of them, there's an even steeper hill that plunges down toward a road that runs parallel with a river I'm just now realizing is the Hudson. I'm almost at the rails. If I can just get to the road. I scream when something slams into me from behind, shoving me down to my hands and knees, skinning both. Adrenaline explodes through my veins, and I try to stagger to my feet. Hugo's fist crashes into my face. The taste of copper floods my mouth as I go toppling backwards, crying out as the back of my head slams against the ground. Lights and black spots swim through my stunned vision. A dark shape looms over me. Oh God. I scream, choking as Hugo grabs me by the hair and yanks me up. He pulls me sobbing and screaming to the tracks, holding me down, my heels kicking against the rail closest to us. It starts to vibrate.
14 past the hour, Elsa,
Hugo growls, his good eye piercing right through me.
Like fucking clockwork.
The rattling sound of the rails grows louder, and the vibrations against my heels become harder. My eyes swivel to the side, and whatever color is left in my face drains right away. Holy fucking shit! Down the tracks, maybe a mile away, a commuter train is barreling straight at us. Hugo!
You could have had me,
he hisses, his eye twitching.
I would have given you the world. We were soulmates, Elsa.
Never, I spit. He smiles cruelly.
Then your sister will become my new obsession.
The grin on his face curls demonically as he leans close.
And I bet she tastes even fucking sweeter.
My lips curl and my teeth flash. You are never going to find out. The thundering sound of the train roars closer. The pebbles over the rail struts begin to bounce and jump. He's never putting his disgusting hands on my sister. Not ever. My eyes drop to Hugo's belt. It's buckled again from when he was trying to yank it off before, but it's loose. I love you, Nora.
And when you're dead,
Hugo grins wolfishly, his arms tensing, as if readying to throw me into the path of the train.
I will feast on your baby sister's screams. But you won't be able to hear them. Because you, my dear Elsa, well, you'll be dead.
My hand juts out, slipping through the loose belt around his waist until the crook of my elbow is tight against it. Hugo's eyes go wide. So will you. I throw myself backward across the tracks, Hugo slamming down on top of me. His eyes bulge as the deafening scream of a train whistle rips over us. Once, twice, over and over, as the very metal of the rails underneath us begins to shake like the world itself is breaking apart. Hugo screaming and roaring, trying to break free, but I lock my legs around his waist and my eyes stab into his. You will never touch my sister!
Let go of me!
The screech of the approaching metal wheels on metal rails is deafening.
Let go!
I close my eyes. I think of Nora. Then I think of Hades. I love you. I jolt as the train slams into me. Except I'm not underneath it. I'm rolling sideways off the tracks, a firm body holding me, powerful arms gripping me tight as I roll to a stop. And look up into piercing, ice-blue eyes. Hades. The train whistle rips through the air. The sound of wrenching metal splits my ears. My head whips to the side just as Hugo lurches to his feet, feverish mania in his eyes.
She's Ma!
I scream, unable to look away as the Metro North commuter train turns Hugo into a crimson mist. Hades covers my face with his arm, turning me aside and holding me tight as I cling to him.
You're okay.
He chokes into my ear, kissing my face as I sob against him.
You're okay.
Nora!
Is in my car. She's safe, Elsa.
We lock eyes as the train roars past us, speeding away down the tracks. Silence descends over us.
It's over,
he murmurs quietly, both of us breathing heavily as our eyes lock.
It's over. And I love...
I crush my lips to his, kissing him madly as the tears stream down my face. You... Epilogue. 1 month later. Call me, okay? Nora rolls her eyes in the dramatic way only a teenager can pull off. Yes, Mother. I glare at her. Don't do that. You know I hate when you call me that. She grins. I'll call, Elsa. I stick my tongue out at her. Have fun.
We won't be out late, Miss Gwyn.
I cringe. Theo calling me that sounds so... mummish. Good night, Theo. I sigh, giving a wave as the black Escalade pulls away from the curb and cruises away.
Feeling old yet?
I groan, turning to see Hades behind me, lounging on the front steps of his building. Slightly, yes. He grins.
She'll be fine.
I turn back, watching Nora drive off with Theo, another boy and a girl I know from her grade, and another girl I don't know.
Theo's not after your sister. Don't worry. 1, he knows I'll fucking castrate him if he even tries to touch her. And 2, he's got a crush on Galena.
I frown. Galena?
The other girl in the car.
Hades smirks.
Russian. Her dad works for Gavin. So that could get real interesting real quick.
For now, when it comes to the Reznikov-Bratva, there's still a ceasefire. Not a truce, a ceasefire. The Drakos and Kildare families are not now suddenly allies of the Russians, but no one has any plans to kill each other in the streets. At least, not today. So, that's a plus.
Also, she's still got that panic button on her keys.
Hades adds. Yeah? Good. He wraps an arm around my shoulders, leaning down to kiss my cheek.
Come on upstairs. Let's have dinner.
A smell of pure deliciousness hits me the second we step off the elevator and onto the top floor. Dinner tonight is takeout from Shank that Hades went and picked up earlier, which I know was also an excuse to check in on Maya, Sean's girlfriend. She's doing well, or at least the best that can be expected right now. Since Sean's memorial service, which was really lovely, his family has taken her in as one of their own. Last I heard, she's actually living with them. My eyes slide to the piles of documents and contracts covering the dining room table. Hang on, sorry. I'll clear these. Hades shrugs.
Leave 'em. We can eat outside.
I stack them up anyway, sifting through them as I go. Insurance claims, structural assessments, building permits. For the new Banshee. I'm seriously in fucking awe of Callie and the Kildare sisters. Nothing stops them, not even a bomb that almost killed them. Since the damage from the blast pretty much totaled the building, including the floors above it, the rest of the unit owners took their insurance money and ran, selling cheap to Nev, Eilish, and Callie. The plans for the new and even better Banshee include not just a pub and a downstairs lounge, but a restaurant, taking up the top 2 floors. They're in talks with Maya to see about luring her away from Shank. I hope she agrees to the plan. On the plant-filled balcony, Hades is already setting out plates and opening a dusty and old-looking bottle of Barolo when I step outside.
Hang on.
He stops me before I take a seat, walking me across the gorgeously lush patio to the edge of the roof overlooking Lower Manhattan, across the river.
I might need you for some work.
Oh?
Yeah, building permits.
For? He grins.
I've been thinking about finally getting around to doing the rest of this building. You know, finishing up the lower floors.
My brows arch as I sink against his firm chest, relishing the feel of his strong arms around me. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Any particular reason?
I could use the space.
I laugh. Hades, you already have what? 3,000 square feet up here?
3,300, but who's counting?
I giggle as he shrugs, leaning in to kiss my neck, making me shiver like always.
But I was thinking I might have 2 new roommates to think about too.
I go still. My eyes blink rapidly. I'm sorry. What?
Sell your place,
he growls.
The market is great right now. You'll clean up.
I stare at him. Are you asking me to move in with you?
Maybe. Or if you would prefer, I could tell you to.
I blush, my thighs clamping together. God damn it. He knows controlling me, at least to a degree, is my weakness with him. And Nora?
She could have her own floor, literally.
I slowly shake my head. You want a teenager in your house?
I want you in my house, he growls. So yeah, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. She's a good kid anyway.
My brows knit. You're actually serious, aren't you?
About as serious as I am about this.
When he drops to his knee, my heart almost flies out of my mouth. Hades! He holds up the box, opening it and letting the garden lights twinkle over the huge solitaire diamond ring inside.
I want you to marry me, Elsa.
I can't say a word. Hades arches a brow.
This is the part where you say yes, if that wasn't clear.
I bite my lip and look at him coquettishly. And what if I say no, Mr. God of the Underworld? A dark, lethal shadow crosses his face.
Then I tie you to my fucking bed like a proper Persephone, and keep you forever anyway.
I grin. So, he shrugs.
Yes, just seems like an easier...
Yes, I whisper. My cheeks bloom with heat. I'd love to marry you.
Yeah?
Definitely. Suddenly, our mouths are slamming together, and I'm kissing him hard and falling back into one of the lounge chairs. He pins me down, stripping my jeans and panties off together, followed quickly by his shirt. I bite my lip, my eyes sliding over his muscled torso with all its ink, loving the way his body coils when he's about to devour me, like he's going to war.
Spread your fucking legs for me, kitten.
And God, do I love when he calls me that. I cry out as his head slips between my thighs, and when his tongue drags up my wet pussy lips, I melt. He's a mix of aggressive and soft, and being with him is always like dancing with a loaded gun. His tongue swirls around my clit, driving me up the wall as his powerful hands shove my knees up and back. He groans when his fingers slip lower, finding the gold plug already in my ass. I might have gotten more than a little comfortable with wearing it these days. All the time. And by comfortable, I mean obsessed with. I whimper when he tugs on the base of it, turning it in a slow circle inside my ass, as his tongue does the same thing to my clit. The sensation is mind-blowing, and when my body starts to shake and writhe beneath him, he only drags it out even more.
Eager little kitten.
He growls against my thigh before plunging his tongue into me. I throw my head back, my cries filling the night air as Hades teases my body into a sweating, whimpering, shuddering mess. His lips fasten around my clit, his tongue swirling around it as he sucks. And suddenly, my whole body convulses as the trigger inside me is pulled. I'm fucking coming! I scream and scream, my thighs clamping around his head and my back arching as the orgasm rips through me. I'm barely over the brink and still clawing at the edges of my sanity when he moves up between my legs. Oh, God, yes! His swollen cock slams into me, forcing the air from my lungs as my eyes go wide. I moan, crushing my lips to his as my legs wrap tight around his muscled hips. One hand wraps around my throat, the other pinning my wrists above my head. And I lose all control. Like I always do with this man, who destroys my control. My inhibitions, my walls. As if that's exactly what he was born to do. I moan into his lips as he kisses me, our bodies grinding together desperately as his hips roll. His gorgeous cock rams into me over and over, his pubic bone hitting my clit with each thrust as my nipples drag electrically against his chest. Hades doesn't just fuck me. He consumes me. He captures and drags me off to his underworld lair, seemingly to keep me there forever, every single time we do this. Hades!
I want you to fucking come for me, kitten.
He groans into my lips.
Let me feel that sweet, juicy little pussy come from my big, fucking cock like a good girl.
He sinks all the way into me, making me feel so fucking full between him and the plug. His hand squeezes around my throat, just enough to send me reeling into the stratosphere. And suddenly, I slam my lips to his, screaming my release into his mouth as I come like a thermonuclear explosion. Hades groans out his release, kissing me like I belong to him as he buries his throbbing cock deep. His cum spills into me as my legs lock around his hips and my lips sear to his. And then, we do it all over again. 3 more times. When we're done, we both look like we've competed against each other in gladiatorial combat. I'm covered in delicious bruises and marks from his mouth and hands, shaking and trembling on the couch back inside, with one leg and one arm hanging off it. Hades has collapsed on the floor next to me, both of us gasping for air, with a sheen of sweat across our spent bodies. You know, if Nora and I move in...
The fuck is with this if bullshit?
I giggle. Sorry, when Nora and I move in. I'm not so sure you and I will be able to do this.
Sex?
I blush. On the dining room table, the living room floor, and against the refrigerator? No, not so much.
And why is that, pray tell?
I roll my eyes. Because we'll have a third person living here.
Exactly why do you think I'm going to be renovating a whole fucking floor for her?
He grins, groaning as he pushes off the floor and onto the couch, scooping me into his arms.
Not to mention, making sure it's got extra soundproofing. So that she never has to come up here, where we'll be spending our time fucking on every goddamn surface at every goddamn hour of every goddamn day.
I grin lazily, shaking my head. Which might, in fact, kill me.
Hell of a way to go, though.
You might actually be insane. You do know that, right?
What does that say about you?
I shrug, blushing as his mouth lowers, hovering millimeters from mine. Guilty as charged, I murmur.
I love you,
he growls quietly. I love you too.
Will you love me less if I mention that my cock is still hungry for you?
I groan, giggling as I twist in his arms. I shiver as my legs spread over either side of his grooved hips. Nope.
Good kitten.
This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Sinful Hearts, Book 3 of Dark Hearts, produced by Mitch Raines, written by Jagger Cole, performed by Sophie Daniels and Ryan West. Text copyright 2023 by Jagger Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.